Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you are watching. Thank you so much. This is Mitumba TV, Open Forum Political Discussion Show. Coming to you live from Nairobi, Kenya. We're glad that you're out there following our broadcast, even as we open up the floor for the entire world to meet right here and help us discuss our current political development. Wherever you are, most welcome. My name is Bernard. Well, as we start out the discussion tonight, the Iebc hammer claims casualties. There is outcry of foul from all quarters. Those that have degrees, those that were about to get their degrees, but still wanted to get the seat, and things like those are in serious conversation right now. Let's talk and see, is the hammer fair or unfair? Is this part of the sieve that was to be used to reduce 55 aspirant for president, reduced to a mere 5 or 4? Well, I love that axe. I love the hammer that Jebkati is using right now, I must confess. Well, there is more coming your way. I'm a DP for NYERI people, and all UDA losers shall be made ambassadors. Gachagua goes again with a mic before his mouth. The Azmio people say, let Gachagua be given the mic. And I tell you, that mic is working magic. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. Kenya Kwanza double speak about Mitumba. That's another aspect of looking at our economy. Now, bottom up is up in arms about Mitumba business. They say that remains no matter what. How will this end? Welcome to the show. The link to use to get in the studio is right now in the comment section. Please click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure your camera as well as your audio, and you will be in this very space for us to get talking. Current politics flying around as 2022 general elections, August 9th, quick approaches to our doorstep. Thank you so much for those who are joining us from all quarters. Tatu Juma, asante sana, hi to you. Kuna Lindale, firstborn wa Magi, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Kuna Fred Mobeki, you are welcome. Thank you so much. Kuna Edwin Menerilil, hey, asante sana. Jina gumu kweli, hi to you. Evelyn Musia, karibu kwa show. Fred Mobeki, tushaongea wewe, asante sana. Alum, karibu sana. Akengo Omwangu, you're welcome. Nani huyu mwingine? Kuna Nyayo Fankorama, thank you so much. Kuna Dolphil Maragua, you're welcome. Belindo Bueno, Wilfred Arori, thank you so much. Hamis Rajab, you are most welcome. Kuna Mohamed Nyamawi, you are welcome. Niaje Niko Poa. Hamisi Rajab, thank you so much. Evangelist Muhevi, Alex, I'm an evangelist. I'm an evangelist Muhevi from Gatunyu, Gatanga, Muranga County. I'm watching. Thank you so much, Evangelist, for joining us for the show tonight. And Rian Omundi, you are welcome. Kuna Daltonaya Rito, you are welcome. Biria Rafael Kalu, you are most welcome. Fabiano Adriano, asante sana. Kama kawaida tunashukuru kwa kuendelea kutufuata na kuendelea kuchangia kwa Mtembei TV. Kuna Finea Galau, asante sana. Kalau, whichever your name is, thank you. David Bonuke, thank you so much. Sadok Zedi, you are welcome. Kuna Linet Wabomba, great to see you. Kuna Brighton, nani huyu mwingine? Kuna Brighton Watati, watching. Thank you so much. Kuna Oyo Silas, you're welcome. Peter Mwaura Mwiruri, you're welcome. Thank you so much. Tom Wanyonyi, karibu kwa show. We appreciate you. Will Nanu, you Walter Akwayamos, thank you. Of course, kuna Mohamed AG. Thank you so much. I hope I pronounced that right. DNX Kariuki, karibu kwa show. Chalo Kasilku, you are welcome. Catherine Okiru, you are welcome. Kuna, of course, Yufin Otieno, you're welcome. Junior Maxwell, thank you everybody who are coming in. Please, if you are able to get us, make sure you invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people to join us for the discussion tonight as we dive deep to look at the axe that is cutting off all the people that have fake degrees but still want to be president of the Republic of Kenya. Mambo inaenda kama hivyo. Chipkati, hongera kwako kwa kufanya kazi yako. Naomba ukazidi kufanya kazi yako vizuri, usitishwe na mtu yeyote. Kama hajaenda shule vizuri, rudisha yeye shule. Kajifunze vizuri. Asante kwa wote ambao mnatujoin kwa comment section. Keep it clean, keep it safe, keep it civil in ensuring that everybody will be comfortable on the platform, even as they share what they think and feel about political formations and political situations that we are faced with. I'm glad that you're here. And if you are able to get us, for the viewers especially, make sure that you share in the WhatsApp group, share in the Facebook groups, invite the world to Mitumba TV, and let us have a great night together as we look at our politics and how we need to respond to the same. Nashukuru wote ambao umefika kwa panel. Tunaanza na mama. Mama vipi? Mama Selina. Mama Selina, pole. pole, utapata nafasi. Steven, sema maneno la...
Good evening, Bernard.
Good evening to you.
How are you?
I'm well. Tuko hapa tena, usiku mwema.
Nashukuru pia mimi leo tumeonana tukiwa wazima. How are you, Benson? Mama Selina, jambo.
Okay,
I want to start with all losers in UDA to get ambassadorial positions.
Yes.
I said yesterday, this thing that Wajakoya came with, he's been smoking, but other people, they're getting the effect. So funny. Wajakoya anavuta vitu zake, watu wengine wanashika ulevi. Surely. If you try to make sense of what he's saying, it's not even making sense, kabisa. Because how many losers will UDA have if you calculate the numbers first? You know, it's not making any hata ingi kwa kichwa. Okay, one thing I want to say is I followed about his rallies today in the mountain. Surely the rallies were poorly attended. Sasa wataficha wapi maneno yao hao watu? Hata ukijaribu kuphotoshop hakuna, hata ucheze na I'm an IT guy by the way. Pale hata unipatie 2 weeks, hata 10 months, I can't crop those pictures. I can't come up with something. I can't. You can't come up with something. Pale wamechemka. Hiyo ilikuwa imechemka. So does it mean that Ruto, who is not from there, when he's with them, they gather numbers more than the same people who are with them there? It's so disheartening, but I'm happy to see that these people have started awakening. Unajua walikuwa mazombi kitambo. They were just following people without having the consciousness. But now it's like kumeingia kama mwamko fulani, watu wameanza kujua these people are just playing with us. So it's good that people have realized now this is not the right people to associate with. They are trying to see where the truth is. They are trying to follow the right direction. I think it's a plus. Waendelee tu kufanya kampeni zao, wakiongea matope ni vizuri. Tunachukua bonga points upande mwingine, so it's good for their campaigns. The other thing I want to speak about is about Mitumba. Okay, to be sincere, unajua saa nyingine baba huteleza kidogo, lakini kuteleza kwake sio kuanguka. Okay, by him mentioning clothes that are worn by dead people, he's talking that out of uchungu, kuwa kwa nini tuchukue vitu za watu, but people misinterpret these things and try to run away with them. But if you go by history, Ruto mwenyewe amesema atakataza mitumba kwa hii nchi. So what's the fuss? Where is the difference about what he said and what Raila said? It's just they're trying to run away with something that won't even make sense, because he said the same things Raila said yesterday. Ni kutafuta tu maneno ya kukimbia nayo, Raila onekane hapendi maskini, hasimami na maskini, but what he's saying is making sense, you see. So I think UDA should stop this character hii mambo yao ya kucheza na character za watu, kwa sababu kiongozi wao huwa anasema mambo hayo na hawaulizwi kitu, lakini Raila akisema the same things, it's a criminal offense. No, that's not the right way to go. Let's play clean politics. If it's about policies that can help us as a country, let's both go for them. You know, apart from this politics, we still remain in this country. There's still life to go ahead with in this country. We still need to feed our people. We still need to educate our children. So let's not play bad, dirty politics on some things that can improve the livelihoods of Kenyans as a whole. I think hapo wamejaribu kuchezea shere hapo. So hiyo wacha tuachane nayo hapo. Okay, nimeona Sonko hapa. Nimekuwa Mombasa by the way leo, and I saw some people trying to bring chaos because Sonko has been banned. It's just nonsense. You know, I'm wondering what our judges are doing is not correct kabisa. These people try to bring animosity through organizations, through institutions. Si sawa kitu wanafanya. Kama koti imesema, the chief justice said this, if you are impeached, it's done for you, and she's the president of the judiciary. Why that a certain court can, a high court can say that you can be cleared? So this hii controversy pia nayo si nzuri. Is it that Sonko used money to get this in his favor? You know? So I think there's a problem with our judiciary. Our judiciary has a problem, because if the president of the judiciary can speak this and a lower judge from the high court can speak this, hiyo si sawa. They're supposed to go in harmony. Huyu akisema hivi, they abide by that. But I'm happy that IBC has tried to stand their ground that if you are impeached, you don't stand a chance to be cleared. So sioni kama nitaendelea kwa sasa. Wacha nikaribishe wengine. I'm still in the show. Thanks.
Okay, thank you Bwana Stephen. Mambo ni kama hayo. Vizanga ameishi Kenya, siasa zetu ni zile, tunaomba mabadiliko. Mama Selina, I hope you are now safe.
Sijui kama nasikika sasa Penat.
Yes, umefika karibu.
Niwachie Wangira. Okay, asante. Wow. Tutasema nini? Nilikuwa nasema mambo ya Mombasa constituency, wamama wote wa dunia walikuwa wamejaa huko. Najua utatupatia baadaye. Our deputy president was welcome. Naona ndugu yangu Steve anasema alikuwa Mombasa. Nataka kushukuru Mama Charity Ngilu na kiongozi ya maendeleo ya wanawake kwa ile decision walikaa chini Penat na wakaamua, lakini leo wametuambia siri. Wanasema cha Mungu ni mengi, ya kwamba kama Anne Waiguru angesimama na hao mpaka the last minute, hawajui vile mambo ingeenda, lakini wamekubaliana. Ngilu amesema Martha Karua alimfunza siasa na wamama yote walikubaliana, of which na shukuru the constituency of 4 million women, na wamesunguka wanakuja kumalizia Nairobi in the tengine ya crying, wacha walie. Sasa kuna kitu tena, hata Ndwale amejaribu kuwa na mkutano Karisa. Bernard, you will be shocked to see that alikuwa na crowd kama ya MCA, hata MCA ni kubwa. Sijui aliongea nini tu, alikuwa na alikuchunga long isitoke. Haya, Gachagua alikuwa anatafuta watu Kirinyaka, hakuna watu wakaenda sokoni kutaka kujaribu kwa Kieni. Imeteleza, yote imeteleza. Central, niliwaambia, mtakubaliana na mimi, niliwaambia mambo ya Martha Karua na nikamwambia kura ya Central mungoje mwezi wa 6 mpaka 7 ndio mtajua the true colors of Central. Nani angekataa kukula $2,000 every day? Nani kijana na ndio walikula pesa yao? Nani angetaka kukataa kwenda kukula chakula? Sasa mtajua virako imeisha, watu wamerudi nyumbani. Usuri, watu ya Central, they are very clever. Wakifunga hoteli warudi nyuma. Sahi wanakula ile kidogo imepaki kwa sababu hoteli imefisilika, lakini wanangoja mpaka waone imefungwa mlango, wanasema kwaheri. Otherwise, mambo ya Songo nimeona kidogo anyway, hata hiyo hatutaki kupoteza wakati. Haya, mambo ya baba. Baba aliongea mzuri sana kuhusu mambo ya Mitumba na akasema tunataka kutengeneza yetu na wale watu wanauza wana replace. Sasa hiyo ndio mambo naona. Ndindi Nyoro alijaribu kwenda kupeleka tena hiyo siasa, kusema wewe kitendawili uwezi funga Mitumba. Pia alikuwa na watu wawili ama watatu. These people, they have run out of ideas. Wakae kando vile mama amesema, waongoje waone viongozi wakiongoza Kenya. Otherwise, najua hii network yetu pena tungangane tu. Hata kama wanajaribu kutumaliza sisi, we are there. Inapotea na tunarudi. Because I don't know why can people come and mnaacha hii mkutano ya nini? Muache tuongee. Sisi atupigi watu, tunajaribu kusema ukweli, na kama tunasema uongo pia muna right kuturekebisha, kwa sababu yale tunasema ni yale tumetaiti kusoma na kujua siasa ya Kenya iko namna gani. Otherwise, nataka niseme ya Penat, kuna posters ya baba na mama Bomet. Nataka kushukuru watu ya Bomet. Kuna watu walienda kungoa hiyo posti, hiyo nini kubwa, na watu ya Bomet wamejitokezea kwa wingi na wamekataa, na wanasema hata mkitoa posters si ati mumetoa kura kwa mfuko yetu. Pena tukiona hiyo pia utatuambia, because residents wamekataa. Wamesema picha ya mama na baba iliwahusu nini kama imesimama hapo. So nimeona Kenyans wamekuwa na akili, hawataki kupiganishwa, na wanasema kama ni watu ya Bomet wenyewe wangeitoa asubuhi ama mchana. Wacha nitoroke kabla tena wacha achak, lakini ninaendelea kusikia. But Pena tutupatie hizo mapicture. Hiyo ya Ndindi Nyoro, hiyo ya Kirinyaka, hiyo ya Kieni, na hiyo ya Bomet, na ya mama maendeleo. Sasa nitaritika. Thank you, Penat.
Okay, asante sana Mama Selina kwa mtangulizi huo. Tunaomba tutasonga mbele katika mjadala na tuhimizane kila mmoja. Wa Kenya, asante sana kwa wale ambao mnakaribishana. Welcome somebody to join the discussion from wherever you are. Mtembei TV is global in the sense that anywhere you can connect to the internet, you will be able to get the broadcast. And so don't watch alone. Call your mama, call your sisters, call your brothers. Let the whole world tune in and let us have a great time together as we share different views on our latest political moves. Videos tutajitahidi kuhakikisha kwamba tunapata alafu tunacheza zikipatikana kama ni ziko salama. Kama si salama hatutacheza, lakini tutajitahidi. Akiture uwezi kuongezwa kwa screen kama uko nyuma ya curtain. Hiyo ni sheria mpya. Kwa hivyo your camera and your audio must always be on for you to be part of the conversation. If you want to hide, kaa uko kwa comments, andika comments zako tutasoma, lakini kama unataka kuwa kwa screen, njoo na kamera yako na audio yako ikiwa safi, ili tuone unavyotuongelesha wewe ni nani, unataka vipi. Asante. Naomba tumkaribishe Bwana Wangira Vipi Mr. Wangira?
Oh, habari yako Bernard?
Niko salama nashukuru. Namna gani huko?
Niko mzima na wasalimu ndugu zangu na dada zangu.
Yeah.
Oh, Bernard, let me just make my very quick contribution. The IBC and its casualties, and the major casualty having been Mike Mbuvi Sonko Bernard. You know, they say that the law is an ass, and surely the law can be an ass. You know, there were 3 petitions that were I think one was made in Nairobi, another one was made in Eldoret, and another one was made in Mombasa that were to stop Sonko from running to become governor of Mombasa based on his impeachment. So those 3 petitions were consolidated into one, and they were presented to the Chief Justice, and the Chief Justice constituted a bench under Justice Majanja. And you know what Justice Majanja did yesterday? What Justice Majanja team did yesterday? You know, they gave Sonko with one hand and they took it away with the other. You know, they said, yes, we have lifted the orders, but even as much as we are saying that we have lifted the orders, but it's upon the IBC to decide whether you can run or you cannot run. So you know that order never says that Mike Mubi Sonko should run. The order says that the decision is up to IBC to decide, which means IBC, being a commission that is guided by law, guided by the Constitution of Kenya and by law, they just went back to Article 75, Article 75, Article 75(3). If you read Article 75(3) of the Kenyan 2010 Constitution, this article is very clear. Even a class 1 kid can read and understand, because that article reads that a person who has been dismissed or otherwise removed from office for contravention of the provincial provisions specified in clause 2 is disqualified from holding any other state office. Clause 2, the provisions in clause 2 include disciplinary procedure. If you have gone through disciplinary procedure, just the way Sonko went through disciplinary procedure under impeachment and is removed from office the way he was removed from office, then he cannot purport that if he wants to hold in another public office. Article 73, Article 75(3) is very clear. So you know now, because Sonko is a very selective person in the way he wants the law applied, then he carried that order to Mombasa, purporting that there was a high court order that allowed him to run. But IBC became adamant. They said unless there is an express order that says that you should run, then we cannot clear you. So Sonko, I think he has just reached the end of the road. Unless he can go back to Justice Majanja and company and convince them to draft another order ordering that he should be allowed to run, then I don't see how he's going to run for the Mombasa gubernatorial seat, Bernard. On the issue of the double speak by Kenya Kwanza Alliance and the Mitumba controversy, Bernard, people can choose to, in a speech, people can choose to interpret a speech in the manner that they want. But there was a context in which Raila Odinga was addressing the people of Kenya yesterday when he was launching the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya manifesto. And in the agenda number 5 of the Azimio la Umoja One Kenya manifesto, agenda number 5 is Azimio la Viwanda. So based on Azimio la Viwanda, Raila Odinga was just simply telling Kenya that we used to have Kikomi, we used to have Kikomi among a number of those factories that were doing this cloth making business. And I remember when I was a young man in Busia in the 1980s, we used to grow cotton. And even my next shopping center in Budalangi is called Husto. Husto means the place where that was a store where people used to take their cotton for purposes of marketing, Bernard. So, and you remember in the 1980s, for some of us who are now around 50 years, we will tell you that in the 1980s, there was never Mitumba in this country. I remember whenever I wanted something made for me in form of a cloth, my father could go to Port Victoria Shopping Center. There used to be a tailor there who would make for me either a shirt or a trouser. That's how we knew things until sometime in the 1990s, when now we started seeing the flooding in the Mitumba, Bernard. And you know, Kenya cannot be a dumping ground for other people's products, Bernard. We need to move to making Kenya and buying Kenya. And that's all that Raila was telling Kenyan people yesterday, that we can grow our own cotton, then do value addition, then turn it into our own textile. Then from there we can have our own clothes instead of us importing what we have been used to importing as Mitumba. And because people want to spin issues to their advantage, we allow them to spin it to their advantage. But I don't see how that one will convince somebody who had decided to vote for Raila Odinga to change his mind, because the manifesto is here. Agenda number 5 is in our manifesto, and we are clear on what we want to do under Azimio la Viwanda, and that's what Raila was explaining. And I remember not very, very long ago, William Ruto was also preaching the same message when he says that, you know, in this country, we are importing everything, we are importing clothes, we are importing shoes, that we need to come up with our own way of producing our own things. So what is the difference between what Raila Odinga was saying yesterday and what William Ruto said? But because people want to take political capital out of it, Bernard, we allow them to take political capital, but I don't think that it will help them much, because the Wajinga Kenya walipunguka, they can distinguish the difference between what they are saying and what actually Raila meant. On the issue of Gachagua, you know, yesterday I told you I don't want to dwell on this man called Gachagua, because he does not talk anything sensible. But I just want to point out that today I saw him being jeered in NYERI. You know, people in Mount Kenya have also become clever. They can also distinguish between who is telling them the truth and who is now here just to capitalize for the sake of having votes. And today they were very clear. You know, they could even jeer him. That's all that I can say about Gachagua Bernard. Wacha niwachie hapo, then I can allow somebody else to come in. Asante.
Thank you Bwana Wangira, tunashukuru sana. Naomba tusonge mbele. I appreciate all of you that are inviting guys from all over to join into the discourse. Please, let's keep it up. And if you have not yet subscribed to Mtembei TV, please do so. Follow us on Facebook. Our page is Mtembei TV, or on the profile is still Mtembei TV, and on YouTube, the same thing, Mtembei TV. We want to have one big family where we are looking at Kenya as our responsibility and straightening it out as our call come August 9th, 2022. So don't be left behind. Make sure that you practically subscribe and follow Mtembei TV on all our social handles and participate in our programs. We have different programs that we run. This is not the only program that we do. There are so many others. So when you're a subscriber, you'll be able to be notified. That's why after you subscribe on YouTube, hit that notification bell so that anytime we are live, you will be notified and come and share what you feel and think about our current news. Let's listen to Benson Nikasa.
Yes. Good evening, everybody.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
Okay. I'm happy for whatever you are trying to do, at least to enlighten Kenyans as pertains the current politics in Kenya. I would like to talk about the issue of running a selection in the Azimio la Umoja.
Bwana Benson, hiyo kelele inatoka kwako ama iko wapi?
Kuna kelele? Unanipata sawa sawa?
Kuna TV inaongea ama ni nini? Kuna kitu inaongea nyuma yako?
I think tunakuwaga na shida ya network kidogo.
Ah.
Na pia kuna TV inaongea. Unaweza nipunguzie volume kidogo?
Yeah.
Just a
Reduce the
minute, I'm
volume.
continuing. Yeah?
Thank you.
Yeah, now I think it is a step ahead whereby we have tried to, or the Azimio people have tried to bring in the factor of gender equality, whereby we can see the selection has come with some stakes in issues pertaining integrity. When it comes to integrity, we find that at least the leaders that we need to elect have some kind of integration, so that when it comes to matters like corruption, you see, we need to have people who have the will at heart to tackle these issues, so that our country can benefit from the resources that are being lost all throughout the country. Another issue that I would like to talk about is this issue of Mitumba. I don't think if any normal person can just wake up today and say that he's banning Mitumba without factoring in that we have so many traders who are dealing in these Mitumbas. There must be a plan, and according to Azimio government, if indeed it will be in position, I think what they are trying to tell people is that initially we had our own factories here in Kenya. And these factories used to produce raw materials to manufacture the clothes that are being used all over the country, and even some of these clothes are being exported to other countries. So the issue of Mitumba being closed cannot just be closed once it's that the factory will be revived, according to Azimio. After the factory is being revived, these factories will produce raw material and will have a lot of clothes in this country. Then the clothes will be cheaper. And instead of importing the used clothes, people will come back and start buying the clothes from the industry that we have here in Kenya, to avoid even that paying tax. Because when you import Mitumba, there is a tax that you pay on top of it. So it will be no need, even nobody will be told that you shut down the Mitumba so that you start selling it. They will just verify and look into the differences of the prices, whereby it will be cheaper to go to the factory and get the newer clothes, sell them, instead of buying Mitumba, paying tax and other things. And again, we have factories here in Kenya already as we speak. These factories that manufacture clothes or textiles, if you go to those factories right now as we speak, you will find that there are so many clothes that are being manufactured in this industry, and they are for export. We manufacture, but they are being exported to the outside countries. They are being used there, then they are being brought back as Mitumbas. And that is because we killed the factories that could manufacture the raw materials that could make it easier for us to access this clothes here in Kenya. So I think Kenyans should not just buy into the propaganda that are being sold to them that the Mitumba will just be closed. It can't happen. And nobody in his normal mind can do that. It's only that there will be a transition, and then transition will come after foundations have been laid down, in that the factories will be revived. And as those factories will be revived, remember that job opportunities will also be created. So many people will be employed in those factories or those companies that will be opened. And at the same time, the traders will continue with their trade of selling the Mitumba. So on that, I think Kenyans should not take it for just like it is something that has come to link them or maybe remove some other people into business. No, it can't happen. Let people think soberly. Let people know that this is a country whereby everybody needs to thrive. Another thing, you see, when somebody is presenting his manifesto, then another one is coming to counter-attack. And when the counter-attack is being done, is done on basis of making the other opponent look like what he said, it is not real. And in a man that he said, you hoodwink the people who are vulnerable. Not to know that what has been put across by the other camp is more important, and maybe it's what can help other people also grow up. For instance, when you say that we don't have fools in Kenya, the issue of fools in Kenya was done away in 1963. We are bearing children in this country who know nothing, and they need education. And that education is what will highlight them from foolishness to being clever. So you cannot say that there are no fools in Kenya, or because our children know nothing. So we would put them in that category, knowing that they need better education. Not just to say that we are not there, we are supposed just to talk about economic development. If you are not learned, how will you talk about economic development? You must have that education that will make you understand the concept of economic development. Otherwise, I'll not speak much. We have so many people in the studio. Others can also contribute so that we can get together. Thank you.
Okay, asante Bwana Benson, tunashukuru sana kwa mchango wako. Naomba tusonge mbele. Thank you the people in the comment section. Bwana nani huyu George anauliza leo ilikuwa tuchambue manifesto ya baba. Tutapata kipindi cha hiyo specifically to do that, but tutakuwa tunashikilia hapa na pale tukiangazia kama mambo yalivyo. Ukweli ni kwamba lazima kila Mkenya akubali kwamba ni ukweli peke yake utaweka huru. Uongo mwingi hausaidii chochote. Wale watu wote mnakuja kwa studio mkiwa nyuma ya curtain, hakuna vile utaongezwa kwa screen ukiwa nyuma ya curtain. Keep your camera on. If you can't do that, kaa tu kwa comments, huko ndio unaruhusiwa kutoonekana. Hapa kwa screen ni lazima kuonekana ili watazamaji waone nani anayeongelesha na anadai nini. Naomba tuochi video alafu.
I think I'm next. Alafu nijibu Benson kidogo kabla nisahau. Kindly.
Ngoja kwanza, ngoja tafadhali. Kila kitu nafanya kwa order na kwa zamu yake. Thank you. Listen to this first.
In terms of education, I've said that education is going to be free. By free, I mean free. Truly free. True. Our children will have access to free quality education from primary to university. It is doable because we are going to restructure our economy. We will have priorities which we are going to set for our people. I've also mentioned that we are going to employ all the teachers who are trained and are actually staying idle at home immediately so that we can be able to improve quality of education in our schools. So we want the Kenyan to walk this journey with us. What we are trying to offer is not something that is impractical. It has been costed by our experts. We know exactly where the income is coming from, which is going to fund the program that we are going to release. So it is not utopia. It is something that has been worked on by very highly qualified Kenyans, and this is what we are offering.
Ile mambo yote tunaagiza, mambo ya viti tunaagisha, nguo tunaagiza, viatu tunaagiza, tutasimamisha ndio hiyo nguo na viatu na all wood products iwe manufactured katika taifa letu la Kenya, na vijana wa taifa letu la Kenya katika ile mpango ya kuzalisha mali tuweze kuondoa umaskini na tuajiri vijana wetu wote. Nyinyi mnanielewa jameni?
Textile manufacturing. And here there's going to be backward and forward integration. We will introduce cotton growing in large numbers in our country. So many other parts of our country which cotton is the only available cash crop. Our textile industry was killed through liberalization. When then they brought Mitumba, it killed all our textile industries. Our people are only wearing clothes coming from outside the country. They have been worn by people who are dead. We are going to go to primary production so that our people who are importing Mitumba can have good product to sell here. I'm saying that we are not moving anybody out of business. We will ensure that those who are importing Mitumba get the first hand to market goods which are going to be manufactured here in this country. We will get the cotton, we'll gin it here, we'll spin it here, and we'll make finished product here. And this will create again a very big source of employment for our youth in the country. We will also promote farming of other products like Bixa, products like cocoa. Cocoa can grow here. Coconut is growing on the Sese Island in Uganda.
Mikakati inakaa kama hiyo. Okay, tumlete Joben, endelea sasa. Dakika mbili tatu tafadhali.
Okay, thank you. How are you everybody on the panel?
You get...
Okay, I'm so grateful to see my brothers and our sister, though she's not around, but I know she's on the backstage. Oh, Bernard, there is something that people don't understand concerning this issue of Mitumba. So that is the only point that these people on our opponents have picked from that from our nini, from our manifesto. They don't understand that manifesto, it has carried a lot of things. On the Mitumba, that Mitumba issue, it depends on somebody's understanding. You know, these guys, they just understand it that Mitumba, somebody that walks to Kikomba, it means that when Baba gets into power, tomorrow she or he will not be going to Kikomba. And Wangira have told these people very well. Wangira, even my grandmother, where my mother came from, my mother came from a black soil, and the black soil is a productive of cotton. You see, and this cotton, it was their cash crop. This cotton, it goes along Budalangi and also part of River Nzoia. My mom comes from Ukwala, heading to Budalangi. So if somebody understands that Mitumba is going to be banned, no, it's a revival from these manufacturers, because this was a cash crop from our families, from our grandmothers. So these young people, they don't understand it. They just wake up and they understand that Mitumba inaenda kubaniwa within Kenya. No. And Baba promised them that nobody is going to lose his job. It's not only that, it's only that we need to revive these companies. cotton was a cash crop. It go through Kuala, part of River Nzoia. It's a black soil, and that black soil is the soil that produced this cotton. You can't produce cotton on a red soil. So that is part of River Nzoia. If you go to Budalangi, hiyo pati yote. These people, they can't even put a cabbage there because kuna hizo manini, hizo hippopotamus, they come and they eat those cabbage, even mahindi. They can't put, the only cash crop that they had, it was that in cotton. Sasa mtu akikuja hapa nataka kusema, sasa, yani they just pick one point. Na wajui hiyo mambo ya mtumba, to their side, they also mentioned it, but they don't elaborate it on a very proper way. Unaona, walisema mpaka kiatu wataban. Why don't they say hata wao pia they are part of this Mutumba kukua band? Baba didn't say that ataban kitu yote. Alikuwa amesema tu hii kitu will manufacture it. Go to Lunga hii Nairobi. Go to Lunga. There is this industries there that are there. Go there and look for the first class jeans. You will not be given. Zile utapewa ni zile third class. First class zinakuwa wanapeana nje. Unasikia? Sasa how should we own the experience that we can do our things on a very basic way and on a very standard way, and we can't have them. We export them. Then when they go, they come back. It's when we have them. So people have to understand this thing. Somebody like Ndidi Nyoro calling Baba ati ule mtu wa kitandawili. Ndidi Nyoro is a first term an MP, and he doesn't even understand his fate. If he will be back, he will be voted back, because that guy is a very primitive guy. Talk to Baba calling yule jamaa wa kitandawili, anasema anataka kubana hii mambo ya manguo. Hata yeye hajawahi vaa mambo ya manguo. He didn't even understand what Baba alikuwa anaongea. It's a revival of our collapse industries. Let everybody understand. It's a revival of our collapse industries. Not a matter of banning mambo ya mtumba. He knows very well, most of the people, they survive on those things. Why should you export these things and we can own them at a very cheaper rate? If you go and get these things, I have a friend who is selling shoes at Kikomba. The bale of that shoes, she's getting it at 8,500. After selling that bale, the total income sometimes comes to 9,500. And to sell that bale, it takes like 2 days. You see? So the brokers earns a lot than the person who is going on the ground to sell it. Why do we have to import such things if we have that experience that we can mend them within our own? I also have somebody at Korokocho who made my kids' shoes, Babalolik. The same shoes like Taffy. Same quality at 1,200. Go and buy it, Taffy. How much is it? So what Baba was trying to talk about is to empower our people that have experience that can boost our economy, than using a lot of brokers in between to have a lot. They own what they don't have experience on it. So we need to understand this. And this is the propaganda. Hii mambo ya Yuda wamekuwa nayo kabisa. Wanachukua ati Baba anataka kubana mtumba. Not knowing even their man alikuwa amesema hii tutakataa. Baba hakusema tu hii tutakataa. Ati hizi kiatu tutakataa sasa zitakuja. Baba alisema just to empower these people on the Juakali people that have that experience, so that we can own our own things and we can also export our products to other countries. So we need to understand this. These are politics, and don't come here with the total lies and with the If you don't understand something, kindly just ask somebody who understood it well to explain to you. Don't come here, you want to tell us on your level of understanding. We understand these things very much. Aya, when we come to Gachagua, we need Gachagua to talk much, Bernard. When this Gachagua talks, he reduces the votes, and that's all we want. Because this person, he was somebody who was on power during colonial eras. Ni wale watu wanajua, we command. Hakuna ile kitu ya kubembelezana. You understood when second in mwenye nini deputy ya baba alisema, you have your vote and I can't force you to vote for me. Ni mimi nikuja nikubembeleze. Lakini sasa yule anakuja na kuambia ati nyinyi wa Kikuyu mnapenda pesa. Ndio sababu tumekuja, tulikuwa tunajua mnapenda pesa, ndio sababu tumeshikana na huyu. Surely. Alafu tena leo baada naongea anasema ati surely deputy president, tunataka Gachagua aongee mingi kabisa. Unajua sasa zile naongea ana reduce your votes kabisa, na inafanya wa Kenya wana understand. Do we need somebody who can build our country or we need somebody who can destroy our country? Sasa mtu asikuje hapa na uongo zingine mingi ati umekuja with a very shallow understanding, unataka kutu lecture hapo kutuambia vitu zingine zenye hazieleweki. We understand these things. The same thing hata Bernard ameplay hizo clips hapo. Chenye Ruto aliongea na baba ameongea. They're the same thing, but the only problem that is there, the difference that is there, venye kila mtu ameweka, venye ataiweka iwe yenye kila mtu anaweza survive bila kupoteza kazi yake. Lakini wewe umesikia Ruto ameongea nini? Amesema tutakataa. Akisema tutakataa, si ni kufunga? Akifunga kesho wewe unaenda kutafuta kiatu kwa yule mtu inafaa kupatie kiatu. Anakuambia kiatu haziko, tulikatazwa haziwezi ingia. Unaenda kwa yule mtu inafaa kupatie nguo na kusema manguo hazijakuja hizo za mtumba. It is the same thing. Baba amesema hakuna mtu atapoteza kazi yake, lakini our people will be introduced. They will be introduced at least zile textile industries zetu zifufuke. At least zikishafufuka tupate zile manguo tunaweza uza hapa Kenya na zile zinakuwa exported. At least tusitumie cartels in between. I think kila mtu inafaa elewe. And black soil, we have it. Now those guys, they lose. Their cash crop ilikuwa ni cotton. Hiyo cotton saizi hawezi panda hiyo cotton. Na hata mimi niliona mbegu ya cotton nilishangaa. Walishindwa venye mali wanaweza peleka. Kikomi ilianguka chini. Sasa kuna mali wanaweza peleka hizo, ilibidi wanachoma hizo cottons. Just imagine you have 3 hectares of land. Ume invest kwa hiyo shamba, ukaweka hizo cotton, zikakuwa zimetoka, lakini sasa unasikia mali unazipeleka, hakuna mali unazipeleka, labda uzipeleke Uganda hapo kwa border. Upe ile pesa unaweza pewa. Sasa hata tukiongea tusichukue hata ati mambo ya hapo ya nini ya Mitumba ndio tunataka kupiga naye baba. Kindly widen your understanding, uelewe ni njia gani hii kitu baba alikuwa naongea nayo. Baba sio mjinga, na baba akona watu wanamuadvise vizuri kabisa. Sio group nyingine wakishavuta bangi wanakuja hapo wanaongea venye wanataka. Thank you Bernard.
Uko karibu kwanza karibu. Wachia hapo tafadhali. Asante kwa mchango wako. Ni muhimu tuelewe kwamba wakati tunazalisha kama nchi tunafaidika kuliko tukinunua tunakuuza. Kama pamba tumepanda sisi, nguo tukaishona sisi, nguo tukaiuza, ni watu wengi wamepokea hela. Kwanza ni mkulima, mtu wa transport, wa kutransport hiyo cotton, wenye kusiaga hiyo cotton, kuichambua, kuifanya nini ndio iende kwa mashini itengeneze nguo, alafu matailor. Unaona tailor siku hizi ni wachache sana wanaofanya kazi kwa sababu nguo zote zinanunuliwa ziko ready made. hata skills za kuwa tailor are no longer studied. Mimi nilifanya home science. Home science ilikuanga na cookery, home management na clothing and textile. We did all the three of them as one subject. Today you do one aspect. The clothing and textile issue is not there as a study course, except for those who want to specialize in the same, and it will be catered for as a special. It is not compulsory as it used to be. Why? Because there are no industries to do that. But if we do those factories, we gain more. So Baba's proposal, in my opinion, is the best way to solve our economic problem. Our economic problem is not pumping more money into the economy. It is making every Kenyan productive. Ili kusikuwe na midomo mingi inakula na mikono michache inafanya kazi. Tuwe na mikono mingi inafanya kazi na midomo michache inayokula. Ili kukuwe na surplus. If we have more eaters than producers, we will always have scarcity because the people who are eating are more than those who are producing. But if we have more people who are producing than those who are eating, we'll always have surplus, and that surplus is what will result into growth. So in simple economics ya mtu kuelewa. Ndini Nyoro na group yao, they have surrendered their brains to somebody else. They will recover after 10th of August. We pray God restores their minds. But as at now, don't trust their minds. They are not all right.
Bernard,
That's
nimebaki na seconds. Nimebaki na 30 seconds. Wacha nimalize. Nimebaki na 30 seconds kindly. Namaliza. Siongei kwa hiyo. Nimalize tu, kuna kitu nataka kuongea.
Thank you. Naomba tuelewane tafadhali. Don't cut somebody's point because you're confusing the listeners. The listeners are supposed to understand what has been said. You don't just jump in and begin to cut and then say your own things. You are contributing to the confusion of which we are against as a platform and as a Kenyan people. So let's do this. Let's focus and do the right thing. Mitumba came in. We didn't have this. Mimi nikienda class 1, class 2, class 3, tulikuwa unaenda kwa fundi, unapimwa, unashonewa nguo. Hakuwa na ready-made nguo yoyote, from the tie to the shoe to everything. Ulikuwa unashonewa, unaenda nayo shule. That is how Kenya used to be. When the dollar was strong, the dollar was exchanging at the last time, I think in primary school, it was $1 to 35 shillings. That's the highest it had ever gone. As soon as after the 92 madness, what happened? It went to 65, 75. Now it's 100 plus, and it has never gone back, and we don't think it will ever go back. So let us be sober and look at this thing keenly. Wala watu wanasema ni lazima wavae mtumba. Hakuna mtu amekuzia kuvaa mtumba. You can even import it personally if it is not in the market. So unazuiwa na nani? Let's do politics that help this country, not politics that drag us back to our being enslaved. Nimesema mengi sana, wacha tuangalie hii kanda moja tu alafu sikilize Peter Bwanda. Let's keep time please. Thank you.
Mchezo mtafanya sisi tubadilishe mafikira yetu. Mkileta mchezo hata sisi tutaleta mchezo. Mtaleta mchezo. Hawa watu ya independent wawache mambo mingi. Wakuja, hii serikali ni kubwa. Tuwatafutie nafasi. Wengine wakuwe mabalozi, wengine wakuwe ma-PS, wengine wakuwe nini. Hapa mchagulie William Ruto jeshi ya UDA. Mtachagua namna hiyo? Ya mwisho tukubaliane. Tarehe 9 nyinyi hamlali, sisi tutaamka saa 7. Sisi tulale kidogo kwa sababu tumechoka sana na hii kijana yenu. Sisi tutaamka saa 7. Nyinyi hamlali. Tumekubaliana? Wangapi tumekubaliana watu ya Kericho walali? Na hata wale watakuwa hospitali, muende mchukue, akuje apige kura, mfanye nini? Hata polisi kwa sababu tumewapanga. Wale watakuwa cell, waachilie hawa, waende wapige kura
Deputy President designate for Kenya Kwanza making proposals. hata watu wako seli waende kupiga kura, wagonjwa hivyo hivyo, na wamechoka na kijana wenu. Obwanda, dakika 2-3, endelea tafadhali.
Asante sana Bernard. Kwanza kabisa salamu kwa watu wote. Nimesikia vile Benson Kesai alijaribu kuongea na huyu jamaa ameondoka sahi na ni kama amerudi Joben Otieno. Bernard, lazima tu understand mambo ya vile manifesto yetu ya Azimio ilikuwa inaongea ndani ya, ama lazima tujue kitu ya ndani ya manifesto ilikuwa kwa njia gani. Hakuna mahali Baba Raila Amolo Odinga aliongea mambo ya kukataa mambo ya kuimport mtumba. Kuna ile kitu mzee alijaribu kuongea vizuri na ilikuwa ndani ya manifesto. Alijaribu kusema ya kwamba hii mtumba tunataka kwa sababu tunaona ya kwamba watu wana import mtumba kutoka nje, na anataka kucreate vile watu wana import kutoka nje, watu wapate vile wanaweza pata manguo, ama the company ile inaweza tengeneza nguo hapa ipatikane kwa bei cheap, vile watu wanakimbia kutoa mtumba huko nje. Hakuongea mambo ya kusema kukata mtumba kutoka huko nje. So ile kitu tujue ya kwamba vile Raila Amolo Odinga alikuwa anajaribu kuongea ndani ya manifesto yake, hakukataa na hakujaribu kuongea ile kitu. Watu wanajaribu kuongea ni mambo vile alisema, ukichukua mtumba nje na ukileta humu nchini ni kama umeleta mtumba. Wale watu labda ni wale watu walisa kufa huko nje ndio wanarundika hizo mtumba kuleta pande hii. So watu walikuwa wanajaribu kuleta hii mtumba, walikuwa wanajaribu kuweka hii mtumba kuleta mambo ya siasa. Na umefanya vizuri, kuna clip umejaribu kuiweka na kuisema, na hiyo clip ukijaribu kutazama vizuri unaona ya kwamba president candidate wa UDA William Samoei Ruto amejaribu kuongea kwamba ati yeye atastop mtumba kutoka nje, hata nguo atataka hivyo. Raila Amolo Odinga jana alijaribu kuexpand mambo ya hii vile tunaweza fungua kampuni zetu. Hii mambo ya mtumba ilikuja kwa ajili ya watu wafanyabiashara madogo madogo ama watu wa jua kali, kwa sababu alisema vile hata we umejaribu kuongea hapo, wakati tulikuwa tunatoka chini from the year backward, tulikuwa tunaenda kwa sorry
Peter, one moment please. Let's not repeat ourselves. If somebody has exhausted the subject, let's go to the next one for the sake of the viewers, other than us playing over and over the same thing. If somebody exhausted that subject, let's go to the next one. You can only make one mention, then move on, so that the debate is not a recycle. Please. Thank you.
Asante. Kuna ile kitu tunaongea, kuna hii clip umeweka sahihi ya deputy wa William Samoei Ruto, na tukijaribu kuiona vile amejaribu kuongea ni kama there's a threat between people, there's a threat nikiona binafsi kama mimi naona ni kama kuna threat, huyu mtu ajui kuongea vizuri, na naona ya kwamba Gachagua akijaribu kuongea ni kama anaribia Ruto kura mingi sana. Ndio sababu unaona hata siku ya leo alipoenda huko mahali alikuwa leo ni kama aliharibu kura mingi sana. So ile kitu tunayohitaji sahi, kama kuna manifesto, na hii manifesto tukiona ya kwamba mambo ya manifesto lazima tuione hii manifesto inaweza kutusaidia kama wananchi, ama inaweza pandisha vile wananchi wanaweza ishi. So hii tunaona ya kwamba manifesto ya Raila Amolo Odinga, tunaona ya kwamba ni ile manifesto inaweza kutusaidia kama wananchi wa chini, kwa sababu ukiona ya kwamba ilijaribu kuongea mambo mingi, ikajaribu kuongea mambo ya mapatao, wale watu wako na mapatao ya chini, na hii kitu inatueleza ya kwamba tukijaribu kuiona kwa undani hii vile hii manifesto ya Azimio la Umoja ni kama inaweza kutusaidia kama wananchi. So ile kitu tujaribu tuongee, kwa sababu every person wanajaribu kuleta politics ndani ya hii kitu, na tukileta politics hatuwezi ongea. Martha Karua anajaribu kuongea kama Bernard. Ukiongea, hebu jaribu utembee na umake sure usikia footsteps za mguu zako, ama footsteps vile unaongea, vile unatembea. Ukitembea unaweza sikia footsteps. So hiyo kama uwezi sikia footsteps ama unaweza sikia footsteps zako, ndio Martha Karua alijaribu kuongea. Tukijaribu ku listen to our footsteps, that's how the Azimio manifesto watu wanaweza chukua hivyo na watu wanaweza sikilizana hivyo. Ile kitu tuione ya kwamba tukiongea hapa tusijaribu kuargue. Lazima tuongee kwa sababu watu wengi wanaangalia hii kitu na watu wengi wanataka kusikia na kutoa na kusikia vile tunayo changa ama tunayo ongea mambo ya hii manifesto, kwa sababu inaweza kutusaidia ama inaweza kutuangusha. Na ile kitu najua ya kwamba manifesto ya Raila Amolo Odinga ni ile manifesto ita change Kenya, na Kenya will be in good stand. That's my own opinion. Thank you.
Okay. Asante sana Bwana Bwanda, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako. Where is Mike? Mike ametupwa tena. Hii net inaonekana iko na selective nini choices. There is a video I want us to play first, and then the next person can come in. I want you to watch this closely, please.
Raw materials to underpin a thriving textile industry in Rwanda. Wool and cotton are abundant, so retailers and textile producers were quick to adapt to the new situation. Now only domestically produced or imported new clothing is on sale in Rwanda. Tailors in the capital Kigali are working harder than at any time before.
I've been a tailor for 7 years. The import ban didn't affect me. Rwandans believe in us. They buy the cloth, and we saw it.
They're willing to pay more for it as well. Good for those working for the House of Tayo label. The fashion company was founded by designer Matthew Rugamba 8 years ago.
I think that it was a very important step by, with the government banning second-hand clothing, because we need to grow our industries. We need to create jobs. We need to create our own products, because this grows a country in so many different ways.
Blending African and international designs has made sure Matthew Rugamba's House of Tayo label became well known abroad. But in the main, the Rwandan textile industry is sharply focused on domestic demand.
The local textiles industries must be encouraged, but they must compete. If they think that East Africans are going to accept lower quality at high price in the name of these clothes come from Kenya or from another country, I think that's not going to work. And globally as well, the instruments of protection under global trade regimes are increasingly lowering. So that means that they will not be protected for very, very long. They'll only have a small window.
The import ban on second-hand clothes has boosted opportunities for the entire Rwandan textile sector, enabling people here to build stable livelihoods again.
Okay, Joben, you can finish your sentence as we listen to Jackie Ndube.
Okay. Thank you, Bernard. Okay, Bernard, I just wanted to bring some other issues, apart from the one that we are talking about, our manifesto. There is something that there is a clip today about the deputy president from our opponent saying that police officers should go back to school, graduate, and have a degree, not knowing that these people, they went to school, they have degrees. Some of them, they are doctors, you see. So, and these are the people that he wanted to protect him. There is one thing that we have to understand. I'm also part of the security, by the way. But, if somebody undermines your career, it really, you really feels very painful. So what we need, the same way Funa said that let the deputy president be given that opportunity to speak so that he express himself and we understand him. That's very okay. Let him just intimidate us. Let him provoke everybody within the corner. Once he speaks, let Kenyans decides, is this the kind of the characters that we want, or we need to get the people that can have this country at their heart. Another thing about the Mombasa issue or Sonko issue, I think, Bernard, there is something that people need to understand. You know, there is everything that some things it needs brain. You don't need your thorax. If I walked into your house and I'm hungry, I have to be humble, and I have to be humble to talk to your family in a very convincing way so that I can get food. I can't carry people that I'm demanding food within that house. I should be served. You know, Sonko, the only problem with Sonko, and this is something that people normally say, that man makes money and money makes people, turns people to be mad, something like that. It sometimes it needs brain. You just need to use a common sense. If I walk to Bernard's house, I must be humble. I must have some dignity if I need something from Bernard. You can't just walk in a thorax. People are demanding that you will sleep here. If you don't serve Bernard, if you don't give me food, I will not walk out of your house. And it is your house. When your time comes, you will say, okay, let visitors walk out. I want to close my door. But what I'm telling people, this is our Kenya. And we know these are all politicians. And most of the politicians, most of them don't even trust one. Most of them, they use propaganda to convince us. So it's upon you and me to know where your future belongs. If you see your future belongs to other side, it's okay. The other side is okay.
It was to be a minute. It was to be a minute, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, wacha niwachie hapo Bernard. Nimewachia hapo.
Dan Jakendu, please go ahead. You unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. Right behind your name on the screen is the mic. You click on it once.
Hello, everyone.
Hello to you. Welcome.
Thank you for your time, everybody. I just wanted to say something about issue ya Sonko, issue ya Gachagua, na issue ya Raila na Ruto. Starting with the issue ya Sonko, kitu nashindwa, mbona Sonko asiwe mnyenyekevu? Sababu wakati walikuwa IEBC ilikuwa inanyoa Raila, hao ndio walikuwa wanafurahia. Sasa imefika wakati wake, anaona Chebukati si mtu anafaa kusimamia uchaguzi. Chebukati hakumkatasa ili asiwanie hiyo kiti. Ni shida kiasi anazo. Awe mnyenyekevu vile Raila amekuwa akinyenyekea kila mara, wakati wake utafika tu. Gachagua, sijui Gachagua. Mimi napenda akiongea, hata hiyo issue Ruto aliboycott hii nini ya TV, nilikuwa nataka aongee ili aongeze kupoteza kura vile huo mwenzangu alisema. Mtu akisema ati hata mabusu watatolewa gerezani waende wapige kura ndio warudi, unaona huo mtu ni mtu amechanganyikiwa. Kuna shida ilitokea wakati alikuwa kwa hiyo era ya Moi. Sidhani kama yuko 100%. Hata Ruto ni kama siku hizi hataki aongee, ni vile tu sijui kuna issue kati yake na Ruto, lazima tu aongee, akisema anaongea. Hata nani huu Wetangula na Mdavadi, unaona tangu Gachagua waseme ati ni deputy president, ni kama baridi imewaingia, ni kama kuku yenye mvua imenyeshea. Saa sioni Ruto akifaulu na Gachagua yake. Waache endelee kuongea, watu wataamua. Simona leo hiyo clip ya nini ya Gachagua akiwa nini huko Mount Kenya, inaonyesha tu kuna shida mahali. Hii issue ya Mitumba, Raila alisema vizuri, anataka revive Texas. Wakati ata revive viwanda, najua vijana na watu watapata kazi. Hiyo ndio njia ya ku create jobs opportunity. Tena alienda akaongezea ati hataki kusimamisha Mitumba mara moja, sababu ukisimamisha mara moja na viwanda ijashika ni kana kwamba unapotezea wengine vile watapata nini njia ya kujimudu. Tuache siasa ya kugawanisha watu, tuache siasa ya chuki. Sisi kama Wakenya ni sisi wenyewe kuangalia ni upande gani ina sera ambayo inaangalia mwana Kenya. Asante kwa wakati wako, asante kwa wakati wenyu, niko nanyi. Wacha nipatie mwingine nafasi pia nimsikie.
Thank you, Dan. We appreciate it. Let's keep the conversation going. Let us also look at that Rwanda's case. They banned Mitumba 2018, and now the textile industry is thriving. They are wearing Rwanda, and they are looking great. Some of the experts who are working there are from Kenya, who have gone to make that work. So why should we export those skills when we can locally make good use of them here? Okay, you keep your mic mute, Bwana Dan. Thank you. Wacha tumsikilize.
Mkono yangu ndiko pande huo. Nilikuwa nataka hiyo issue ya Rwanda, hiyo clip ya Rwanda, kwa ukweli wakati Rwanda ni kama walibani hiyo issue na Mitumba, watu walipata kasi, sababu ulisema mwenyewe we Bernard, kwa unakumbuka samani, hata mimi nadhani hiyo enzi nilikuwa samani, ulikuwa ukitaka nguo lazima ungeenda upimwe kwa fundi, wapate ni kipimo chako na upimiwe nguo na unini. Wakati umepeleka hiyo pesa kwa huyo fundi, ulikuwa unafanya njia yenye yeye pia anaweza jimudu nayo maishani. Nadhani hiyo Ruto alikuwa anaileta vizuri, lakini sababu ni pende ya Raila, kukataza Mitumba isiwe si mbaya, lakini uwezi simamisha mara moja, sababu kuna mtu leo
Bwana Dan, you made your point. Thank you very much. It is clear already. The ban is not going to be sudden. It's going to be procedural, because you cannot stop the market when we are still wearing. The cloth industry must be revived completely. Our production should be equal. For example, our sugar production is not enough. That's why there is a window for importing to make the difference. So everything must be balanced. And I don't think anybody will do that without putting that in consideration. So we'll look at how many people are buying clothes at what rate, and how do we make our local clothes affordable to everybody, and how do we phase out the import of Mitumba as we replace it with our local quality production. So let nobody imagine that it will just be by a stroke of a pen and everything is gone to smoke. That is just for political rhetoric, which in my opinion doesn't count. in any sober thinking Kenya. Let's listen to Arab Mining as we proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists. Bernard.
Yes, sir. How are you?
Before I proceed, I have to say I'm really sorry. Last time, 2 weeks ago, whatever I said on you, personally, when we argued about the thing of, I'm really sorry, and I beg you pardon, and I beg you for forgiveness. I was really totally, but anyway, I hope you're going to forgive me for that one. Before I continue anything else, because I mean, I'm one of the few people who are the founder of this Mutembe 2020. Forgive me, Bernard. I'm really from the bottom of my heart, I say I'm sorry. That's what I wanted.
It's okay, Sam. It's okay. You are ever forgiven. There is no ill feelings. We are on duty. Let's do what is required every time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Carry on.
I'm not going to talk too much. I'm talking about there's a few things here. Jay Otieno talk about Joben Otieno. You talk about the Kikomi textile in Kisumu, whatever, molasses. You know, sometimes we talk without even thinking behind whatever happened. We may blame Daniel Arap Moi for that, perhaps, maybe, but in a real sense, who bought it molasses? I don't want you to ask me. Don't answer that one. I'm just talking. I don't want you to answer it. I don't want you to answer it. Don't talk about it. About Kikomi, don't ask me. Perhaps you can answer later on. Because I just want to pass some few things before. Some few people wrote in a comment about me, calling me mining. Mining is my name. If you people, those who know Calvin Klein in Germany, although is an what do you call it? Is an American. Is a German Jew, which means Calvin Klein. Calvin is a name. What do you call forename? Klein means small. For those who understand the meaning of mining in Kenya, if you ask our senior lady Selina, she'll maybe tell you whatever. Okay, there's something somebody talk about Gachagua should be talking. You know, Gachagua is not going to be elected. It's not about Gachagua. It's not about what do you call Mother Karua. It's going to be about Raila. It's going to be Ruto. It's going to be what do you call it? Wajakoya. Sorry, I'm sorry. Maybe if I may mistake the name, but correct me, please. Wajakoya, and this one, the other one. How do you call it? There are four of them. The running mate, they are just behind them. Let us be specific. I'm sorry to say that. Let us be specific. Because the train stop at the person who is in the front. No, that's the real sense. Let us talk sensitive things. Unajua kuna vitu vingine tunaongea tu sababu anaongea. No. No, hata ukitingiza kichwa. I don't care. To me is me. I don't care. You have to talk the things according to. Saizi, kwa mfano saizi, kiongea saizi. Nani the president? Ni Ruto ama Kenyatta? Kenyatta is the president. Ruto is just mtu wa mkono. Ruto na ma-ministers wale wengine ma-PS au ni watu wa mkono. So we forget them. The trains stop at the person who is an echelon. That's me. I just want to pass out me. Whoever want to talk, Gachagua to be talking all the time, I think perhaps you wait when they are going to stand on a podium with what do you call it, Madam Lady Mother Karua. That's when they are going to talk that one. That's when we are going to weigh both of them to see who is who among them, who can sell something among them. That's what I need. So as for now, let's put them behind it. We are going to weigh them, to see them, to analyze them, if they are going to be people who are going to be, we can rely to them. As for now, let us put it aside. There's something about the policies of incoming, whatever the policies of a government is always dictated by the executive, who is going to be the president. About other things, whatever they're going to talk inside themselves, whoever is going to contribute, because the policies of a government is always comes within those people who are being included in that policies. There are so many people who are going to contribute in a different ways, but they have, as a government, they have to analyze it all together so that to come with a policies which is going to be, which is they presumably by them or by the government, that is going to be a good policies for the people or for the citizens of a country. So, gentlemen, as for now, let us wait whatever these people we call it Judah are going to unveil their own what do we call it manifesto, so that we can analyze it all together. As for now, let us not analyze one side. Let us wait it when the Kenya Kwanza are going to unveil their manifesto, so that we can analyze all together, find out which way, which can favor what the other said, then we can find a common point whereby we can say, if and when if and when both of them can come into a policies where we can, as a Kenyans, can come into terms with it, then from there we can find out the way forward. Thank you. Thank you, Bernard. I'm sorry, Bernard.
Thank you, Sam. It's okay. We appreciate it. Let's move forward, please. Many things there. We will look at them keenly as time avails itself. But I want us to quickly bring in Wilfred as
just a question to Bernard.
Question to who? To Sam.
Arap mining.
No, 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 no. I do not allow questions now. Please leave it there. Let's move forward. Thank you. We're going to Wilfred, and I will also invite Jared. Jared, you can do chairing for a short while. I'm coming back. You after Wilfred, fuata tu yo Mkururo, Lamek, Jakindu Bay na wewe mwenyewe. Tafadhali. Asante.
All right, thanks. Okay, thank you, Bernard and colleagues. Sam Arab Mining, Lamek, Joben, Jared, and Jakendu Bay. Good evening from Kenya. So, before I forget, I would not want Sam to sit pretty. So I'll just remind him that a running mate is not another ordinary citizen. Look at Tanzania as an example. Our dear Magufuli went away, and what happened? The lady who nobody knew became the president. So we cannot pick a very disorderly, a very unprofessional person for a deputy and then say, don't look at him, look at me, as if he is inconsequential. If anything happened and Ruto is the president, Gachagua automatically becomes the president. So these two people are weighed by the same balancing machine, even at IEBC as they clear to become president and running it. So unfortunately, Rigathi Gachagua is your president in case your president, Bwana Ruto, has a problem that would disengage him from presidency. Secondly, I would like to talk about a little bit about the manifesto on three things: education, manufacturing, and healthcare. Or any ordinary Kenyan has three main expenditures. One, expenditure on taking children to school, which is the main way of spending salary. Secondly, healthcare, taking people to hospital. And thirdly, leisure. So Baba has taken care of education, no payment of school fees. Where will some of us take our money? Baba is going to take care of healthcare. Baba is going to take care of those who cannot make a living. Aren't we talking of a happy Kenya where people are smiling, where nobody has a problem that is weighing them down, that they can pass you without knowing that you are the one who has passed them? If somebody took care of my kids' school fees and somebody took care of my sick people without me struggling, I really become a stress-free person and a very productive person. So I do not see what Ruto will do in his manifesto to delink some of us from supporting Raila Odinga if we have children who are going to school and we have had an opportunity to have a sick person in hospital, and we now have the opportunity that from 10th of August this year, school fees will not be an issue. And on the issue of Mitumba and manufacturing, there are things that we are struggling to hang on to that are not very useful. If our manufacturing goes up and our economy starts growing, for example, in the clothing industry, there will be need for cotton growers. That is a job. There will be need for tailors. That will be a job. There will be need for marketers. Those who are selling Mitumba have a job. They have not lost their job. So the difference will be we have saved our economy by avoiding to stock our country with substandard material and enjoying our standard homegrown material. Now, the problem with on whether it will be stopped immediately or will be stopped in phases is just a matter of common sense. On education, I have something maybe for any government official who is looking for expert advice. We are transforming from the standard 6 to junior high school, and we are struggling to build classrooms in high schools. I've been engaged in going to a few high schools where my children learn, and the children are overstocked. There are just too many. They are not comfortable where they are. Meanwhile, in primary school, we are leaving class 7 empty, class 8 empty. Those are two classrooms that are empty that we are leaving. Why can't we say junior 1 will be in the classrooms that were for class 7, and junior high school 2 be in the classrooms that were in class 8, so that junior 3 is when they go to the high schools. That will be economical instead of struggling to build so many classes in a congested high school setup. I rest my case there. The next person can take over.
Thank you, Wilfred.
Thank you.
Jared, 1 minute, because you are going to take over the whole before Bernard comes.
I think somebody had a question for you. No, I think somebody had a question for you, and we didn't allow that one. We had questions. Let's finish with this other one, then we can get the questions. We are not so many, so let's go to Ramek, please.
Thank you, Jared, and good evening, everyone. I can see my longtime friend Chakindu Bay. Good to see you. I want to be very brief as always, and go straight to the manifesto for Azimio. That's the discussion we are having today. Manifestos are like any manifestos. The one we have seen it previously, we have had previously, we have gone through previously in every election. Looking at the 10 points for Azimio manifesto, it's great, it's wonderful, and it can be achievable. The key thing is the resources. Resources is very key in achieving any manifesto. And on Azimio, I think they've gone a step ahead to give manifesto, looking at that, let them, when they're going for campaigns, they're going to base their campaigns through the manifesto they have given to Kenyans, which is a good thing to do in any election. But again, if I have to go back again, it's all about the resources. They can achieve that manifesto, they can be realized, Kenyans can benefit through that manifesto if we have resources. Today, when Parliament were discussing about the budget, I happened to watch during the afternoon, and the majority leader, Honorable Kimunya, specifically said this. They are discussing the budget for the next government which is coming in, but who are outside there making noise that we are over borrowing. Borrowing is a good thing. I mean, in a business environment, borrow 70%, the 30% is just to build the next business. That's the essence of it. Borrowing is a good thing. So I like the way they increase the borrowing ceiling to the percentage they wanted, so that the next government which comes in, be it Azimio, be it Kenya Kwanza, if they come with their manifesto and they want to prove to Kenyans because it's achievable, they can be in a comfort zone that there's money, resources to fund those manifesto. So that's the thing. But in Azimio manifesto, there's something which has been blown out of proportion. The clothes, the Mitumba. And I wonder, the Kenyans of today, people have become, brokering should be a professional. But if you see the way people have taken this issue of Mitumba, it has been blown out of proportion. The Honorable Raila, what he said, it was very clear that they want to revive most of the textile industry, the manufacturing, so that they can create more employment. Kenyans can buy local clothes made in Kenya, so that he did not say they are going to phase out Mitumba. Mitumba may be there for a long time. I happen to have traveled most of the countries in Europe, all over the world. But again, if you look at the APZ model, which Kenya needs to emphasize and put more effort in that, will achieve that item, that manifesto. So those people are capitalizing that once Azimio comes in government, they will finish the Mitumba. Ideally, they're wrong, and it's very sad. Those are the people Kenyans should try all the best to avoid such a narrative. Otherwise, Jared, mine today was very brief, and I also urge Kenyans that they should now charge what their leaders are telling them, those who want to be leadership, so that we get the right people. It's only Alap Mening has left. I don't know whether he's there, but I could not understand anything what he was trying to share with us here. But nevertheless, that's his opinion. Thank you, Jared. Jared must have dropped. Chakindu Bay.
Asante, wacha mimi niendelee basi kwa sababu Gerard bado
sasa wewe ni chairman, endelea.
Wewe ndio utakuwa chairman. Mimi nasema hivi.
Yes.
Mimi nataka kusema hivi kwamba ukisema tukisema tunapigana na ujinga, magonjwa na umasikini, Wakenya wanasema hapana. Sasa unaangalia, tunataka kushikilia mitumba tunataka kushikilia kama ni jambo la muhimu sana, ati biashara ya muhimu sana. Sio biashara ya muhimu, kwa sababu tukianza kufanya tuwe na manufacture yetu ambayo tunatengeneza nguo zetu, hiyo ndio muhimu, sio mitumba. Mitumba, kama mimi ningekuwa president ningeban leo, kwa sababu mitumba zamani, mimi kwenye 80s 70s, watu wafundi walikuwa wanashona nguo, alafu watu wanaenda kuuza masokoni. Hizi watu ambao wanaweka hizi mitumba, watu walikuwa wanaweka nguo ambazo zimeshonwa na mafundi, walikuwa wanaweka nguo hizo kwa soko. Ukienda kwa soko unakuta watu wanauza nguo ambazo zimeshonwa, na zimetengenezwa na pamba ya nchi yetu. Sasa saa hii watu wanataka kushikilia mitumba ati ni jambo la muhimu sana. Mtumba si jambo la muhimu. Mtumba ni kama tu hizi paper bags, hizi nylon bags. Serikali ilisema kwisha hiyo nylon bags, kwani wale walikuwa wanafanya biashara ya nylon bags wamekufa? Hawajakufa. Kitu tukitaka kuchange ni lazima tuchange. Hii mambo ya mitumba haifai, kwamba sisi tuna nchi ambayo inaweza kukuza cotton, tunaweza tuko na watu ambao tunaweza kufanya kazi katika hizo majenari. Kwa nini basi lazima tutembee na nguo ambazo watu wameshatembelea ndio ukienda katika nchi ukienda America, German, Uingereza, ndio utakuta hizo maduka, lakini hizo maduka ambazo zinauza second hand ni charity. Hata sisi tunaweza kuuza tu charity, ziwe charity. zisiwe eti hizo ni biashara mtu anafanya. Hapana, hizo zinarudisha watu wanataka mitumba na hali wanalia watoto wetu hawana kazi. Ukisema wacheni hizi mitumba tu, kwa sababu tukilima pamba, mtu ukilima pamba, hiyo pamba wakati unailima wale kuna kazi pale inapolimwa. Wakati inachambuliwa kuna kazi. Ikipelekwa kwa store kuna pakazi. Ikipelekwa kwa factory ina kazi. Alafu ikishatengenezwa fundi ambaye anashona ana kazi. Sasa utakuwa umepatia watu kazi wengi, na mtumba inapatia nani kazi? Yule mtu mmoja tu ambaye ameleta. Hii pamba inapatia watu wengi kazi, lakini Wakenya hawaoni. Ndio maana bado ukisema tunapigana na ujinga, hiyo ni haki, kwa sababu hiyo ni ujinga. Kama huwezi kuona pamba itatupatia kazi watu wangapi, hawaoni kwamba kulima pamba itapatia watu kazi watu wangapi. Watu wanaanza kusema ati mtumba, ati Raila amesema nguo za watu wamekufa. Ndio, hizo ni nguo za watu wamekufa. Hata mimi nikifa nguo zangu zitapelekwa labda kwa charity, au mtu akitaka basi atauza. Lakini ni haki, kwa sababu kufa kila mtu atakufa. Nani hata kufa? Alafu ukifa hizi nguo utazikwa nazo. Watu waache upuzi. Ndio maana mtu akisema kuna ujinga, hii ujinga msifikirie ni Kenya tu. Hii ujinga ni kitu moja. Watu, serikali ya Uingereza inapigana na ujinga na magonjwa na umasikini. Serikali ya Amerika inapigana na ujinga, umasikini na magonjwa. Hiyo kila serikali duniani inapigana na hizi vitu vitatu. Hizi vitu zote, hata hiyo manifesto inaangalia hizi vitu vitatu. Yote ukiangalia manifesto inapiga hizi vitu vitatu. Kila kitu inapiga hizo vitu vitatu. Kwa hiyo Wakenya amkeni. Mimi nawaambia Wakenya waamke. Tuache kuargue na vitu ambavyo havina maana. Kusema ati mtu anasema mitumba. Hiyo mitumba haifai. Haifai kabisa. Ukiangalia mitumba haifai. Kwa sababu inatufanya nini? Haifai hata kidogo. Kwa hiyo mtu akisema, Raila kwanza aliposema, hakusema eti, alisema watu watafanya nini? Wataweza kuuza zile nguo ambazo zimetengenezwa. Na kwa hiyo mtu ambaye ana maarifa anajua kwamba hauwezi, atawapatia nafasi ya kuuza zile mitumba na kuanza kununua hizo nguo ambazo tumetengeneza hivyo. Lakini sasa watu wengine wanachukulia kwa manufaa ya kuleta porojo, kupotosha. Huyo upotoshaji ndio vibaya. Ndio nakwambia, hata mtu ambaye anapotosha yeye vile vile sio mtu niyo maana ninawaambia kusoma sio kuelimika. Hiyo kitu mjue, kusoma sio kuelimika. Jambo lingine, kujenga taifa ni tofauti na kujenga nchi. Hizo vitu ni lazima Wakenya mjue. Huyu mtu ambaye anaitwa Raila anataka kujenga taifa na kujenga nchi. Kujenga taifa ni number 1, ni kitu muhimu sana. Hizi nchi zote mnaona tunasema eti zina mazao mazuri, zinafanya. Hizo nchi ziko na kitu inaitwa wamejenga taifa. Alafu sasa kujenga nchi ni rahisi. Asanteni sana Bernard. Jambo lingine nilikuwa nataka kusema ni kwamba makamu wa rais ni mtu muhimu, kwa sababu makamu wa rais ni spare wheel. Huwezi kuwa na spare wheel ambayo imetoboka, ambayo iko ukiwa na spare wheel lazima uwe na spare wheel ambayo ukipata puncture unageuza na gari inaendelea. Huwezi kuwa na spare wheel ambayo unajua iko na puncture alafu unasema ati hiyo spare wheel utaitumia. Ikipotoboka, je, utafanya nini? Makamu wa rais ni mtu ambaye ni muhimu kabisa katika serikali ambayo iko na president. makamu wa rais ni jambo la muhimu kabisa, kwa sababu makamu wa rais hatujui, sisi sote hatujui tuko hapa duniani siku gani, hatujui siku gani tunaambiwa saa zetu zimeisha. Ni kila mtu awe ni president awe nani awe. Kwa hiyo spare wheel ni lazima to make sure kwamba hiyo spare wheel ambayo iko kwa serikali yetu ni spare wheel maridadi, ambayo kama president hayuko kuna president, lakini mtu kama Gachagua, maoni yangu mimi, hafai. Huyo ni mtu hawezi kuwa president, kwa sababu kila anapozungumza anazungumza ni kama tayari ukichaguliwa makamu wa rais, we ni makamu wa rais wa Kenya, si wa mlima, si wa UDA. Hiyo unatoka hapo, ukui tena eti we makamu wa rais wa UDA. Lazima uzungumze kama makamu wa rais wa Kenya. Hiyo ni jambo la muhimu kabisa, ni lazima watu waelewe. Bernard, utanisamee, nataka kusema kitu kimoja, nataka kurudia. Ni makosa sana sisi wa Kenya tunalalamika saa zote ati kitu kimefanyika vibaya. Saa nyingine inafanya mtu anataka kulia. Mtu kama Sonko ako na makosa, kwa sababu tunataka kuchagua mtu na tabia. Hii mambo ya kusema eti mtu hajafungwa sijui mimi, lazima tuangalie tabia ya mtu. Tabia ni jambo la muhimu. Lazima tujue tabia ya mtu, ni mtu wa namna gani, ni mtu wa kusema uongo, mtu wa kusema ukweli. Ndio maana mimi ninasema, kwa maoni yangu, mimi sina mambo ya kusema eti nitaangalia nani. Mimi nishawaangalia, ninajua kwamba serikali ya Azimio ndio serikali, ndio watu ambao wanaweza kuwa na serikali ambayo ya muhimu. Kwa hiyo mimi nasema Azimio, yale yote manifesto ambao wanayo inawezekana. Mimi kitu ninachoomba tu ni kwamba Raila akiform government, make sure kwamba wale watu ambao atawapatia kazi ni watu wachapa kazi, kwa sababu kusema kwamba pesa tunazo, pesa ziko, hatuna haja ya kukopa wakati huu. Pesa wakizuia tu uharibifu wa watu wengine kuchukua, ati wanaenda Naivasha, ati kwenda sijui kufanya mikutano na wako na maofisi, hizo ndizo njia za kuharibu pesa. Akizuia, Magufuli alizuia hiyo siku mara moja, alipata pesa nyingi tu. Kwa hiyo lazima tuzuie hizi uharibikaji, watu kutumia pesa vibaya. Hizo ndizo pesa serikali yetu iko nayo. Kama wanaweza kuweka jitihada ya kusema kwamba zile vitu ambavyo zinatija peke yake ndio itumie pesa, tuko na pesa ya kutosha, ambapo serikali hizo, Raila anaweza kufanya zile vitu amesema kwa siku 100, ataanzisha hiyo mipango. Mimi naamini hivyo. Asante sana Lemonade. Asanteni sana jamani.
Thank you Jackie Duve.
Bernard, mimi nataka kutoka, wacha nijibu mzee mwenzangu.
Subiri kwanza tafadhali.
Bernard, I hand over the session to you.
Thank you Lamek. Thank you so much.
Jared dropped out.
And let us all be prompt that way. That's part and parcel of leadership. Tusiache vacuum. Asanteni sana kwa kushikilia na ili tusonge mbele. Arab Mining, ngoja tu hapo tunarudi kwako. Mute your mic please.
Nataka kutoka kidogo.
We are coming to you. Let me do my housekeeping first.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate all the people on the comment section. Please, let's keep it civil. And if you have not yet subscribed to Mtembei TV, please do. There is a poll we are running right now on Mtembei TV. Who will you vote for? If you have not voted, please make sure that you cast your vote. We'll be giving out the result at the end of the show. So we want to know, is it Raila Odinga? Is it William Ruto? Is it the other guys who have been cleared by Iebc? We want to see the projection of how this thing goes. So fanya hima, ukapige kura, kisha alike mtu wawili watatu wakahusike katika kupiga hii kura ili tujue mbivu na mbichi by the end of the show. Thank you very much. I just wanted to reemphasize what Jakindubai said about Mitumba cloth. I remember when I was growing up, I grew up in the village. My mother, we would go for mass, we would go for church, and our parish was very far from home. And so after the mass, we'll always arrive home when it is lunchtime, but lunch is not ready because Mama was not at home. So what Mama would do is she would make something interim like a quick drink, and will be served with a quick drink as we wait for the main meal. And that is my best illustration of what Mitumba is. Mitumba is a mitigation program. It was never meant to be a permanent issue for the country. It was just a measure for taking care of, now that our industries are not functioning, we are not producing clothes to the maximum, to the magnitude that is needed in the country. The country needs more, we can produce less. So how do we meet the difference? So the opening up of the Mitumba was just an interim thing to be used in the meantime. The problem is it overstayed, and now everybody has resorted back to that as a default mode where the country has to need Mitumba cloth. But the truth is, the only way for this country to take off, we must get to the kitchen, wherever, roll out our sleeve and make a main meal for the country, not avoid the main meal because you have come and now you go to eat at the restaurant. If you take your children to the restaurant all through, there is something that you're going to live with. One of it is that they will not know how to cook, but they will know how good food tastes. And in the process, they will forever eat outside, never be able to make a meal for themselves. I believe the country has come of its age. They need to be able to prepare their own production. And that production is what enhances economic growth. The UDA guys, they need to understand economy does not drop. Economy does not grow on leaves. It grows on working hands, working hands. If we have 49 million Kenyans and only 10 million are working, okay? Now I want you to imagine that only 10 million are working and we are 49 million. That means we have a deficit of 39 million who are doing nothing but eating from what the 10 million are producing. How do we grow that economy? We need to deploy this 39 million, put them to use. When we put them to use, to let's say approximately to 50%, okay, we'll be growing the economy because we are not having mouths that are eating with hands that are not working. But if we insist that we'll give money to the 10 million to continue producing for the 39 million, we have signed in for poverty for the rest of our life. So let's change our thinking, Kenyans. Let's not hold on something that is temporary for at the expense of what is permanent. That's my emphasis. Let's listen to Arab Mining as he says he's signing out. Karibu.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Bernard, I had a question for him before he runs out. That's why I was raising my hand.
Okay, ask it quickly so that he responds on his as he responds to Jakindubai. Make it very brief, please.
Okay, thank you. Oh, my brother Arab, you said we don't discuss about the running mates of the presidential candidates. And we have a very good example with our neighboring country, Tanzania. Have you seen whatever has happened into Tanzania? Let's translate it to Kenya. God forbid we don't pray for bad things into our country, because most of us, all of us, we are Christians and we pray for the best, and anything can happen. Let's say we have the deputy president and his deputy as the running mate. Can that person be trusted with this country? So these people, we have to discuss about them. Don't you see that there is something that we are lacking within our country? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, Otieno. You know, sometimes let us take ourselves, you and me and the rest of us here who are in this panel, as we are. Perhaps some of us are married, some of us are not married, some of us have girlfriends, or whoever, whatever. I'm sorry to say so. I'm really sorry because I made last time a mistake too. Anyway, let us take that way. Let us take one thing. You are the headmaster. At the head of institution, either parastatal or if you're home or whatever, or your own personal business, you leave somebody who can take care of when you're outside of that business for a couple of hours or minutes or days. Come on, gentlemen. Sometimes he can. When a customer comes to that place and ask that person, to wherever you left to take care of that thing, with the heavy questions or whatever, maybe negotiation, he or she cannot handle the way you wanted to handle it. He or she will handle according to what you have given that person. That this is up to this amount, you have to handle that. Less than that, just forget it. So that person has to handle according to your own directive. That's how it is. So the president and the deputy president, these are two different people. The deputy president has to respond to the president, and he or she cannot go more than that. So, I mean, there's always a level of playing ground. Please, let us be genuine.
This is a scenario the president. This is a scenario the president is not there.
This
is a scenario the president is not there.
Joe Ben, you're out of order. You're out of order. Thank you. Arab Mining, please conclude. I said be very brief. Thank you.
Oh, okay, thank you, sir. I just wanted to answer my senior Degadube. My senior Degadube, Mitumba is not bad because it's an way of people. Some of us are still wearing it, although we are outside Kenya. We are wearing. That's the fact. I cannot deny. We are wearing. We are outside. We are outside Kenya. We are still wearing it. It's not because we want it. Because we are not. We are not able to buy those label. I mean, those whatever they call it. I don't know. The fashion is to call them themselves. But anyway, we wear it because we can afford that one. For those who are back home, I can say it's in a way of trying to sustain their living condition according to the way they are living. So with that one, the second thing, they are paying taxes to the government to make the government sustain their own way of trying to maintain the system of the country. So that one I can say, if and when our Baba is going to make that thing, those whatever those manifesto is talking about, the building factories and the gineries and all those things can sustain and make it in time before trying to say these things, these clothes the people are wearing is Therefore, then
I think you have made your point.
it can sustain people. So that one, let us put that one there. We can put that on aside. So the other thing is, yes, sir.
Hold on. I can see you're having problem moving forward, and it's because you are used to what has been going on. The Bible says that no man having taken the old wine. I'm not insinuating that you have taken wine. I'm just quoting scriptural reality. He said, no man having taken the old wine straight away desires the new, for he says the old is better. And that's Jesus who said that. And this is what I'm saying. Just like Jakindu Bey, mzee mwenzako amekuelekeza kwamba tulisema makaratasi ya plastic yafike kikomo kwa nchi hii, okay? Na tukapewa transition period. It was a year plus 6 months. It was a year, then after a year tukaongeza 6 months. After that, yule mtu anapatikana na plastic, you answer for it. It's now an illegal thing. And plastic is allowed in Uganda. Plastic, I think, is still allowed in Tanzania. So I think I went to Uganda the other some time back. Then when we were coming, we were carrying fruits in plastic. When we reached at the border, we were told this is illegal. It cannot pass here. It's just that way. And so every change will cost us as Kenyans. But if it costs us when we become better off, it is better to undergo that pain because there will be a long-term sustainability. And that is what Kenya need to brace themselves for. We will be free as a people when we have, let's say, we are a family of 10 members and 7 of us are working, okay? The family budget will be easy to carry. The meeting of the bills will be easy to handle. Everything will be fine. But if we are a family of 10 members and only 2 are working, it's a burden to the 2 people to carry these 8 people. And that is what the proposal is all about. We cannot have a country that like your family, okay? You have a family of 5, and then every time you come home, there is no food. You go to the restaurant to eat, okay? It's good to eat in the restaurant once in a while, but you cannot make it a tradition that you will eat food from the restaurant. It will soon begin to take a toll on you as a family. Mitumba is just like that, going to eat in the restaurant. It was never supposed to be a substitute of the kitchen in your house. We go to eat out for at a period of time to mitigate the cooking did not take place in good time, or there was no time to prepare the food. So we went to take already prepared food. But we can't say that we will forever live on already prepared food. We need to learn how to prepare our own food and serve it in good time so that our family grows together, eating together. And that is what is being proposed, and I don't see anything confusing on the same. Let us allow it to take place. This country has enough resources to take care of the 49 million of us comfortably. Comfortably. We shouldn't have anybody struggling if we put to use all these resources and take good care of it. Make sure that the looters are taken care of, the thieves have been taken to the rightful place, and including the people in prison, all those convicts. Si wanakula kila siku, wanavaa kila siku. Hiyo bill nana analipa si serikali ya Kenya. So they should also be put to use. Wakiwa kifungoni huko, ndio wanashona nguo za polisi kuvaa. Hao ndio wanashona viatu ambazo zinauzwa sokoni. So that nobody is lazing around eating free. When that is taken care of, we will not need prayer for this country to take off economically. Lakini eti watu 10 ndio wanafanya kazi na milioni 10 inafanya kazi, milioni 50 wanakula. You will never work hard enough as 10 million to feed 50 million comfortably. It will never work. So let's put to use everyone. Hata wanafunzi shule. Sisi tulikuwa tunafakia shule. Hii story ya subordinate staff, I made it in Nairobi. In the village, there was no subordinate staff. You clean the toilet as students. You clean the compound as students. Everything was done by students. That's part of putting to use the resources. How wanafunzi hawajakuja shule kusoma peke yake. They are human resource. You put them to use so that when they leave school, they know something to do about keeping the environment clean. Lakini saa hii kila kitu subordinate staff. Subordinates will come and clear your desk for you, or come and wipe the floor for you. Tuache mchezo. This coming new government, we want to see everybody on toes. Nataka kuona hii serikali ikifukuza watu. Na wale wazee walikuwa wanashika mzee, okay? Wewe umejitolea kuwa the bull of Auckland. Umezaa kila Jumamosi, lakini kila asubuhi badala ulime shamba yako unaenda kulewa. Kulikuwa na wale wazee walikuwa wanashika huyo mzee, wanapeleka kwa baraza, chief anachapa hivi boko, and then a mzee is assigned. Ukiamka asubuhi wa kuona na jembe, kwa sababu kuna watoto 10, lima eka 10. Ili scarcity of food insecurity will be taken care of that way. Lakini hii mnasema let us understand, Mitumba is here to stay to do what? Let's have a country that we can be proud of. Made in Kenya is possible. Let's make it happen. I don't want to sound like a preacher that I'm already sounding.
Bernard,
So
what
please, kama nikumaliza ni sekunde 15 tafadhali ya kuaga.
Asante.
Nilete mwingine tafadhali songe mbele.
Thank you so much. You said we shouldn't have more than 40 million people that were just laying down to, depending on 10 million people. It's a very good thing, those you say. I really like the way you pronounce it, the way you are narrated. That means the 6,000 shillings, which are going to be given those who are not unable to donate, are going to feed the 40 million people. Come on. Where do you think the government is going to get that money? No, well, come on. Come on. And that's why, Bernard, it's good that you
you're fighting 6 million. If 6 million is not for 49 million Kenyans.
Bernard, I say 6,000. Thank you so much. The way you narrated. Anyway,
you do not listen to the manifesto. You do not listen to the proposition, Bernard, and you are opposing it.
Gentlemen,
it is very clear.
So
the 6,000. Let me explain
Bernard.
To Sam.
No, Bernard, let me go. I have to go somewhere. I have to go to work.
Let us move the debate forward. Let us move the debate forward.
Thank you so much, Bernard. I like the way you people are.
Thank you.
I will come later on. In 3-4 hours, I will come back.
Before you go, let us set the record clear. 6,000 is not for 40 million. 6,000 is for 2 million families. 2 million families, not 2 million individuals. So it is not money that everybody will be going to cash on. It's for support of vulnerable families, just like you have support for vulnerable families where you stay right now in the diaspora. That is a responsibility of any government. You cannot push somebody who's already on the floor, you push him down. So where do you want him to go when he's already on the floor? You help him rise up. So the 6,000 is to help the person rise up. When the person has risen up, now you put him to
Let us move the debate forward.
Bernard, sir, do you think there are 2 million families in Kenya?
I'm not thinking. It is a statistic that was
when you say 2 million families in Kenya, do you think there are 2 million families?
Bernard,
Sam, you're losing it again. Let's finish it there. Thank you very much. We are moving forward. Hey,
Bernard.
Now, please, you are now beginning to get to my nerves. I don't want anybody calling my name. The standing orders are clear. You lift your hand and wait to be picked. He shouting at Bernard is not helping. Thank you. Yes, Jackie Ndube.
Nasema huyu jamaa Arapa anapotosha kwa sababu mahali yeye yuko kuna the same support. Hiyo pesa inatolewa. Uingereza wanatoa, Amerika wanatoa. Yeye anasema Kenya isitoe kwa nini? Wao ni watu wa kupotosha watu. Mimi nataka watu wa kupotosha watu kama hawa ndio hawafai kuwa hata hapa kwa sababu anapotosha watu. Anasema haifanyiki. inafanyika Botswana, inafanyika nchi nyingi inafanya hivyo. So lazima tuangalie kwamba tumesaidia watu wetu. Hatuwezi kuwa hata zamani hakuna watu ambao jirani alikuwa anaweza kufa na njaa na ninyi mna chakula. Hiyo haifanyiki kwa Waafrika. Kwa hiyo asitupotoshe. Shilingi 6,000 hata ni kidogo, inatakiwa tuwapatie 10,000. Hiyo ni pesa ambayo inarudi kwa economy every month. Huyo ni mtu ambaye hajui nchi inaelekea wapi. Pole, asante sana Bernard, pole. Ni yeye tu amenikasirisha. Unajua mimi ni mtu nafuata taratibu, lakini ukasirishwa na watu ambao wanapotosha watu. Ni yeye, ni mzee na anasema mambo ya mtumba. Kule hayuko, kama yuko German, hakuna soko ya mtumba. Kuna duka za charity, na hizo duka unanunua kwa sababu unataka kuchangia charity. Ndio maana unanunua kitu ukiona pale. Sio kwamba eti kuna duka za mitumba. Hakuna.
Sawa. Thank you Jackie Ndube for the information. We are moving forward. It is good for us to be sober and ensure that we present matters in their right perspective. Hakuna haja ya kutwist mambo ambayo yako wazi, na ningependa tu kusisitiza kwamba kusaidia wasiojiweza katika jamii hakutokani tu na mtu kufikiria. Haswa serikali. The government does not function out of people thinking. Government functions out of acquired statistics that are practical and they are responding to the same. Mimi sijui watu walitoa wapi hii fikra kwamba mtu ataamka tu na anaanza ku make promises. Those people were capable of that, but you cannot win or rather succeed in helping a country by responding to everything that is calling you. You must be able to have some data that you're using to make your corrections of what is wrong and enhancing what is working so that there is a definite progress. And so tusikubali kubebwa wajinga ilhali watu wanajua ukweli. Let's listen to this as we bring in the next person. I think the next person, Jared, niliambiwa ulitupwa nje. Were you making submission ama ulikuwa ulitupwa nje zanga?
No, I had not met it. I think I don't know if it's Wilfred or the other guy before Chakindupe was making. Yes, I don't know if Otieno was there earlier. I believe Otieno was there.
Otieno already made his submission.
Okay, then it's me.
Okay, then hold on. After this video, you come in.
Okay.
Okay. And video, yeah. Okay, let's listen to this as we.
I thank you very much. Our incoming president, the Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, your lovely Deputy President, Honorable Mother Karua, ladies and gentlemen, hamjambo. Azimio, inawezekana. Ladies and gentlemen, this year we are confronted with the most momentous election of our time. Momentous because for the first time in the history of this nation, the women agenda is truly and honestly on the table. We know this for a fact because a few days ago, Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga nominated a woman, the first woman in the history of this republic, to be his running mate and the incoming Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. We are also confronted, ladies and gentlemen, by a very definitive election, an election that will define the moral fabric of this nation, an election that helps us choose good from bad. On one side, we have the conformists. On the other side, we have the reformists. On one side, we have those who pardon and perpetrators of corruption. And on this other side, Ladies and gentlemen, we have those who genuinely have fought corruption for this country. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, for me, it is very easy. It's between the good and the bad. It's between the future of this country and regressing this country. Let me say women of this country have been part of the struggle of this country from pre-independence. We pay tribute to those women you have seen on the streets and those you have seen on the screens, and we want to assure you as the women in leadership today that the efforts of the women whose shoulders we stand on will not go in vain. Let me take this chance to really appreciate women who have taken the chance to get into elective office, because the last election statistics are showing us we were only about 25%. And we know for sure that this year we will have more women in public offices. Allow me to appreciate women like Gladys Wanga, who is vying for governor. Women from the north like Fatuma Gedi, who has put her heart in the ring. Priscilla Nyokavi from central Kenya. A lady from the Maa community like Naisula, and many more women who have put their hearts in the ring and said, we are ready to take up leadership positions of this country. There's a lady who is the CEO of Facebook, and I like to quote her because what she said makes a lot of sense. Because the future of the world, in the future, we will not have female leaders. We will only have leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, that future is here with us. Allow me to say a few things that perhaps Mama Ngilu has touched. There are women who have put themselves out even for the highest office. Women like Mama Ngilu, Masani Ngilu, women like Mother Karua. These are women who have stood and vied for the highest office of this nation. To you women, congratulations, nyinyi ni mashujaa. Allow me, as I finish, to say that the journey of women in this country goes beyond the women you see up here. It goes beyond the women you see in platforms. For the Azimio Coalition, and because I have had benefit to look at the manifesto, I want to assure this nation that in Baba's government, matters of the women in the grassroots are at the heart of the Azimio Coalition. I would tell you without a shadow of a doubt, a woman who has no access to healthcare is a woman who has been indignified by her nation. A woman who has no access to education for her children is a woman whose nation has indignified her. A woman who has no access to clean, safe water is a woman whose nation has indignified her. And I want to thank Baba and his team, because under Baba Care, we are sure that there will be primary health care to go into the grassroots women, to help the women in the grassroots. Under Baba's government, we have the Magic Wakila Boma, and the women in the villages will have water, not in a water tank near their homes, but in their homesteads. And therefore, ladies and gentlemen, I want to assure you on behalf of women of this nation that now, more than ever before, women are fired up and ready to go. We are ready for this campaign, and we want to assure all of you that these days, women are not agonizing. We are organizing ourselves in the grassroots level, and we will give Baba a resounding win. Let me end with the words of Mother Karua. It's good to quote somebody when they're seated, because then they can correct you. Many years ago, I remember listening to her, and she said, she told us, shh, listen to the footsteps that you hear in the background. Those footsteps belong to millions of Kenyan women ready, willing, and able to take their space in the development of this nation. I thank you very much.
Excellent presentation from Governor there. It's something to ponder about. And straight to the comment section. Penny Nyagaga, you are a senior citizen. I have reminded you over and over. Mind your language. There are things you should leave for your grandchildren to say, not you. Please respect yourself, or we ban you from this platform. And then there is another one called Penina, something. Please mind your languages, respect yourselves. I don't see why you should carry yourself with that bad language in public. If your mission is to implicate this platform so that it's brought down, I don't know what to tell you, because let's just grow up. Let's grow up, mature up, do the right thing because it is right, not because we feel like or we don't feel like. There is somebody who was asking, how do you vote? For you to participate in the poll is on the YouTube channel, Mtembei TV. So what you do is subscribe to Mtembei TV on YouTube, and then be logged in with YouTube, your YouTube, wherever, email. When you're logged in, that's the only time you'll be able to vote. If you are, you have just crashed in, that is your YouTube channel is not logged in, you cannot vote. For you to participate in the vote, you must be logged into your YouTube channel or your YouTube account. The vote will be closing at the close of the show, so let us make haste and make our vote count. And by the end of the show, we'll have known who is carrying the day. So far, so good. So please, let's keep it up and do what is required. Thank you very much. Jared, Karim.
Thank you, Bernard, and the rest of the panelists. Even though some has left, I'll still go back to that learning mate for the sake of those who follow him. Learning mate is a very major factor in this year's election, and this is because of the Deputy President, William Ruto. Before, nobody paid attention to, other than the mathematical equation that you're coming from somewhere. Those are the only people who are interested about who is the running mate. But this time round, people have seen what detraction which a deputy president, deputy president, can do to a government. Every day, there are so many Kenyans who have kept praying that, God forbid, that nothing happens to our president, so that deputy president take over, because we don't know, even in a month, what he can be able to do. We don't want to imagine that. So when somebody says that we don't have to worry about the running mate, they are lying to themselves. They don't want to be true to accept that they made a mistake. And I'm seeing, thank God that they're not going to win. That is for sure. Is if you see Rigathi Gachagua, in fact, he invites us to respond to what he is doing, and he is following the footsteps of William Samuel Ruto. He goes everywhere, making promises. The other time he was in Rift Valley, promising people that he will hire them to Army and KDF, only those who are in UDA. The next time he's talking about ambassadors, promising all these things. That is what we saw in William Ruto. If you listened yesterday, now coming to what happened yesterday on the launch of the manifesto for Azimio, I've been following what Mother Karua has been able to do. She has learned what made the Jubilee to fail. She spent only 6 minutes, and every time, if you saw what she was saying, she did not touch on any policy other than giving a channel that she will be very supportive. She realized who is the boss, and I hope that we will get a chance so that she will be able to bring order and respect to what a deputy president has to be. as others have said, as a spare wheel, you stay where the spare wheel is until the opportunity provides itself. As we have said, from Tanzania, nobody knew that lady until Magufuli left. Even though Magufuli was very outgoing person, and you could have expected that the deputy could have been known, but he gave a chance for Magufuli to do their work, and that is what is so promising in this Azimio government which is coming. Orosi has always stuck is that they will follow the law, they will do the right thing, not promising on what he can do as if he's the one promising, but he has said what the boss is, the principal has said. So Rigati was a long choice. Thank God that he will be at home, not even a member of parliament, so that maybe he can get some work at Sugoi. Maybe they can do the business of layering chicken. So also now going to the manifesto itself, I know that people just like they will be the UDA because there is no Kenya Kwanza. Let's make it clear. This is UDA. The others are just passengers. So the UDA, instead of challenging and giving alternatives to what the manifesto was, they're trying to distract everybody by Mitumba. In fact, if you go, I wish, Bernard, you have those clips where the deputy president himself was actually the one saying we have to get rid of this Mitumba, and in fact, if you get to the clip where Raila was talking about Mitumba, he even put a caveat that we are not sending anybody out of business. We are only providing. You see, you cannot ask on one side, you want us to get jobs, you want us to get a good economy, but at the other side, you're messing it up by just importing these clothes. We're not saying that the clothes will be all done, but what we are saying is we want the bigger percentage to focus on our Kenyan consuming what we can produce. And that can be done with the government which is absolute, not any government which is promising whatever you want to hear. There was good points, and if you see, it went all back to what Raila has been saying all over again, that they want to eradicate poverty, they want people to get education, and also the health of the people. Is trying to tackle those three things, and everywhere you want. And I hope that I don't know what this UDA will come up with. Nothing is going to happen in that country if we will not be outside tackle corruption. Majority of the things, we have good programs. We have got a good constitution which brought devolution. But what has happened? It has made millionaires, governors to be millionaires, because corruption is what is eating us. If we get lit, even if we don't do anything, I want you, anybody who's watching or listening, to imagine this. If we get lead, we might not get completely, but if we tackle corruption, then your kid will have a shot to go to school like anybody else. You will have a chance to get a job because of your qualification. You will have to get government services like anybody else. Corruption is the matter of everything. So anybody who is going to tell you, I will turn around the economy, I will do the dams, I will do all this, without tackling corruption, we cannot do anything. So that has to be, in fact, in number one, even though right now we are talking about the economy. These jobs, you can have the jobs as you can, but we're going to give relatives. We're going to give those who we know. Again, you will remain crying about the jobs. But if we tackle corruption, we would have resources, will be utilized very well. Imagine each county need to put development. 30% has to go to the development. What are those developments? Those should be job creation. Look at what's out there. SMEO is trying to tackle this. Having at least one product, and not just the processing, complete product from creation, from everything to the end. That's how we are going to create those jobs. But it's now we have a chance to have a sort of changing the country direction. On 9th August, we have that choice. If we want to go and try to make more dams and more stadiums, then you will have yourself to cry for yourself. Choices has got consequences, and I hope that up to now people have realized the consequences of what we did in 2013. Thank you, Bernard.
Okay, thank you, Jared, for that elaborate submission. I believe Kenyans are hearing loud and clear and following closely. Thank you for those of you adhering to the standing orders, especially on the comment section. Please, let's keep it civil. Let's respect one another. Usifanye mtu mbaya akakufanye nawe ukawe mbaya. Turekebishane, tuelimishane, lakini tusitukanane. The voting is still on. Raila, Ruto, or the other participants, it is on Tembe YouTube channel. So if you are not yet in the YouTube channel, just jump there, log into your YouTube account, make your vote, then get back. And if you are able to get the broadcast from wherever you are, invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people so that they can also be part of what is happening by either listening or coming into the studio and being able to add 1 or 2 cents to what is happening. I want to bring in Mike, but before Mike comes, let's listen out to this. Tukimakinika.
Tupeleke baba. Ona vile pande vizuri.
na itaenda mpaka Danaba. Mbele Museveni. Tulikubaliana na nyinyi ya kwamba tutatafuta pesa ya kutengeneza ile barabara ya kutoka kule Isiolo kuja Kakula
Okay, has the ground shifted or what? Nani huyu anasema the video is edited. Of course, all the videos being played here are edited. So, what do you mean the video is edited? Bwana Mike.
Thank you, Bernard. I agree with you. The video is edited because there are certain things that were said that we can't play on air, just like I've been saying. Those people called Ruto worse names than we have had on national TV. So we can't air them because they are not palatable for public. So if you wanted us to play everything, there is worse that has been kept away from the audience. To go straight to my point, and this is what I've been saying, Bernard. I thank God we are living in a digital age where we keep records of what we say and we hold people to account on what they said. And every time you try to make a lie now, unlike in the 80s where KBZ had the preserve of all recorded videos of people, dignitaries like the president. Nowadays, everybody has a phone to even record a conversation and keep a record and hold you to account a year or 10 or 20 years later. And this is coming out very clear. And the video I've just shown is a sign of people who are fatigued and tired of lies that are told over and over by people who are supposed to be respectable. So I'm seeing that happening over and over. And I'm really happy that Kenyans are able to remember what we were told and what we are being told. The story of the textile, you have just played a clip of what somebody said then and what he's saying now. The story of SGR, we were able to play a clip of what somebody said before and what we are saying now. And it is becoming very clear that though the integrity question has been shelved, but Kenyans will tell a leader who is forthright, who's straightforward for what he says and what he stands for. One thing about the textile, because I want to go straight to that. One thing, if I was close to Raila, I would advise him. You know, Raila has a problem. Raila is a very straightforward person and honest. He doesn't know how to play the politics of lying. If you tell him to deal with conservation, he'll go to Rift Valley and tell people we need to come out of the forest and preserve the forest. However unpopular it is, whether it will cost him his votes, he will face the truth and look at the better good of the country than what is populist and what will earn him more political miles for the short term. Raila is facing the issue of corruption, the issue of promoting local manufacturing head on without trying to seek a populist approach of addressing these issues. But I want to approach the issue of textile and the Mitumba from a different angle. I was looking at our constitution on national ethos, values, and as a country, what type of culture we have. A few years back, I think during Kibaki's time and sometimes in Uhuru's period, a commission was set up to try and identify a dress code for Kenya. And unfortunately, it didn't come up with anything. And largely because Kenya does not stand for anything when it comes to the way we carry ourselves as a people. We don't have what we can identify ourselves culturally, or even we are in a sophisticated generation. We are not asking Kenyans to wear cow skin and wear things that are made from banana leaves. But we have to identify ourselves with something. And that is already happening as we speak without the prompting of government. Most of you can confirm to me that 90% of weddings taking place now, people dress in kitenges. And all those kitenges are prepared by tailors. There are no kitenges that are ready-made from a factory. People now value their culture in a way that they want to identify themselves in an African way. Most corporates nowadays have a dress code, a dress down code of Fridays and Saturdays, and people are encouraged to dress in an African attire. And people over and over now looking for kitenges, for African wear, including even Maasai sandals to wear. That is giving us a sense of identity. When a tourist comes and asks you what is your dress code, because if a tourist goes to Nigeria, they know there is a certain, in fact, they have names. When you go to Ghana, they have names of those dress codes. So Kenya, we don't have anything. We take everything that is thrown all over from all sides, from Italy, from Europe, from America, from Britain, and all other places. The encouragement of people manufacturing locally will by default give us an identity of what we can identify ourselves with as an African or a Kenyan, where that when somebody comes to Kenya, he can identify you with a certain regalia, a certain dress code that you can be proud of. Already now, Kenyans, every Kenyan, including those who are out of the country, they are proud of wearing something like this. And it is an African wear that was. You see, my sister is in out of the country, and I have my sister is in UK. And when she came for holiday, she made sure she carried enough of this for her son, for her children, and for everybody. That is what is going to. Our national ethos have to start with something as basic as that. And it will, the indignity of going to Kikomba to buy a used underwear cannot be equated to poverty. It has nothing to do with poverty. It is just lack of dignity. I have a household whom I pay little money, but I've never seen her. In fact, I've never seen her put on a Mitumba cloth. It is out of choice. It is not out of poverty. You don't go to Mitumba. I also have Mitumba clothes. I'm not saying Mitumba is bad, but it is out of choice. It's not out of poverty that you choose to wear certain things. So I want us to isolate Mitumba from poverty, because there are people who are even millionaires who have Range Rovers that go to buy Mitumba. And there are people who are also very poor that will not buy Mitumba. So it has nothing to do with the poverty or riches. It has something to do with our value system. What do we want to identify ourselves with? So I wanted to change the conversation from rich and poor to national ethos. Let us cultivate a culture. Rwanda 3 years ago banned Mitumba, and you can see how proud Rwandans are. They have a clean country. They have dealt with corruption, and are now dealing with their value systems. Because a country cannot be developed just because you are putting up buildings. You have to first of all develop your character, and your character starts with having certain values, and those values are the ones that will carry you. Look at any developed country. They have certain very disciplined way of doing things. All of you panelists who are in developed countries, you can attest to it that the discipline that is there is very different from the casualness, from the near primitivity that we carry ourselves with, where we glorify thieves, we glorify anything that comes our way. I want to just keep it short that way so that I don't lose my point. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike, for making good use of available time. We appreciate it. And the earlier Kenyans embrace the learning culture that allows them to accommodate new things, not new per se, but new in the sense that they have been long forgotten or long neglected. We have people who want us to say nothing about our history. And I think one of the reasons is this, that they don't want us to discover where we went wrong so that we can continue living in the wrong status of affairs. And they will justify it by looking for somebody to blame who took away what, why it was taken. I believe Kenya is of age now. Let us embrace our responsibilities as a people, go to the ballot and select the leadership, elect the leadership that will help this country move forward. The people who are full of excuses and who feel like they owe us something because they did this and they helped that and they did that, in my opinion, that makes them unfit to champion national leadership. And so they don't have the interests of the country at heart, and they should be kept away from the decision-making desk until they grow up to a place where they can be trusted with their responsibility that will not just take care of us, but take care of our children and our children's children. If you are not consumed by that, then you are not, even if you're on the ballot, you're not eligible for elections. We will recover as a nation when we all accept responsibility to do our very best to ensure that that recovery takes place. Naomba tumlete Mora aseme maoni yake, alafu tutakwenda kwa Mr. Wangira. Aliomba hivyo lakini wacha tusikilize mama kwanza, alafu tutaenda kwa Wangira ndio turudi kwa Marcelina. Tufuate huyu mkururo tafadhali. Thank you.
Hey guys, how are you today? Everybody, I hope you're doing well. Yeah, I'm looking at today's actually just before I came on, I was gonna request Bernard so you could play that clip that you just played where the DP and Duale were heckled. They were heckled in I think that was in Garissa, and I believe that was today sometime. So I think the ground is shifting everywhere. People are tired. People want change. People want to be heard. So Barbara is resonating very well everywhere. The IBC and they hammered people. Wanjigi, he needs to stop being a crybaby. I mean, if it wasn't cleared, why is he claiming that Baba was cleared under Azimio? Really, does it matter? It can be cleared under Azimio, it can be cleared under ODM, it can be cleared under NAC. Who cares? So he needs to stop being a crybaby and go to school, get that degree, and come back and run for presidency in 2027. The KKA with the Mitumba issue, we all knew they're gonna come back. They're gonna come back and use it as a propaganda. And no matter how they use it as a propaganda, it's not going to hold water. It's not going to stick, because Baba didn't say he's doing away with Mitumba. He said his government would like to replace Mitumba with our own manufactured clothes or whatever items. He didn't say he's gonna do away with Mitumba. Mitumba has been in Kenya, I think, since I was born. I think Mitumba has been there. So that's not something someone wakes up in the morning and just decides to just get rid of. So I think KKA is trying to read too much into the Mitumba thing so they can use it to discredit Baba, but that's not gonna hold. And then Gachagua, he keeps goofing. He goofs every minute he opens his mouth. Either this is by design or he has an agenda. I'm beginning to think Gachagua is just using UDA to come to the limelight for his future, because nothing he says is doing a favor to UDA. I mean, him saying that those people in UDA that lose in the forthcoming election can be used as ambassadors. Is he sensing defeat already? Like, he's trying to papasa the followers of UDA, like, even if you lose, we have you at heart. I mean, if they lose, how are they going to appoint people as ambassadors if they don't win the election? He's just lying to people. He uses lies. He's very arrogant, and I'll continue to say he's the wrong. He's just the wrong person for anybody's DP. And then, of course, I'm hoping, like with Baba, we just saw that clip of Caro Karubu. She actually summed it up. Baba is going to be a very, very women-oriented president. I think we're going to see so many women take positions in Baba's government and senior positions, and that will actually make people more comfortable. As women will be more comfortable. Maybe when I go to Kenya next, I'll be very comfortable to try to run for a position, because I know I know someone is going to listen to me. I know my efforts are not going to go down like without any benefits. Other than that, I really don't have much to say. I just logged in, so let me just listen. And all of you have a good day, have a good night, wherever you are.
Okay, asante sana Mora, we appreciate it. Let's keep educating Kenyans and ensure that everybody in our circle is well informed to make an informed decision come 9th August 2022. This is one historic elections that nobody should cast their vote without thinking through. Our country needs everybody on board to see to it that we move from where we are to where we ought to be. And one driving force will be a secure future for all Kenyans. That secure future for all Kenyans is only a productive Kenya, not a Kenya that is begging and looking for who to help them. We should have a Kenya that is fully productive, every resource put to use. We cannot overemphasize that. Let's listen out to this as Wangira comes to take the floor. Okay.
يا ريت قديرة أو زيتون له وري على سيد آدم بروك رنخو زمان وأتين ويو
Hey Bernard, actually that's the clip I wanted you to play. Aki walimtoa nguo, honestly. Aki wamemtoa nguo, like on the podium, come on.
Kumetoka, and that is Garissa. That hostility is unprecedented. I've not seen that.
I wonder if they're ever gonna go back there. Are they ever gonna go back there?
They have to put up a brave face.
that is so shameful. That is so degrading. I mean, knowing who Duale is, to be treated like that, they need to get something from that. They are not needed there.
Sasa Wanawangira, vipi?
Mzuri Bernard, thank you for the second chance. How are you, everybody? Hello?
You're great.
Bernard, I just want to pick up from where that gentleman, what's his name? Who brought up this issue of 6,000? What's his name?
Is him the Sam?
The Sam, yeah. You know, I want to look at Raila's, not Raila's, but Azimio la Umoja One Kenya manifesto from the Constitution of Kenya 2010 perspective, Bernard. And I want to be of help to Mzee Sam. If you go to chapter 4 of the Kenyan Constitution, which is the chapter on the Bill of Rights, you realize that the Bill of Rights, the Bill of Rights is an integral part of the Kenyan democratic state and is the framework for the social, economic, and cultural policy. So whatever social, economic, or cultural policy you come up with in the Republic of Kenya, it must be based on this Bill of Rights, Bernard. Then the Constitution is very clear that for purposes of recognizing and protecting human rights and fundamental freedoms, for purposes of recognizing and protecting human rights and fundamental freedoms, is to preserve dignity. You see, there's this word called dignity. There's a need to preserve dignity of individuals and communities, and also to promote social justice and realization of the potential of all human beings. I hope you're getting those words. I hope you're getting those words, the realization of the potential of all human beings in the Republic of Kenya. Then it goes on to say that that Bill of Rights belongs to each individual and is not granted to you by the state, which means every Bill of Rights that I enjoy under Chapter 4 belongs to me individually as Wangira and is not given to me by anybody. Then that takes me to the very key article of this particular chapter, which is Article 43, which is an article on the economic and social rights. And I believe it's on the basis of this article, Bernard, that Azimio la Umoja, One Kenya crafted their 2022 manifesto. If you look at this particular article, Bernard, the article is very clear that every person has a right to the highest attainment standard of health, which includes the right to health care services that includes reproductive health care, accessible and adequate housing, and to reasonable standards of sanitation. Then it goes on to say that free from hunger. Get the word that you must be also free from hunger. That's your right. And to have adequate food of acceptable quality, Bernard. It's not just any food. It must be adequate and also of adequate quality. And you also it's also your right to have clean water. It's also your right to have the social security, to have education. And then it says that to have education, it goes on to say that the state shall provide appropriate. It finalizes by saying that the state shall provide appropriate social security to persons who are unable to support themselves and their dependents. So, the constitution is already cognizant of this particular matter that, there are people who, for one reason or the other, could be in a position of not, or could be in a position of not providing for themselves at one particular time or the other. And that's why Raila Odinga, by coming up with this 6,000 shillings per family, it was just an issue of, preserving the dignity of these particular persons. You remember, Bernard, for a long time in this country, especially in northern Kenya, Bernard, whenever there's problem with food, poor people are told to queue so that they can be given 2 gorogoros of maize or 4 gorogoros of rice. Bernard, that is not preserving the dignity of people of northern Kenya. And that's why Raila is saying that if you cannot cater for yourself because of one reason or the other, instead of us telling you to queue so that we can give you 2 or 3 gorogoros, we will send you 6,000 shillings in your M-Pesa so that it can be in a position to provide for your needs within a given month, Bernard. My second point will be on the issue of the Mitumba, Bernard. The reason why Raila Odinga was very keen on this particular area was because of this thing we call the value chain. If you look at the Mitumba industry today as it stands in this country, there's no value chain in that thing. Because tell me, where is the design, where is the production, where is the marketing, where is the distribution, and where is the support in the Mitumba industry? See, you'll discover that there's no design, there's no production, there's no marketing, there's nothing. And that's why Raila came up with what we call value chain for the cotton-based textile industry. And when he talks of value chain, he begins with the farmer. And if you look at the farmer, I was just trying to find out how many counties in the Republic of Kenya can grow cotton. And I came up to around 10 counties: the county of Busia, the county of Embu, the county of Siaya, the county of Kwale, the county of Kilifi, the county of Tana River, the county of Homa Bay, the county of Tharaka Nithi, the county of Kitui, and the county of Migori. These are 10 counties. So if you allow value chain to take effect in this Republic of Kenya, we will be starting with farmers from 10 counties who will grow cotton. And then from the farmers, we'll now move down to the gene the cotton. And now that's where we have the gineries. Then we'll come down to the spinning of the cotton, then perhaps weaving and knitting, then the fabric processing, then to the garment production as we go down up to the consumer. And as we go down to the consumer, and in doing so, you realize that we will be achieving what we call the value chain. And in achieving the value chain, Bernard, we'll end up employing more people than we are employing in the Mitumba industry today, Bernard. So Raila was just being realistic that we need to change the way we are doing things, because we have been using to doing things in one particular manner, and we need to change the way we are doing things. And I want just to give you one example as I just finalized, Bernard. You remember when we are moving from the digital from analog to digital migration in the TV? Many Kenyans said, oh no, we don't want to move to digital, it's going to be expensive, it's inconveniencing. That was only in 2015. Today, ask a single common mwananchi in Nairobi here if you would like to go back to analog. Just try to ask them if they will be ready to go back to analog. They will tell you no, because they are now enjoying clear reception on their TV. You know, the young people who are in the artistic industries have become now creative content creators. You discover, and you know, it has gone on to create more employment for more people. And like when we were in the analog industry, look at what ICT has done for us, Bernard. For some of us, before perhaps Mutembei came, we could not have had an opportunity to go live the way we are going. But look at the way we have become transformative, and with ICT now, today, wherever you are seated and wherever I'm seated, I am in a position to communicate, Bernard. So we must be in a position, Bernard, to accept change as the people of Kenya if we want to really grow, and if we want to really grow this country, Bernard. The higher two, let me just leave it at that. Asante.
Thank you Bwana Wangira, hiyo ni safi. Tunaamini kila mtu anamakinika, kusikwe na yote anayesalia nyuma. Moving forward requires that we all take off. Nobody should be left behind. Bwana Guru, watu wanateta giza. Washa taa tafadhali ama tukungatue. Naomba tumsikilize Mama Selina shortly.
Bernard, Bernard, I don't know, sijui kama naweza ingia ama batu inapotea.
Uko safi, endelea.
Sawa, sasa nimeona hiyo ya Ndwale na kuna ingine tena sasa walitoka hapo wakitaka kuongea, wanaambiwa baba Raila, hiyo Western, hiyo Eastern imeenda, ni mbaya. Otherwise tunashukuru Mungu, ile unajua sasa hata hii mambo imekuwa ngumu. Ile kitu tunataka ni amani. Tunataka Wakenya wapige kura kwa amani. Hiyo tu ndiye naweza sema Bernard, kwa sababu ukiangalia hii mambo tunaendelea. Niliambia watu leo ni mwezi wa 6. Naona Gachagua amefukuzwa Central. Now this is the time mtajua true colors of. Anyway, hatuwezi sema true colors kwa sababu kama mlienda kuchezea watu, mnawa promise, hakuna kazi ilifanyika. So leo walijaribu kuongea, wakamwambia msituambie ahadi. Unajua Bernard, usuri walituambia hakuna wachinga Kenya. Na kweli Kenya hii tuko sahi, hakuna wachinga. Unajua yale unasema uwezi jua. Nikikuja mambo ya Mitumba na mambo ya kusundua factories kama Eldoret, tuko na Raymonds, tuko na Rivertex, na ndio ilikuwa inatengeneza manguo. Tunaomba ianze kufufua. Hiyo ndio tunaambia baba tu waanze kufungua hizo textile, tukue na vitu katika Kenya. Hiyo ndio kitu mimi ningesema, ya kwamba turutishiwe factories. Ni kurevive Bernard, kwa sababu tuko na mingi katika Kenya. Tuko na Kisumu, Kikomi, walikuwa na kuna kila mahali. Tunataka kusema vile baba amesema atasindua kila kitu kwa kila county. Tunaomba yale inatufaa kama wa Kenya wa revive hizo, alafu uchumi yetu ya Kenya itarudi, kwa sababu na imagine tukirudisha hizo factories yote, vile nilisikia leo Ngilu akiambia Martha Karua, tukirudisha hii watoto wote wamechaa Kibira, wamechaa wapi kwa hizi slums, watarudi nyumbani na watafanya kazi, kwa sababu factories ikiwa na kazi, hata hii 6,000 itasaidia wale wako chini. Mimi nasema ukisikia maoni ya wamama wale wamekuwa leo Mombasa, ni jamii kwa 70 years wana celebrate maendeleo. Wanasema hiyo watoto yote na watu yote wako kazi, hawa yote ni watoto walisaliwa na wamama ya maendeleo, na ndio wameweka maanani ya kwamba tuanze kurudisha maendeleo huko chini mashinani, because hakuna serikali inaweza fanya kazi kuwa na wamama pale grassroots. Na mimi nimeshukuru ya kwamba hata Martha Karua ameregister, yeye amepatiwa certificate kama mwanachama ya maendeleo, na ameahidi ya kwamba atafanya kazi na wamama, ndio wamama waweze kuchunga nchi. Na mimi najua kila mtu hapa atakubaliana na mimi ya kwamba tukiweka wamama huko mashinani watasaidiana na viongozi. Na mimi nilishukuru wamama walisema ukitoka nje ya mlango wewe ni kiongozi, ukirudi nyumbani, hata mother akiwa deputy president ni kwa ofisi, akirudi kwake ni mumama, atawacha mambo ya ofisi na kuingia jikoni na kupigia watoto yake. Vile tuliona Margaret Thatcher, wale viongozi ya wamama ya ulimwengu wanafanya. Huwezi enda na hiyo cheo mpaka ndani ya nyumba, utaharibu, kwa sababu utasahau kazi yako yenye Mungu amekupatia kama mama. So kama mimi najua hata nyinyi nilichukua hiyo nafasi kusikia mambo ya hawa mama mpaka wakamaliza, na mimi najua pia nyinyi mulipata nafasi kusikia hiyo speech ya wamama vile walianza, kutoka Mama Charity Ngilu, wamama yote, Minister Kofia, nilisikiza wote na nikaona serikali ya baba itasimama, kwa sababu serikali yenye ina uongozi ya kina mama, hakuna mama anataka kukua corrupt. Hakuna mama anataka kukua corrupt, kwa sababu anajua chioni ni watoto yake watakuwa na shida. So nataka niombe na nikakubaliana na Martha Karua vile alisema, watoto ya wasichana, watoto vijana, wote ni watoto yetu. So ni kwamba tukiinua jamii, hawataki kulemea kwa upande moja ya watoto ya msichana. Amesema lazima tulete watoto yetu wote, watoto wa fulana na watoto wa sijana. Na hiyo ndiye jamii inatokea hapo. Tukianza kulea watoto, tukikuja na jamii yetu yote ikikuja juu. Hiyo ndiye kitu ilinifurahisha. Na waliambia Martha Karua wakiunga serikali na baba, waite wa mama, kila mama akiwa kila ward, kila vijiji, kwa sababu sera ya maendeleo inaanza pale chini Bennett, ikikuja juu inakuwa sub location, inakuja location, wanakuja division, structure yao haicha fail, wanakuja mpaka district, mpaka provincial, alafu wanakuja national. So hiyo structure ya wamama tangu 1970, hata vile tulifunja counties, maendeleo ya wanawake bado wamesimama na ile structure yao ya zamani. Na hiyo ndiye nataka niimisa ya kwamba nishukuru wamama viongozi, na wameambiwa wamama ya viongozi, wamama kansela, na vile tunasemanga kwa hii Mtembei TV penalty ya kwamba Martha amesema usiangalie hiyo kiti ya president peke yake na deputy. Mtu ya muhimu sana kwa hii kura tunaenda ni mtu anaitwa MCA na gavana, kwa sababu Martha anasema tukitoa pesa kutoka huko juu na baba, na wewe umechakua gavana mbaya na umechakua MCA, ula hawezi chunga mali yako. So ameimisa watu kwanza, tukienda kwa hii election, Mtu ya muhimu sana kwa hii election tunaenda ni governor, kwa sababu atachunga pesa ya county. Mtu ya pili ya muhimu ni MCA ya ward yako, alafu tukuje member of parliament, na ameuliza hata wamama, kwa sababu women reps wako na pesa pia wamepatiwa, na tunataka kuona hizo pesa zote zimefanya kazi. Kama ya wamama ya women rep waese kusundua, hata hawa pesa yao inaweza chimba power holes kwa mahali iko ukame. Hili kwa sababu tumekubaliana tunataka wamama, kila mama akuwe na maji kwa nyumba yake. So Bernard, sitaki kuchukua nafasi, lakini nataka tuangalie kwa hiyo tena chenda ya baba, tuone yale inatufaiti. Hii moja au Bernard, out of 10 na watu wanataka kupik moja tu, ila hata hatungeongelea hiyo, kwa sababu baba aliongea kuhusu Mitumba na akaongea kuhusu kutengeneza made in Kenya, buy in Kenya. So kuna alternative. Tukipunguza mambo ya second hand clothes na tuko na manguo ya kutosha, utakuta siku moja vile tunaenda Isili. Kwa nini watu wanakataa kuamuka Bernard? Manguo, uniambie hiyo maduka ya Isili kama ni Mitumba. Na Isili East Africa mzima, watu yote wanatoka dunia wakienda Isili kununua. Kwa nini tunadanganywa? Kikomba peke yake ndiye iko second hand. Lakini na manguo mpya pia, lakini kwa nini tusiangalie kama hiyo uchumi imechukuliwa na mabrothers yetu kutoka Somali, si kutoka Somaliland, Somali ya Wakenya. Ile biashara iko Isili Bernard. Kama hiyo biashara ingekuja kila county, tuseme Eldoret, mahali wanatengeneza manguo, tuseme Kisumu, tuseme Nairobi, kwa nini tuongee maneno ya Kikomba na tusiseme kuna hiyo uchumi tumeona iko Isili, na watu yote wanakimbilia Isili, wanaenda kununua vitu wakipepa. Kama tutatoa Isili ikuje structures, iteremuke huko chini. Nakumbuka kwetu Nakuru kulikuwa Subeti walikuwa natengeneza textile, manguo ya polisi, manguo ya wapi. Kuna kiwanda ile inatengeneza viatu, ile kama iko Limuru. Viatu yetu ya pata shoes ilikuwa inakaa. Kwa nini tusiongee kwa vitu kama hiyo? Ya kwamba kwani ng'ombe Simbatu tuko na mangosi ya ng'ombe. Hiyo ndio vitu tunataka serikali ya baba, ya kwamba Limuru tunajua wako expert na mambo ya kutengeneza viatu. Wache sisi katika Mtembei tusikuje kuongea negative ile watu wanataka kututrack naye. Sasa hiyo ndio walikimbia. Hiyo ndio huyu kijana ya Murang'a, Ndindi Nyoro, anaenda kuita baba mtu ya kitendawili, anaongea kuhusu ati wewe mtu ya kitendawili uwezi funga Kikomba. How can a boy? Mnaona hiyo ni baraka, wanakosa baraka. So vitu kama hiyo Bernard, wache sisi, kwa sababu baba ametupatia tena chenda kati ya discussion yetu every day. Vile kina Alex na our Apple Sons wameanza kutuonyesha vile mambo ya election ilikuwa, mpaka Wakenya tumejua kwa nini kulikuwa na watu wanaitwa ya vifaranga. Bernard, kwa agenda yako sasa for these 2 months, kwa hiyo agenda 10 baba ametuwekea, wacha tuweke in between yale mambo tunadiscuss, kwa sababu najua hii watu ya Yuda watakujanga kutaka kututoa hapo, tukue na strict, kwa sababu baba ametupatia agenda. Tukuje moja 3 kwa siku, kama tunaweza ongelea hiyo, inaweza kusaidia watu wenye wanasikia Mtembei TV. Badala leo hakuna kitu ingine hata moja wameenda kuongea kwa baba, kwa sababu wakikuja hapa hata tukiwauliza kwa yao manifesto ya Yuda, wameweka agenda gani ya Wakenya. Apart from bottom up, hiyo ilikuwa ni wakati ya siasa. Hata baba wakati alisunguka Kenya mzima, hii yote ameweka kwa tena chenda, ilitoka sisi, ilitoka kwa raia. Tunataka hii watu ya UDA badala wakuja watupotezee time kama ule msee alikuwa anaongea Sami ajui kitu anasema, tuwaulize, tukompare, wakuja watuambie hii ndio agenda yao 3 vile Mata anasema, na sisi tuwapatie yetu ya baba. Mimi sitaki kukuwa na mambo mingi Penat, kwa sababu naona vile hii internet inatusumbua, lakini kuna shida. Penat tukiangalia, tukianza kuongea, internet yetu ina drop sana. Ikifika saa hii nafikiri watu wamelala kipotea, which means kuna watu wanataka saa ile tunaanza kuongea, wanataka kutuswima tusiongee, lakini ikifika saa hii late unakuta itakuwa saa ile kwanza imepaki kama tunaongea sisi watu ya huku nje, hakuna, haiwezi enda chini. Lakini nataka kusema asanteni sana, lakini wewe utupangie hii agenda ya baba kabla ya election ni 10. Tunataka kila siku tuwe na 2, tuwe na 3, na mahali wa Kenya wanataka kuelewa zaidi, tuweze kukawanyana na kila mtu aseme. Na Penat again tunataka kuomba ya kwamba kwa zile factories siko Kenya kama Nakuru, ninajua tuko na ngapi, tuko na Raymonds, tuko na Plangate, tulikuwa tunatengeneza maplangeti, na unaona Nakuru hata hatukukuwa tunanunua maplangeti kutoka nje. Tunataka sasa kina Alex, kina Kip na wale wengine wote watusaidie, tuone kwa kila county kuna ile factories tunahesaambia baba, vile niliona wamama walisema Mombasa. Tuseme kama Nakuru nikani inahitajika zaidi. Tukienda Kakamega, tuende wapi? Kuna ile priorities. Tunamwambia serikali ya baba, kwa ile 100 days umesema unataka kutengenezea wa Kenya. Tunataka hata sisi kama Mtembei TV tupeane ile tumeona inaweza saidia kuandika vijana yetu kazi, inaweza punguza, kwa sababu tumepatia baba kazi ngumu sana. Tunataka chakula iruti chini, tunataka mambo ya mbolea iruti chini, tunataka shule watoto wasome bure. Sasa ile kitu tunataka akitusaidia kutengeneza hizi factories yenye siko, si ile inaanza, ndio tujue Kenya itaenda namna gani, kwa sababu najua every county lazima zamani kulikuwa na factories ilikuwa inafanya kazi. Industrial area Nairobi siirudishwe sote, kwa sababu county ya Nairobi ni kubwa. Asante sana Penat, wacha nisikie kutoka kwa wenzangu, lakini hayo tu ndio nilikuwa nataka kusema siku ya leo. Negative hatutaki kusikia tena hiyo vitu yao wanasema, wacha washautiwe na tusikuje kuwaongezea kwa Mtembei TV kuwapatia max. Wafukuzwe vile wanafukuzwa kwa vile wamedanganya wa Kenya, na sisi tuuse sera zetu ya baba na mama. Asante.
Hold on, thank you, Mama Selina. Our video seems not to...
My captain and the Azimio flag bearer, the Right Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, brothers and sisters and all protocols observed. Inawezekana. What a magical word, which I hope each one of us can internalize and believe in, because it's a very simple but powerful word or phrase, if you like. It gives us hope. It reminds us of possibilities, of what is possible. 1 year ago, this would have seemed impossible. But if the last few weeks, last few months is anything to go by, we know inawezekana, it is possible. Tonight, we share in this belief and yearning for a better tomorrow as we unveil our manifesto, our promise, our commitment, and assurance to Kenyans that the Kenya we want is possible. Inawezekana. Tonight is about a new beginning. It's about restoring dignity to all Kenyans through health, education, economy, and it's about leaving no one behind. It's about an inclusive society. It is about getting the necessary attention and resources to change the lives of all Kenyans. It's about an inclusive and holistic approach to governance to ensure that the young, the old, male and female, formally or informally employed, rural or urban, have a say in the stake of the land. It is also about laying the groundwork for the legal and administrative framework necessary for the realization of our aspirations. It's about a country built on the rule of law and good governance. It's about a country where citizens are not only equal before the law, but are equal indeed and in the way they are treated. Most importantly, it's about integrity and the prudent use of public resources to ensure that efficiency and effective public service delivery is available for our people. Ladies and gentlemen, I know these are the core commitments that my principal holds dear to his heart, because they are my commitments too. They are a set of our shared values that make me so proud to be part of this ticket. I am therefore very proud as I stand before you this evening, because for me and for millions of Kenyans, it means affordable health care. It also means increased opportunities for our women and our youth. Our manifesto truly represents the people. It is a result of a co-created and participatory process, as those before me have already said, and it's about the aspirations that are enshrined in our Constitution. These are the aspirations of the youth, of women, of children, and of the men of Kenya. It is a set of priorities that will propel Kenya forward towards prosperity. I know we can't wait to hear them, to read, internalize, and act on them. It is therefore, without further ado, my singular responsibility, my singular pleasure and honor to
Deputy President designate Mother Karua. Mr. Guru, did you go to sleep? Where are you? Guru, are you there? Twende kwa Charo basi. Charo mbio mbio tukisonga.
Haya bwana, habari zenu? Nawasalimia nyote bwana Bernard na wote wengine hapo karibu, wote nawasalimia. Mimi nimekuwa nje kidogo kwa siku kadhaa, lakini nimerudi, nimeangalia mambo yanaenda vizuri sana. Nimependa sana ile sauti ya mama kabisa, yani ni sauti ambayo yani unajua hapa ndi kuna kiongozi, si wao wengine wanapiga mshenee huko kudanganya watu. Siku zote wanatudanganya hivi, wanatuletea hivi. Mama yeye ameongea, hata unajua hapo kuna mama mchapakazi. Mimi niliposikia kwanza Raila amechagua mama, nilisikia raha sana, manake itakuwa ni nchi zile za kwanza ama za mbele Afrika ambazo zina mama viongozi, na si wamama viongozi peke yao, na ni wamama wazuri ambao wana roho nzuri, wanapenda maisha ya Wakenya wote, wanapenda yani nchi nzima. Manake kuna wamama wengine wamewekwa viongozi wao, hata kazi yao ni kuibia watu, wakifanya hiyo mashortcut huko sijui nini na nini. Lakini zamani tulikuwa tunapenda mtu akiambiwa ni tajiri kama mtu mwingine akiambiwa amesoma. Kwanza provided tu mtu aongee kizungu kidogo kwa microphone, watu wanafikiria yeye ni msomi, ndio alikuwa anachaguliwa. But nowadays watu bwana wameelimika, hata ukaja na kizungu yako Kiingereza mingi hiyo ya shortcut, kama vile ya Mr. Arap Mashamba alipokuwa anaongea kuhusu wanaiguru hapo, Kiingereza mingi catwalk. Sasa wao wakati wa kusema tumewajua, hata wengine hawana vibali. Kuna wengine wanakuja pale wanapiga mishenee wa Kiingereza mingi, wanaenda huko kuangaliwa kwa makaratasi yao, hata hawana degree, hawana chochote. So hata afadhali tuweke mama ambaye ni mama, wakianza kuteta ati mama hajaolewa, mama hana bwana, wanateta tu kusafuta sababu, lakini that is not the reason. Huyo mama ni mtenda kazi na ni mama mchapa kazi. You can see all about her. Unajua tayari huyu mama ni mtu anafanya kazi. So kitu Kenya ambao tunaweza fanya sahihi ni kuchunga kura ya baba, kujaribu kuelimishana karibu kila mtu. Mtembee TV, fanya bidii sana, hata kama nimekuta moja ya kinyumbani hapa. Mtembee TV lakini ilikuwa inaongea ile lugha ya kinyumbani. Fanya bidii hata upate Mtembee TV ambao watu wanaongea ina majadiliano ya Kiswahili kama ile ambayo inaendelea huko kwingine. Manake nimesikiza hiyo nyingine pia. So watu wazidi kuelimisha, manake si wote ambao wanajua kizungu. Kuna mama wazee hata hii hawafiki. Mimi manake nawapigia simu kila mara, wanasema sija hatujasikia. Hata sisi tuko more informed kushinda wale ambao wako mashinani kabisa. Kienda huko vijijini huko, mtu hajui, hata utaanza kumwambia kumesemwa hivi, kumepangwa hivi, lakini yeye hajui kwa sababu ameona kwa TV lakini imeongeleshwa kizungu, hata hakuelewa kitu. So hii kitu ni iwe ya kila mtu. Wale wanaojua kizungu, ambao hawajui kizungu, waelimishwe. Tuzidi kuongezeka, tuwe wengi hapa katika Mtembei, na tuhakikishe kuwa kura ya baba tumeichunga mpaka tumemwingiza State House. Lakini baba ataingia, mimi hiyo niko 100%. Baba na mama wanaingia, na wakiingia serikali itabadilika. Tukienda mambo ya mitumba, hii mambo ya mitumba, hata Raila walikosa, labda hawa watu wa sijui ni Kenya kuisha sijui nini walikosa kumwelewa, manake yeye hajasema ataondoa kabisa, atafanya ile kuwa iwe nguo za pale zinatengenezwa pale nyumbani. Kulikuwa na Kikomi jinsi wakati huo, kulikuwa na kampuni nyingi tu. Hata mimi mtaani nilikuwa na kuna kampuni ya Ginari ya pamba zinamea huko kwetu Coast, na zilikuwa zinafanya kazi vizuri. Saa hizi zilipotezwa zote, hata hazijulikani zilienda wapi, na zilipotezwa na hao watu wa shortcut wa kizungu vingi. Walikuja wakachukua kila kitu, wakatubebea haya, wakaweka kwa matumbo yao. Sasa hii na matumbo makubwa na makoti ambayo hawafai, na meno imetoka tu. Ni kuongea, kishika mic utajua hapo hakuna kiongozi. Lakini kuna hao bado wanawasikiza kwa sababu wanapawa pesa kidogo kidogo. Tujaribu sana hii mambo ya kupawa pesa kidogo kidogo nayo tuweke kando kabisa. Na upande mwingine ambao nilifurahikia wa Raila Amolo Odinga, my president, ni kwamba alisema ile social fund. Ile social fund inawezekana. Kama nchi zingine, hata Libya walikuwa wana hiyo. Hata ukienda hizo nchi za Libya, Togo, Huko Ghana wanapata hiyo social fund. Ile social fund ni kwamba mtu anaenda anaregister, kama amekosa kazi, ile family inaenda kwa ofisi ya social, inaregister pale kuwa hapa hakuna kazi, na wale watu wanahakikisha kuwa hapo kweli hakuna hata mmoja anafanya kazi. Ile pesa wanapawa kila mwezi, na wale ambao wana uwezo katika hiyo family ambao bado wana nguvu za kufanya kazi, bado huwa kutafutiwa kazi. Wakipata kazi, ile pesa ina stop. Kama wamepata kazi wanaweza jilisha wenyewe, ile pesa ina stop, inapelekewa wengine ambao wana shida kama hiyo. Lakini watu wengi mistake na misunderstand, waone tu mbona mimi nimepiga kura na sijapawa ile 6,000. Sasa kama wewe una nguvu za kwenda kazini na kazi iko, kama vile mitambo itafunguliwa, kazi zifanyike, wewe uko kwenye accountable hizo 6,000. Family zile ambazo hazina mtu kabisa wa kuwaangalia, zile ndio family ambazo zitapata hiyo 6,000 kulingana na vile nilivyoelewa kimimi kivyangu. Na that is National Social Fund ambayo yawezekana, inaitwa Baba Care. Na tunaweza, kama nchi kama Togo zinaweza, nchi kama Ghana zinaweza, nchi kama Libya zitakuwa zinaweza. Tunashindwa kwa Kenya, tumekuwa 50 years, more than 50 years of independence. Hatuwezi shindwa na kitu kama hiyo. Bora tu tuwe na viongozi wazuri, tuwe tunajua kuchagua viongozi wazuri. Lakini tukichagua kupawa hii tip ya shilingi 600 nikapiga kelele, hiyo haitutusaidia. Lakini kufikia saa hizi, mpaka saa hii, I believe kuwa Amolo Odinga is my 5th president, na huyo ndio president wangu. Kama hakuna huyo, sijui kama nitakuwa iko vipi. Lakini kufikia sasa, Raila is the president and Martha Karua is the vice president. So zaidi ni kwamba tuweke mikazo zaidi, tusiweke mikakati ambayo haitatuelewa. Bernard, jaribu kuelimisha watu, tujaribu kuelimishana sote. Hayo mambo yote bora yakiwa na mwanzo, yale mengine yatafuata. Everything has a beginning and later everything will come on. Hatuwezi taka everything tupate at the same time. Hatuwezi kusema ati 100 days Raila atafungua hizo makampani zote hizo ambazo zilikufa. Hataweza. That we have to give on trust on him and believe on him and we let him work and I'm sure he will do it. Ule ni mzee amesomea nje na amesoma sijui ni nchi gani huko Ujerumani, amesoma huko na yeye ameona vile navyoenda. Hawa wanazunguka, wanakuja watoto wao wote wanashoma huko nchi za nje, lakini hapo nyumbani wanatudangamiza, wanatutia yani chini kabisa ya viguu zao, ndio kila mara tuwe tunawapigia tukiwaimbia. Na hata wakituibia, wakiwa na pesa nyingi wameiba, ndio sisi tunaenda kucheza ngoma kweli. Sasa mimi naenda kumchezea sijui ni nani huyu Makati wote sijui Waiguru, niende kucheza pale kwa sababu najua nitatupa mfupa. That should we stop as Kenyans. Tukimaliza hiyo tu, tutakuwa na nchi nzuri. Asanteni, sina zaidi na sina mengi sana, nashukuru na wasikiza.
Asante Bwana Charo, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako, mchango wako. Tutasonga mbele. Let's all move forward. If you have not voted, go to the YouTube channel Mtembe TV and cast your vote now before we close. We'll be closing with the show, so make sure that your vote is counting and sounding as the poll continues. Let's listen now to this video, then we continue from there. Okay.
Let's start with the actual meaning of the word hustler. Google is your friend. Hustler. H-U-S-T-L-E-R. UrbanDictionary.com defines the word hustler as someone who knows how to get money from others, selling drugs, rolling dice, pimping. YourDictionary.com defines hustler as a person who makes money by doing something dishonest. CollinsDictionary.com says if you refer to someone as a hustler, you mean that they try to earn money or gain an advantage from situations they are in by using dishonest or illegal methods. A hustler is a prostitute, especially a male prostitute. Dictionary.cambridge.org defines hustler as someone who tries to deceive people into giving them money, or a prostitute, a person who has sex for money. OxfordDictionaries.com defines a hustler as a person adept at aggressive selling or illicit dealing. Dictionary of Synonyms, and you know synonyms are words that mean the same. So Dictionary of Synonyms gives the following synonyms for the word hustler, meaning you can replace the word hustler with any of these names: whore, hooker, slattern, prostitute, streetwalker, harlot, tramp with an A, but I guess you could still use a U, slut, swindler, deceiver, cheat, fraud, trickster, charlatan, conman, crook, criminal, convict, bitch, cheater, poor reputation, public dishonor, shady reputation, unsavory reputation, scoundrel, imposter, bad character, bad reputation. Now, I pray thee tell, how can any of these definitions be good? How
Okay, let's have Peter Nyerere.
Hello, amjambo.
Hatujambo, karibu karibu.
Asante. Leo mimi sina mengi sana, niko na machache. Kitu nilikuwa nataka kuguzia kidogo, unajua kama manifesto ya baba kulikuwa na maneno kama kazi mtaani. Sijui kama mmepata hiyo report kama kazi mtaani tayari ishaanza. Ishaanza from Migoli. Kuna watu wamepata kazi huko kulingana na ile alam mzee baba alitoa. Kazi ishaanza tayari. Alafu nilikuwa nataka kujua kutoka kwako kuna hawa watu wa I don't know what are independent or whatever these people wamenyimwa ticket. How is their fate up to now? Alafu kuna hii kitu kinaitwa maneno ya mitumba. In fact, ile manifesto vile baba alikuwa ametoa, watu wengi wameanza kumisreport. Mtu kama huyo, kuna mwenzangu hapa amesema maneno ya Ndindi Nyoro, ameiweka vibaya, lakini anyway, we as Azimio, the only thing we can do, hiyo ni vitu kama Mama Selina vile amesema, hiyo ni kitu tunaangalia na tunaacha. We don't respond to such the statements ambao hazina maana. Hizo ni vitu vingine, wanatafuta njia ya kuharibu. But up to now, we have gone very far, some miles ahead of them. Alafu kitu ngine, which we are happy about it, and they must be there. 6,000 shillings. Watu walikuwa nafikiri mchezo. The 6,000 umeona sahi imewekwa manifesto. How will it be that it's just a joke? That's a very serious thing, and it will be there, and they will see it. Kulingana wao vile walikuwa nafikiria, it cannot be so. Hii itafaulu na itafaulu kabisa, na watu watapata matokeo iko wapi. Alafu kuna kitu kingine, nilipata clip nyingine. Kuna jamaa mwingine anaitwa Aden Duale. Huyu Aden Duale ameongoza msafara huko sehemu za Garissa. Hiyo msafara, unajua ule jamaa alikuwa ndio kama godfather wa sehemu za Garissa kule. Ndiye alikuwa ni kusema nini. I don't know what happened. Things happened downward. Vitu vimemgeuka, watu wamechoka. Watu wamechoka na kudanganywa. Mara bilioni 100 tapatia watu, usio watu gani, watu wa biashara, mara 50 billion. I don't know this guy where is going to get all this money from. In fact, hizo pesa ameahidi watu, hata zile nchi zimeendelea. Asiwezi kuwa vile huyo jamaa vile wao anaahidi watu hizo vitu vyote anyway. But as the way we are going, tuko na furaha na tunaendelea mzuri. Percentage yetu is just growing up. We are going almost 60 now. Not ile mlikuwa mnasema 51 plus or 50 plus. It's almost 60 and above. So tuendelee na hivyo, tuendelee kupigia baba debe, na mambo mengine haya nasikia wakati ninaingia hivi kwa mtandao, nilisikia Bernard akiuoni watu hapa. Hao watu mazee, hao watu ni wa Kenya kwanza. Wachana nao. Alafu kuna kitu kingine Bernard nataka nikuulize. Kenya kwanza ni chama ama is it a party? Kwa sababu sasa hii mpaka sasa hivi vile najua ama vile nimeelewa, presidential candidate we have ni wa UDA, not Kenya kwanza. Okay, hao watu wetu walikuwa wameenda upande ule, kina huyu Musalia Mudavadi, Wetangula, si ni kama wamechezwa? It is very unfortunate to them, ni kama walichezwa live, na hiyo kitu ni kitu walikuwa wameambiwa kutoka mwanzo. Mwenye alikuwa amewaambia hiyo kitu live, Martha Karua aliwaambia kitu kabla hata hajatoa uamuzi. I don't know sijui kama walifikiria vipi. Acha niwachie na wengine nao waendelee. Thank you.
Sawa bwana Peter. It's true, Kenya Kwanza is not a political party. Kenya Kwanza is a coalition that is just a gentleman's agreement, like we had CORD, like we had NASA. It has nothing in the law that it is not supported by the law, in the sense that if let's for example they manage to win the elections, the lion's share will go to the party that has the majority of the seats, which in this wherever in this case will be UDA. That is, if that happens, and then they are free, like the 70% for 30%. That is just like the premier that was promised Raila in 2002 in that memorandum of understanding, MOU. So that's Kenya Kwanza. Kenya Kwanza is not a political party. It's a coalition of political parties. They have a gentleman of agreement where they will push the same agenda, what they are telling us, bottom up and the rest. But it's unlike Azimio. Azimio is a party of parties, a party of parties that is legally binding, and everything that is signed as a political party to Azimio, it's legally binding. And if anybody goes against it, they can go to court and whatever, prosecute against Azimio. But you cannot go to court and prosecute against Kenya Kwanza, because Kenya Kwanza is just ni mkanda tu ya ile table banking, ile tumekubaliana wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Tukikosana ndio hivyo, hakuna mahali unanipeleka na tunaendelea tu, ama tunaachana. But that was not a progressive decision for Musalia and for Weta, because they have been in this for long. They have been crying all along. So I don't think it was advisable for them to do that. But if it serves their political interest, so be it. But in my opinion, they lost it big time to accept such a deal and not be able to have a say. Now they are worse than Gachagua, they are worse than Alice Wahome, they are worse off than Ndindi Nyoro as coalition partners, because Hao wako tu kama flower girls. Hata the groom can go and leave them behind. The wedding will still continue. That is how it looks. Nani huyu Robert Mumanya, Bernard Malala ametoa wapi crowd ama ni wale? Si hukuona akirukuruti jana usiku akiwaambia wabehave vizuri wakati wageni wako, wageni wakienda ndio watapangana vile wanalipana. UDA doesn't have organic crowds. Everywhere UDA goes, they have their carried crowds or their paid crowds. It's an income generating activity to be part of UDA. This is, in my opinion, they are very less in organic followership, including the people vying on that ticket. They are not there because of the ticket. They are just there. Not that they believe in UDA. Everybody knows wajinga waliisha Kenya. I think that answers that. Tumsikize King Dave alafu tusonge mbele. Naomba Martin unitafutie Makiadi, sorry. Kule yupo mwambie masandio yale. Alafu
nitoke kwanza ama unajua siwezi fanya, niko kwa simu.
Where's tafuta? No, acha nitamtafuta basi.
Naweza toka nimtafute alafu nirudi ama unless unataka kunipatia niende.
Hakuna traffic, so as in hakuna jambo.
Sawa basi wacha nitoke nimtafute alafu nirudi.
Okay. Thank you. King Dave, go on.
Yeah, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Murembe, wachane, chamuge missing. So I've listened to the good topic from my brother Peter. Swahili, there's a word Swahili says that wakati wa kufa nyani mti zote uteleza. But the good topic umeleta, let us agree that we are all 48 to 50 million Kenyans and we are 42 plus tribes. We are not enemies, and each and every tribes has their own weakness. I belongs to the Luhya tribe, and twajulikana baadhi ya Luhyas clans of the Luhyas. Kuna wale wana wabibi wawili, watatu, wanne. Kuna wale kula ugali tofauti. Luos, they have their own clans, tribes. Nandi, Kalenjin, Kipsigis, same thing. Kikuyu, they have their own tribes and then they have their own weakness. So let us say that only individuals in government, they're the one creating some darkness scenarios ambazo wana create corruptions. Let us not judge them bila God amewaumba ati most of them tunapata wengine wametoka sijui meno nje. No. Let us not go there because we have around we can have even 1 million voters ambao wanafuata Azimio. So we cannot judge clans or tribes because wako hii weakness. No, let us not do that. Anyway, let me go back to my point. Today nimekuwa na furaha sana kuna a lot of scenarios kwa other side of opponents. They have started to realize that penye government inaelekea. They know true color now penye government inaelekea. And I've learned a lot of things today that 2013, it was tough at kutoka kwa darkness forces of 24 years Moi. But this time round, people, they're wise. Kenyans, they're wise. They're totally wise. And from yesterday, things have started to change. Mambo yameanza kubadilika. Ground imeanza kujulikana inaelekea wapi. Which is a beautiful thing. Hata wenyewe wameanza kuelewa kwamba government, the next government is Azimio. Hata wajaribu vipi na in the next coming 3 weeks, it will be worse and it will be tougher for them to handle the ground. Because even those walikuwa wamebadilishwa mawazo, wamekuwa brainwashed. Now they've started to understand that this is not the right way. The right way ni kule kwa Azimio, and we thank God kwa sababu wameanza kuelimishwa. Okay, let me come to this vision, Baba's vision. Kumekuwa na a lot of controversy regarding the issue of Mitumba, and I've seen a lot of medias too wamepatia advantage, wamemulika sana for those visions of Babas ambaye ameindicate, ametabulized mbele. Only that one wameimulikia sana. And to make matter worse, the one which wamemulikia sana, it have 2 million voters. So they are trying to brainwash those 2 million voters to turn against Azimio. But they forgot that even them themselves, alisimama pale akasema tutafunga yale manguo na zile viatu. Alitumia word direct, even though Baba ametumia indirect, that it will be there, we will not close, but we will have our own. And we need to learn something regarding this COVID. We need to learn something regarding this war ambayo inaendelea Ukraine, that majority ya brokers, majority ya cartels wamevunja sana kampuni nyingi sana Kenya wakileta vitu kutoka nje. Like for example, it doesn't make sense. Tuko na factory Mumias, tuko na factory Kisumu ya sukari, but you'll be surprised that sukari inakuwa imported from outside. And I was listening to another topic that hata mswaki inaweza, tusipochunga mswaki pia itakuwa imported from outside, which is a weird thing. One day I went to Israel. It's a desert place. Hawana ile shamba yenye Mungu ametubariki nayo. Tumebarikiwa na shamba nzuri sana Kenya nzima. We have the idle virgin land, the virgin lands, the idle land, hata ijaguswa na ziko na rutuba njema sana. And I love yesterday Baba aliongelea kuhusu hizo idle lands, unaona. So lilienda Israel, you can imagine those people wanaishi kwa desert, but ile lifestyle wamejieka ndani. Hata nikiangalia Kenya tuko na kila kitu, natingiza kichwa. Why? Because of the cartels wako kwa government. Another thing ambaye nimenotice pia, Baba na Mama they hawana kitu ya kulose. They don't have anything to lose now. Wamekuja kufagilia. Na nakuwa surprise kuona some comments, some people talking about it all, wana doubt na Baba na Mama. Afadhali Ruto amekuwa kwa government, sorry to use that name, amekuwa kwa government for 10 good years. For 5 good years waliiba. Hiyo ni ukweli, waliiba. Paka hata president mwenyewe akasema nifanye nini mimi? Na akawapatia second chance. Wakati wana form another the second term ya government, ndio ikawa ni worse for the first 100 it was 100 days. Na ndio president akasema hapana, there's nothing I can do. I have to call Baba to give me advice so that na the moment I'll make handshake na Baba, the first priority Baba alimpatia advice, itabidi uchukue nini? Uchukue military. Ndio kila kitu run kwa government. Things started to run. And I remember 2013 wakati walikuwa wanatoa manifesto yao ya Jubilee, walikuwa naambiwa wanadamu wanaweza mtatufanyia nini? Ni manifesto gani mnatuletea? Na wakapresent hiyo manifesto yetu. Uhuru akapresent yake, huyu akapresent yake ya 100 days, 6 months time. But I love the second term wakati Uhuru ameanza kutimiza everything. But sisi wa Kenya tunapofushwa macho na kitu kimoja. Tumelilia ile maendeleo na imeletwa, na tunaanza tena ku rebuke that maendeleo. Paka wengine wanasema tutakula barabara. And the same thing ina happen sasa kwa manifesto ya baba pia. Present this the manifesto. Mmesema mnataka manifesto, ndio hii nimewaletea. So wameanza kuoppose that manifesto. And to be honest, you can imagine the project ambazo zitafunguliwa, the industry, the factories, each and every counties. You can imagine those counties in a run all together. For the next 5 years, tutakuwa tuko wapi? Kila county ina factories 2, 3, 4 na kuna workers huko wanafanya. Hakuna watu wanakosa kazi. Tutakuwa wapi mazi? People, they don't see that. People, they see the bad side of Raila, which he doesn't have. He doesn't have any bad side. He has a good side from our country. But I believe to God that work, itafanya kazi vizuri sana, na tutaona matokeo yake na matunda yake, na watachukua serikali. Hiyo naamini. Another thing I love about these social protections in Mgongo. In 2013, wakati Honorable Raila Odinga alikuwa kwa government ya marehemu Kibaki, it works. Wazee walipata 2000. It works very well. Na remember that manifesto watu wasema itafanya kazi kweli, but ilifanya. This time round itafanya tena vizuri sana. Hii mambo ya nini ya baba care, it will be there, and you can imagine for that all those counties wafungue kila counties baba cares. You can imagine those social healthcare itakuwa vipi Kenya? Tutakuwa wapi in the next 5 years? People, they don't think about that in the next 5 years. They just think about today. This is a bad person. But what I know about Honorable Raila and Honorable Mother Karua, they are nothing to lose. They don't lose anything. What they want, wanataka watengeleze Kenya, wanataka wainue Kenya, na wanataka waache Kenya kwa generation ambayo itakuja itakuwa ni kwa njia ya usawa. So the other side, it's about corruption and cartels, and we have to be very, very careful with them. Leo nilikuwa nasikiza the words walikuwa naongea negative ya kwamba nilikuwa nasikia Gachagua akiongea kuhusu, alikuwa anaongea kuhusu there's something alikuwa anaongea kuhusu, I think the business. Yeah, he was talking about the business, the Mitumba. Huyu mzee wa kitendawili anataka kufunga Mitumba, biashara za watu, but he forgot this guy. Ndio ameongea hapa juzi akisema kuhusu Safaricom, ya kwamba vile watauza Safaricom wapatie watu mamboga ama watu bodaboda pesa ndogo ndogo. And to go beyond that is not only Safaricom, ni biashara nyingi zitafungwa, zitauzwa. But they don't see that. They just see the negative side. They're opposing the negative side, which is not there. So the only case we have here is only the Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga and the Honorable Mother Karua to form the great government ever. And Kenya, it will never be the same again. I know about that. And the BBI, it was a good idea. I was going through the BBI in a topic, and I found out that kumbe kila county ilikuwa imetengewa kuwe na vice president. Kila county kuwe na vice president. Imagine you are the one who reporting to prime minister, and prime minister report to president. It was a good thing. Ingemaliza historia ya ukabila kabisa. Ingemaliza historia ya kung'ang'ania mamlaka. You can imagine, like for example, Eastern, the vice president of Eastern, kwa mfano, ni Kalonzo. The vice president of Coast or Mombasa, it's Joe. You see that lifestyle? It was a good lifestyle. So you have to make sure the county yako ime grow like US, like UK, the counties. US will grow vipi? US will grow the same thing. Those counties, unaona kila place ukienda ukienda California iko sawa. Place unaenda kila kitu, Alabama iko poa, Mississippi iko poa. Those used to be counties like Kenya. Yeah, unapata Eastern Coast, the same thing. And I'm sure in the next 5 years to come, Kenya, it will never be the same again. Na wale watu wakuwa na mdhiaki Honorable Raila ama Mother Karua, they will be surprised. They will be surprised. I think I have that one only. I don't want to go beyond that. Acha niwachie wenzangu pia waendelee nayo jameni.
Okay, asante kwa mchango wako. Mora, iko nini?
I just wanted to add on what King Dave just said about the 2000 that I think it's, I don't know what it's called, but our older people in Kenya, they're still getting that 2000. They actually still, my mom gets it. So it's I mean, what Baba is gonna do is extend it, like give more money to people that are needy, maybe increase it to 6,000. Otherwise, the 2,000, the let me call them senior citizens, they get the 2,000.
Thank you for that confirmation. Some people were saying it's no longer available, but it's there. Those that are enlisted receiving the money, and I think it's there is no corruption involved. The monster called corruption is the greatest enemy for this great country. As long as that is arrested, I am sure this country will pick up and will move forward. Let me play one video as we bring Chaka to do his submission as we continue.
Respond to the question about Mitumba because of who said it, right? If you're part of a different political coalition, you'll support it regardless, or you will not. But the economics of it tells us that you can ban all Mitumba, but domestic industries will not necessarily thrive, because the IES carried out a study just 2 years old, 1.5 years ago, when COVID started, and we actually found that Kenyans do not use Mitumba as an alternative for new clothes. Often, people are looking for complementary things. So for instance, many Kenyans buy uniforms. They buy fleece for their kids and everything else, right? They buy new clothes. And when they look for other styling or they're looking for other things, they buy the others. So the idea that you have to squash Mitumba so that these other domestic industries grow is actually not borne by people. The second one is a freedom question. And I agree that government might have a responsibility or should try to foster domestic cotton industry. But I don't think that
building demand in the market, maybe.
But that shouldn't be done by telling other people, we will choose what you wear. Some people might be very proud of the fabrics produced in Kenya. I am an agnostic. Some of it is bad. Some of it is good, but some is bad. And I should be allowed that freedom to be able to choose. Some of it is bad. I wouldn't even take it for free. Well, maybe I'm a privileged Kenyan. But the point is this.
You are.
Allow Kenyans to be able, treat Kenyans like adults, that we can make these decisions. So if you want to support the domestic cotton industry, go ahead and support it. But don't force Kenyans, somebody who wakes up and does honest labor, goes out there, buys Mitumba, because Mitumba also has its own value chain. From the exports, the people who do the transportation, the packing, the people who do the washing, they also do cutting up and actually reworking it with the other. So we all can be allowed to actually work without necessarily insisting that your diet at home can only be this because that's what's grown in Kenya, and your kids must put on this because somebody who has a cotton farm has to be forced to sell that cotton farm. I mean, it's not compatible with the democracy and our freedom. So on the basis of both the economics and all that, I think Azimio needs to rethink this. It is not a good idea, and many people are. Some people are resisting you because of who said it. Many of them are worth ignoring, but there are people who are giving you very solid evidence that, look, you are going to make unnecessary damage to other people's jobs just because you have decided that you should choose for people what to wear.
Akasema kusoma sio mwisho wa ujinga. Sijasema mtu yeyote ni mjinga, lakini ukweli ni kwamba tukipanda pamba, tutengeneze material wenyewe, tutengeneze nguo, tunasaidia nchi kuliko kutumia pesa kwenda kununua nguo ishatengenezwa watu wakanunue kuivaa. We have nothing left back. The cotton itself has what is left. There is the cotton, kuna ile machicha imebaki iko na kazi yake, kuna hiyo ina nini shamba lenyewe, hiyo masuala yote. All that is put to waste when we just sell raw material. Selling raw material is the worst way of doing exports, because you are exporting at 100 shillings when you are importing at 10,000 shillings. So where is the balancing of the equation? How much cotton will you produce to send to balance the 100 with the 10,000? So let's think big, let's think Kenya, let's think the future. We cannot be short-sighted to feel that we must hold on something that is not viable. Freedom of choice, nobody interferes with it. Like I said, if you want to import Mitumba by yourself, you can do that. You don't even need to, you can just go across and buy wherever you want to buy. The second-hand vehicles, so they put the year limit. They are being imported. But the government should have some control, because when you import anything at whatever will, everything will be flooded here. The disposing of that things will still revert back to the government. So let's think holistically. Let's be more, proactive on ensuring that what we are doing is good for the country. Yes, King Deb, nataka tuende kwa Chag.
Okay, I just want to clarify some small topic regarding Baba yesterday. He put the word clear, but I believe majority of Kenya, they didn't understood him very well. He says that I'm not going to oppose it. It will be there, but our industry will work on it. So I think angetumia the strongest word akasema, tutafufua kampuni zetu, factory zetu kwa kila counties, but vile umesema it's clear, itakuja, lakini itakuja ikiwa controlled. Kuna some vitambajo zinakuja viraka tu, zinakuja zinabwagwa hapa hivi. And ameongea ukweli. You know, people they hate Baba for. Baba, it's like me. Just speak the truth, hata kama utachukiwa. Acha uchukiwe. To be honest, kuna ka ukweli. Majority ya zile nguo ni watu wamefariki. So watu wanaleta msheneza nini? Which is true. Majority hizo nguo watu wamefariki. Ndio tunaletewa. So when most of the times tunavaa tunashukua na skin disease, but it's true, we need to fikiria pia country yetu tutajenga vipi. Like for example now, siko nimemalizia the topic of Ukraine. You can imagine tuki invest kwa country yetu very well, tukuwe na a lot of factory, each and every designs of factories per counties. Hata ukitokea disaster, tutakuwa tunaweza jimanage. Like for example now the vita, ati vita ya Ukraine imefanya tu na chakula, na tuko na the idols farms ziko hapo imazi. So we need to rethink hawa watu wawili hawa ambao tunatamani wakuwe hapa, atatusaidia kivipi? Thank you.
Okay, asante. Tumlete bwana Chaga. Chaga vipi?
Niko salama, na habari zenu nyote?
Salama, mawili matatu tukienda.
Ni sawa brother Bernard. Leo mimi sitakuwa na mengi, ila tu ni kuchangia kidogo wenzangu wenye wamezungumza, kwa sababu dalili ya mvua siku zote ni mawingu, na inafikia wakati Mungu tu anajibu maombi yetu. So ni sisi tu tuangalie ni njia gani sahihi ambayo itatuweka katika hali ambayo ni ya kiumaendeleo, na tutokana na hii masuala ya wajanja, uwerevu huku pwani tunasema wenye dili. Kwa hiyo ni tujiamulie tu, maana sasa hivi kuna njia ya uzima na njia ya motoni. Njia ya uzima ni ya Azimio, njia ya motoni yale wengine, kwa sababu mimi husema tu kutoka waanze hii kampeni since 2018 walijua fika tu kwamba madamu president ameelekeza mahali kwa usahihi, wapi anaunga mkono na sababu gani alizitoa kwamba kwa nini naelekea upande huu, kwa sababu rais alikuwa mwenye mwazi kabisa kwamba mimi ninavyoona kwamba huku ndiko salama, huku nitafanya kazi yangu ya urais nikiwa sina maneno, na this is the right way. Sasa unajua mimi kama nimezoea madaili, lazima nitafutana na wenye dili wenzangu. Kwa tuseme the other side, huo upande mwingine wengi sasa hivi wana mchecheto, hawajui what next. Kama hii kweli baba atachukua government na Karua na mama Karua yuko pale, sidhani kama kutakuwa kuna dili tu za kiholela za kufujumu pesa na za kukula ama pesa ovyo ovyo. Kwa hiyo corruption hiyo tu ndio imemakisha Kenya Kwanza, kwamba lazima, na baba yuko straightforward, anasema wazi, nikiingia nitaziba mwanya. Ndio maana hizi 6,000 hizi anaziahidi kwa familia maskini, si kwa wote, bali amesema tu kwa familia maskini, zile ambazo hakika hazina ambaye yuko na kazi, hazina ambaye kwa kweli kupata chakula cha kila siku, basi ni kwa mbinde. Hizi ndio familia ambazo tangaza ziweze kupata hii 6,000. Na hii pesa najua iko wapi. So amelenga tu mfumo wa Magufuli. Bwana, mali hii umepata kinamna gani? Tueleze. Lete hii pesa, regesha kwa serikali. Na ndio maana wana mchecheto, wakishangaa ni vipi atakavyotoa hizo 6,000, lakini jibu liko wazi na wanajua kwamba lazima, kama hatutakuwa na sauti hapo, basi chuma chetu kiko motoni. Lakini na imani haswa, mimi kama Chaka haswa, kwamba ni wakati sahihi, Mungu anaelekeza Kenya mahali pazuri, anaelekeza mahali ambapo kiongozi ambaye ni wa Azimio si mwenye tamaa ya madaraka, si mwenye hasira, si mwenye makasiriko, ni mtu ambaye anajali maslahi ya Wakenya, ni mtu ambaye amesimama kidedea despite kwamba amepitia yote yale, lakini amesimama kuwa Mkenya. Na ndio maana mama Karua akisimama popote, mama anazungumza ukweli. Tuangalie huyu mzee mahali ametoka, yuko kwa niaba ya Kenya, hayuko kwa niaba yake binafsi, kwa sababu uwezo upo, uwezo wa kufanya chochote upo. Angekuwa ni mtu wa makasiriko, angeharibu nchi na angekuwa sahihi, kwa sababu ukweli uko wazi. Amekuwa na mapenzi ya watu taingia asimame katika uchaguzi zake, na hajawezi kupiga nje, akisema hii ndio njia, hii ndio njia. Akisema hapa natumbua jipu, hapo mahali pabaya lazima kutaonekana na ubaya. Amekuwa mkweli siku zote. Sasa hiyo ndo ambao sasa hili kundi lilojitenga sasa kwenye hiki chaka sasa kinachoitwa Kenya Kwanza, wakati ni UDA, wamemaka. Maana hawana mtu ambaye atakuwa mtetezi. Mzungumzaji mzuri ni huyu, na ndio maana leo akizungumza hili, kesho anazungumza lile. Kwa ni wakati mwafaka sisi wa Kenya tushukuru. Manifesto ya baba iliyotajwa jana, mimi kwangu imenifurahisha, na sijaona mahali ambapo amezungumza pako nje. Kwa swala la elimu ndo ambapo nimeingia katika mahojiano ya baadhi ya county. Wengine wanasema kwamba sisi bado tunalipa karo na tumeambiwa kwamba elimu ni ya bure, wakati yeye ndio sawa. Wakati wa serikali yake yeye na Kibaki, hakika elimu ilikuwa bure, kwa sababu kulikuwa shule zilikuwa zinafuatiliwa. Sasa hivi elimu ni ya bure kweli, lakini sasa wameajiri walimu wengi tu wa ziada. Walimu wa ziada watahitajiwa kulipiwa na hawajulikani kwa serikali. Ndio hapo sisi tunalazimishwa kulipia hizo karo. Lakini kama baba ataingia na kuwe haswa amesimamia swala zima la corruption, sidhani kama sisi tutaingia hapo tena kwa kulipia watoto mashule. Kwa hiyo mimi kwa upande wangu manifesto ya baba naiona iko sawa. Sijaona mahali ambapo kuna mapungufu. kwa swala la mitumba na kusema atafufua viwanda vyetu ili kutufungeze nguo hapa ni jambo zuri, kwa sababu the more atafungua viwanda, ajira zitapatikana. Pili, tutajikuza na sisi, tutatoa hizo nguo zetu na sisi tuziuze nchi zingine. Hapo tutajikuza na mambo mengi, na kama ni mambo na infrastructure, baba yeye ndiye amesimama hapo kidedea. Kwa sioni kwamba kutakuwa na mapungufu yote katika serikali ijayo. Nitumwambie Mungu, na sisi kama wanaazimio na pamoja na Mtembee TV tujaribu kuleta kila njia, tuhakikishe kila mwananchi ameona ni wapi njia sahihi tunafaa kuelekea. Hilo tu mimi ndo ninaweza kuchangia, sitakuwa na mambo mengi, lakini kwa manifesto ya baba iko sawa. Timu yetu ina game na ni haki yetu, kwa sababu imesimama katika misingi ya Kenya, imesimama kuunganisha makabila yote, haichagui kwamba huyu ni nani wala huyu ni mradi tu, huyu ni Mkenya, anafaa kuwa sawa na Mkenya mwingine. Na imani katika hali ya hii serikali inayokuja, Kenya itasimama tofauti, na uongozi utakuja kufuata baada ya uongozi wa baba na Matakarua, watakuwa wametengezewa njia. Ni kila kabila tutajisikia kwamba hakika mimi ni ni sehemu ya hii nchi, na kumbe nina sauti ya kuzunguka nikasikika. Kwa hiyo mimi namshukuru Mungu, maana kwa kila dalili na kwa kila kukicha mambo yanazidi kuharibika upande mwingine, kutokana sasa hivi hawana msimamo, ni mchecheto tu umewaingia. Zamani wale mambo yametokea kule, ni sawa, ni sehemu ya kwao, na mambo yameharibika kwa sababu ya haya mambo ya kudanganya. Itafikia mahali uongo usimame kando. Siku zote mimi nasema Bernard, kapu ya uongo huwa haijai na chini huwa ina shimo. The more unazungumza uongo, kumbuka yanapungua hayo maneno, na ukija ukishtuka ukinyanyua chini kuna shimo, ukishatoboka yanabaki chini, lakini kapu ya ukweli siku zote huwa iko tele. So kapu yetu iko tele, tuna nguvu na tunajaribu, tunagaini watu kwa wingi. Kwa hiyo tuna imani kwamba serikali tuko nayo katika mikono yetu. Ni kumwomba Mungu tu tarehe ifike, baba apishwe pamoja na mama Karua na mambo yajipange. Hapo ndo Wanakenya wataona uhakika mali upo. Kwa hiyo machache ni washukuru, asanteni.
Thank you Bwana Chuck, that is a good one, and naamini Wakenya wanamakinika katika kufahamu ukweli kati ya propaganda na uongo mwingi. Kuna hii video ambayo inaleta kizaazaa hapa, wanataka ichezwe tena. Ile naibu wa rais William Ruto analemewa Garissa. Ni Garissa ama wapi? Sema so mute your mic, everybody. Keep your mic mute, please. That is a standing order. But I'll say, hey, you keep your mic mute and be conscious of that. Is important so that everybody is comfortable watching and is also comfortable following the proceedings. There is nothing you do that people will find good if they are looking for what is bad. So I think watu wazimio wanapaswa tu kujitahidi wa keep the focus. Bwana Njiru, you're welcome. There are two people that you need to give priority to. That is Martin and Oze. Hii kubadilisha majina imeanza kunichanganya, lakini ndio hao wawili. And then of course yourself, but let's keep within the time limits. Secondly, there is a special request for us to go through the manifesto for Azimio. So tutatenga muda wa kufanya hivyo, at least tushughulikie swala moja in a show, especially wakati tuseme like the part you are doing for Hesabu, since that figures has been suspended until further notice. let us, or you can allocate that 30 minutes or 40 minutes to analyze the Baba agenda for the people to weigh in on the same. Of course, we separate the propaganda from the truth so that kila mtu ajue ukweli. So anafikiria tuanze hiyo kesho ama leo mkipata muda, hakuna shida kuzungumza, kwa sababu leo tumezungumza sana masuala ya mtumba na industry, so that's almost exhausted. Whatever that's left out can be weighed in, then we can now look on something else tomorrow until we exhaust the entire manifesto. Okay. let me play that video, alafu niwache mkiendelea. Okay, that is the video.
na itaenda mpaka Danaba. Tulikubaliana na nyinyi tutatafuta pesa ya kutengeneza ile barabara ya kutoka kule Isiolo
Okay, you can also weigh on that crowd. It appears to me it's spontaneous. It's not like the prearranged hecklers that are planted in one corner to heckle or been paid to, unless somebody has evidence otherwise. But it's good. So, Martin, kama unabii toa sahi, mimi naenda.
Unabii bado niko sabatiko. Ilisha bwana. Nilikuwa za kunabii zilisha, sasa nimekuachia kazi.
Malaika Gabriel aja kutembelea
amekataa. Hiyo nimeachia Pastor Ng'ang'a ya kupanda mlima niende nikatafute unabii ingine. Zimeisha.
Ajakwambia Kingi na Mutua wako njiani wanarudi.
Mutua hiyo nadhani, lakini sijui hiyo si unabii. Hiyo naona ikiwa njiani, niliambiwa ni sinabii sana. Kwa hivyo nikaacha kidogo, lakini hiyo kumbuka, weka kwa akili mahali kabla 2 months ishe. Weka kwa akili mahali kidogo hiyo. Na ninyi bana mnaibisha Raila. Ni kwa nini sasa mnaibisha Raila hivyo?
Wapi?
Mumeaibisha Raila kabisa. Wewe baba analala akilia.
Ati?
Wewe baba analala akilia bwana.
What happened?
Mnapatiaje Raila, Ruto na Gachagua bwana? I mean, simngetafuta hata mtu anaweza fikia kaliba yake bwana. Sasa Ruto ni nani muliletea kwa kupiga?
Wewe unajua vizuri. Pa UDA hakukuwa na nomination. Okay? Siku ile walijaribu kufanya nomination, ilichukua 17 hours. Yule mtu alipata kura chache ndiye alipita. Yule alipata nyingi ndiye alianguka. So katika mazingira kama hayo, wewe unatarajia kupata mtu wa maana?
Mungepatia Raila ni kama kupatia Omanyala, mtu wa nini? Mtu wa kukimbia masafa marefu bwana. Huwa atagongwa haraka. Sasa Raila hana competition, mnamletea kinyangarika tu kutoka huko bwana. Unaona sasa?
Kumbuka UDA presidential candidate hakuchaguliwa, alijichagua. Okay? Running mate kifika hiyo time wakasema wachague, akakataa pia akajichagua. So hii ni masuala ya watu wawili wamekubaliana kuingia kwa race ambayo hawawezi kuzuilia kwa sababu walijichagua. So wananchi pia hawana say. So wacha tufike hiyo tarehe 9 ndio tutawaonyesha kwamba hapa Kenya ni
demokrasia. Na mtu mzuri wa kutupatia bwana. Sasa hii nini mmepatia Raila bwana? Mnaibisha huyu mzee bwana. He is very formidable. Atadharauliwa kwa ulimwengu.
Hapana, hawezi. Baba is running against himself and is going to break his own record from 50% to 70%. That is it. He has no competition. I've been telling you that the people is running against can only make 30%, even if they go aende kulala kwa coffin watoka asubuhi, it will be 30%. They can't break that lane wafike 40. So Baba is running against himself. He will congratulate himself. The whole world is going to attend his inauguration. Achane na Ruto na Gachagua.
Slow, Bernard, slow.
Alafu mnaongeza Madhakarua against Gachagua. Sasa kwa nini mnasumbua baba akili bwana?
Slowly, Bernard.
What is it?
You know something, eh?
Yes.
Sisi tunasemanga aginiwasekawe. Yeah, in other words, hii tusachukua. Lakini it can lead to too much of a confidence. Watu wanaweza wakose kutokea kuvote. Watu wakikaa nyumbani bila kuvote.
Siku ya kuvote mtu akilala kwa nyumba anachapa mijeledi. Especially
hapo ni sawa. Without that wataona
Nyamira mtu akilala kwa nyumba si ndio nimeintroduce ile mzee. Unakumbuka ile mzee alikuwa anatuarrest akitupeleka shule. Those who went to school when school was still school. Hao wazee watafutwe wafanyie tuition na wengine ili kazi ifanywe vizuri. Hii government ya Azimio haitakuwa government ya kupembelezana. Kuna wazee wa mtaa wale wa kuangalia wala hawapangi uzazi wala wapangi uzazi na pia hawalimi. Hao wote wanakamatwa. Wanachapwa hapo kwa baraza waende kulima.
Watu wasiende celebration kukunywa na kukosa kuamka.
Yes. Siku hiyo pombe yote inafungiwa. Bars zote zinafungwa mpaka inauguration. Siku ya inauguration kumbuka baba akishakuwa mimi Raila Amolo Odinga na hapa 10 days of celebration.
Bernard, wacha zingine zifunguliwe bwana.
10 days. Hata hapa
Bernard mkifunga
huko Kajiado tukichoma mbuzi tu tuko live. lakini 10 days of celebration. Hiyo
We
hiyo
Bernard,
ni kama
wacha zingine zifunguliwe, wacha baa zingine zifunguliwe. Mkienda nyi wote kupiga kura itakaa ni kama mtoto wa nursery school na mwingine wa form 4. Mtaharibu, itakuwa 8, 90, 10.
Hii inatakikana hivyo kwa sababu watu wa mdomo hawezi kunyamazishwa bila kugeregezwa kwa matope. Unakumbuka kale kachokozi ka shule akawezi kufight lakini kana mdomo, so kakichapwa kidogo hivi kanajisema. So huyo mtu anageregezwa kwa matope vizuri, ijulikane amechapwa ndio mdomo itazibwa pap. So hii haina huruma, tafadhali msiende polepole, ikuwe 90-10.
Let your prayers be answered.
Amen. Amen. Aya, Matowe make submission to
Hii ni mbaya bwana. Hapa hakuna nini kitu mzee. Anyway, wacha nikuwe serious sasa. Unajua, I think I will handle one topic. I have a problem why people are not, I don't understand if it's just ignorance or what. People don't understand self-sustainability. Yes, I know we've tried it in Africa. And even at this point, we're trying so much East Africa to be one continent and one, we have the East African passports now. And we're trying to be self-sustainable. We are here, munaongea vitu za Mitumba. Nasiongelea Mitumba sana. I'll talk about something else that people are losing to talk about. You're talking about Mitumba. Mitumba now, okay, umepata vitu za kutoka Amerika, venye alisema na nitaisema tena, mtu aliidha alikufa ama amepoteza. You know, like, kuna mtu alisema hapa hivi, very nicely, akasema even here, yes, kuna hizo vitu, if you don't have enough money, you know, for homeless, wherever we live at, there's something called Goodwill, there's a Salvation Army where you can go get those clothes, na vitu kama hizo. But again, when you're looking at them, those things are just they're not for sale to make money. They are there, you take them, you contribute. You just give them. Nguo zako zile ziko kwa nyumba, like when I'm cleaning my closet, I will take them there. Ziende either huku apatwe ama zingine sasa zitumwe Africa. And if you guys remember, there's a time even computers were being, zile za mgongo, not the laptops, you know, they were being sent back to Africa and all that. The technology thing was being sent there. It's about time, and I'm so happy about my country. I am so happy because I can see a revolution coming in to where now we start going back to the Rivertex. Mama Selina said about Rivertex. I remember seeing cotton in Mbiuni, Machakos, Mbiuni, because I went to a school called St. Joseph's Mbiuni. That huko ulikuwa unapata mashamba ziko na cotton. Nowadays, I don't know, maybe somebody can tell me where cotton is still grown. And if anybody here in nini kama ameona a cotton plant. These are the things Raila is talking about. We used to have, there was kwenda zile za shule, boarding school, mlikuwa mnapelekwa kwenda kuona companies. I think there was one going to Olkaria. I don't remember what they used to make. My mind is drawing a blank. There was Rivertex, there was Yachumvi, and all those things.
Kikomi.
Because when you look,
Kikomi in Kisumu.
Yeah, and there was also those ones. Yeah, you used to go out there, Mnanda field trip. This is what we need to do, because for us to be a self-sustainable, not just a country, but even Africa, we need those things. There's something like Tanzanite that every phone has. And without that phone, and these guys get them from there, and that's what Raila was talking about. You know, they get them there. Even coffee, our own coffee. They get them, they come, alafu wanazileta huko, and then they process them, and then wanaturudishia. There's nothing even for young kids who are growing up to go see of the production, and that's where you find people just getting out of Kenya, getting out of Africa, because there's nothing to see there. There's, you know, we don't do anything. We just export every raw material, and then it comes back now as a full material that we need to use. And when you see people talking about Mitumba, ate my mind so much. Why people are not understanding once you do, and Gil was trying to do this in Kitui, where EPZ, where you can just make your own clothes. Pimanguo, make your own clothes, made in Kenya and everything. You don't need this Mitumba. The Mitumba guys will also still get the market from those clothes that are being made out there. But I said I won't go to Mitumba Sana because I think it's been overspoken today. I was listening. I want to talk about steel because I have expertise on that one. You see, structural people like me in what I do, I don't like to say my profession, but I deal with those things because I do skyscrapers and everything. I design them. I'm a structural engineer, whatever. But even right now in the world, we're having a problem to get for our projects to even get steel. But guess where steel comes? Where the ore comes from? Africa. Kenya, we have the ore. We have the iron ore. Why do I, when I'm building home and when everybody here builds that home, why is it that you have to import steel? Well, you have all the materials to get it there. Why can't we be a self-sustainable people that we don't have to do those things? That goes back to that, you know, I think there's a problem with, people talk about the small things. Now people are all on Mitumba. They don't understand even what Raila was talking about, you know, using that ore to make our own steel. Kikina nani, Athiriva huko, they tried, but then there's a problem. Even most of the things that we bring, like in the buildings that we're doing, I'm talking about that because there's a crunch of steel right now. So even some of the projects that we're doing, you've drawn the whole thing, is done. But then at the end of the day, as a project manager, you can get the material that you need because there's a crunch of steel worldwide. While because they are waiting for them to come from Africa to come to the, you know, first world countries. And this is what Raila is trying to say. He's trying to say, and funny enough, he's the infrastructure whoever for Africa. He's seen these things. And then you want to compare somebody like that who's really thinking about something like that. In fact, if Africa will close ship, the whole world will not move. Hakuna phone, hakuna nini, all the things that we have, it's over. And that's what Raila is trying to tell people. Let's be self-sustainable. Then unapata mtu anakimbia huko kwa sababu yeye ni mama anapenda, I mean, I'm not saying mama mboga ni watu wabaya, lakini that's the crowd he wants to appease. You run around talking about mama mboga nini, oh, Mitumba, mwezi funga Mitumba, mwezi fanya nini, and you close the minds of these people of being self-sustainable and actually being your own thing. You know, at that point, I look at Trump as somebody mwenye alikuja akasema, make America great again. Was he a good person? No. But you know, that idea was good because, yes, make Kenya great again. Make Kenya be self-sustainable. Make people respect Kenya. Make people know that instead of going out there to work, if you're coming to do structural stuff like I do, I don't have to come out here. I can just do it back home. And that's what Raila is doing, making Kenya what we used to know when we were kids. Some of us on the 80s, that's what it used to be. I heard Bernard akisema walikuwa wakifika nyumbani hivi after church wanaekewa kadini na vitu kama hizo. Mtu alikuwa unaenda kwanza unapimwa nguo hivi inaenda kushonwa. Na hiyo imetoka pale cotton nini yetu, done by us. And that's how we cannot rely every day at a toothpick. Even toothpick you're getting from China. Miti hizo zote ziko huko. Kwanza hizi tunakata za sugoi. Tunafaa kuzimake zikuwe toothpicks zote to make toothpick yetu. Hizo za sugoi hizo zenye tunakata round hii. We should make our own toothpick. All you need is to grind a branch small hivi and you have your own toothpick. You see, plastic zote zenye tunatupa huko hivyo zote hizi nini, you make your own ruler. Saizi you have rich people. The problem we have, closing on so that I don't take too much. The problem we have in Kenya, especially, I'm just going to say Kenya, not Africa. I'm going to close down on Kenya. The problem is that we have businessmen for politicians and for leaders. So all of them, they are working, they have an invested interest in what they do for them to be there. And that's why wanaenda wanalia, mtu akinyimwa kuingia huko analia na kuwa ni kama amechanganikiwa, because it's that business that they want. They're not there to lead. All of them, they're invested in business with the government. Vitu zingine kama hizo mahako, the way Mumias died, the way Rivertex died, the way zote zilikufa, somebody was there, got there and knows what they are doing. Hata hizi mafertilizer munatulilia, yoni mtu anajua fertilizer inakuja, anataka kuleta fertilizer. We need to revive our thing, and because we have every raw material that we have in Africa and in Kenya in general, we have it, we can make it at home, and we can export not just the raw material, but the full product. And that will bring the employment of the country, and the knowledge also. It will also open up the knowledge of people, because now you will know how coffee is refined and all that, instead of just going unaenda kuplak coffee unapeleka kwa nini inagrindiwa alafu imetumwa imeenda. You will know how to refine that, and you have professionals for that. I believe that's a good thing. Watu wache kusema mitumba. We don't need mitumba bwana. We need to make our own clothes. In fact, our own Gucci.
Thank you. Made in Kenya. We promote made in Kenya. We buy made in Kenya for Kenya. If you are not doing it for yourself, do it for your children and your children's children. A good man leaveth an inheritance for his children's children, the Bible says. So if you don't want it, you can wear mitumba to your grave. There's no problem. But let's do something that our children are going to inherit, our children's children are going to inherit, and we're going to multiply it to higher scale, so that as we increase in population, we'll have industries that proportionally respond to the new population. For example, the people that are walking out of our universities, we call them graduates. Okay, if we have more graduates than employment opportunities, all the people we are ushering as graduates on the street is a problem we are sending to the street. So as a government, we must think in 4 years' time, these people are going to walk out of these doors. They are going to walk out of these doors as nurses, as teachers, as doctors, as engineers, as tailors, and all that. Do we have where they are going to practice this? The NYS, is it viable? Will it be able to assimilate these people and give them working skills? Then when they leave NYS, do we have enough companies for them to carry? That's how our government thinks. We can't be a government and be thinking bottom up. We should be thinking, we already have graduates, they have nowhere to work, okay? Then we are unleashing them year after year, year after year. That's a great problem we have already unleashed on the street. We need to sort that out. What is the first mitigation? Ni hiyo story watu wauze mitumba, okay? But that's not a permanent solution. The permanent solution is, let's get Mumias working. Let's get Nzoia working. Let's get Sony working. Let's get Kikome working, Rivertex, all of them working. The moment all industries are working, companies will go back to begging people to come and work. They will go back to schools and beg people to be part-time workers. When that begins to happen, our shilling is going to exchange against the dollar, 5 shillings to $1 or less. If we work hard.
Let me misbehave just a little bit. Niache tu ni misbehave kwa moja. Kuna kitu important sana nimeacha.
Naomba kabla umisbehave, kabla nikupatie ruhusa ya kumisbehave, kuna video imenikamata hapa, nisiondoke kabla niicheze. Ningekuwa nimekwenda tayari. Iko wapi hapa? I just downloaded it. Where is it? Karua in Mombasa. Where is it? So let's watch this in the meantime.
To say that a manifesto is a promise to the people and not a work plan. We will come up with a work plan that then gives the priority areas of where to start. For instance, off the top of my mind, if you ask me, what is a priority area and where is the pain point right now for Kenyans? Kenyans are hungry. When we go on the campaign trail, after we speak to people, they point at their tummies and say, tuko na njaa. Kenyans are hungry. The cost of living is unbearable. So for us, that is the number one priority. And you heard Baba alluding to it yesterday when he said the first thing he will address is the cost of living. That is the price of food, the price of cooking oil, the price of unga. Through subsidies, that will be addressed, and you will see that in the first supplementary budget, for instance, in the Baba's government. So the manifesto that we launched yesterday, and by the way, it is 86, 87 pages, and for us it's the abridged version. There is the bigger version that then details everything to do with the work plan. And it's also good to, and I like the way my friend Kwame is saying, we don't understand government, as Azimio. I think he wouldn't be more correct about that. Baba and Martha Karua have been outside government for a very long time. Unlike our competitors who have been in government, they can be forgiven if you say, there are a few things they need to learn. And when I was speaking to him when we were having coffee right before we came in, and he said, do you guys understand even how to, for instance, manage debt? And I say, we probably do not even understand the magnitude of debt, just like all other Kenyans, because we haven't been in government before. So perhaps maybe the first thing we would do is audit that debt.
Well, part of you are from Jubilee, which is government.
Well, yes, but you see, now it's a coalition. A coalition of not only Jubilee and ODM, but of 25 different parties. So Jubilee is 1 out of 25% of the Azimio coalition. And therefore, I understand, when he says we probably need some time to understand what are the roles. But we strongly believe that this nation has enough resources to be able to, for instance, empower its people, to be able to spur economic activities so that there is meaningful contribution, for instance, to the exchequer. We believe that this nation is rich enough to create opportunities for the youth and women to play meaningfully in the contribution and building of this nation. And we have no doubt in our minds that the way we have looked at over the years, looking at the trend analysis of how monies have been used, how monies have been lost, and the amount of scandals that we hear year in, year out, that this nation, if only were in the right hands, we would be able to recoup that money and put it in the right.
Okay, Martin, you can go ahead.
Thank you, sir. With all due respect, thank you for letting me misbehave. I'm sorry, sir. But I wanted to say when I was in high school, we used to have this retreat for prayers. And there's a priest called Father Mwema. I think he's in Machakos now, somewhere there, Junction. He came one day, and I remember that very well. And he said, on our retreat, he said, ukiwa mtu mtumba, utapenda nguo mtumba, utaishi maisha ya utumba, utapata bibi mtumba, utapata watoto watumba, utapata gari mtumba, utapata nyumba mtumba, na utakufa na utawekwa kwa coffin ya mtumba. And it meant so much to the people that we were there that we still even laugh today, our alumni, about it, that we realize that you cannot leave a reject. You have to be innovative. You have to make your things. You cannot just be a mtumba in life. Hiyo ndo alikuwa akituambia. I still meet that guy when I come to Kenya, and that was something that really took me a long time to understand, and I understood it. So at this point where we are in life, we don't need to be crying about Mitumba and whatever. We need to be innovative and make ourselves be the people that we went to school to and come up with new things and stop crying about US, China, nini. We need to do it today. And change is hard to come with because there's also people that actually always fight the change because they have a special interest, or even in the change in your house. Everywhere you go, change is hard. So we have to educate our brothers to say, change is not bad. Once it changes, just like we had the Easy Barabara, what do you call them? The bypass. People walikuwa nalia tunagongewa manyumba, but today ndio mtu atakuingiza kwa hiyo bypass akwambie pitia bypass Southern. So I'm just saying, Kenyans, relax, let's be innovative. Let's come up with our own things. We don't need all this whole world anything. Thank you, Bernard. I respect for giving me that opportunity to misbehave. Pole sana. Najua.
It's okay. Thank you. That's a good sermon. Let's listen to Deputy President Kisne.
Mgombea mwenza wa urais Martha Karua leo amepigia debe muungano wake wa Azimio la Umoja One Kenya pamoja na kinara wake wa Azimio Raila Odinga katika kaunti ya Mombasa. Karua alifanya kikao na kundi la maendeleo ya wanawake na kuahidi kushughulikia masuala ya kina mama endapo Azimio itashinda uchaguzi.
Akisema gharama ya maisha itashuka, ni kumaanisha lazima ataangalia bei ya chakula. Lazima bei ya kila kitu muhimu iangaliwe. Ndivyo gharama ya maisha ifanye nini?
Katika manifesto iliyozinduliwa jana na Raila Odinga, kulikuwa na ahadi ya kuboresha maisha ya wanawake, hasa wasiojiweza na wale walioachiwa mzigo kulea.
Hata hiyo support itawapatiwa zile nyumba siko na ufukara, wale hawawezi hata kununua chakula. Hiyo 6,000 haitakuwa ni mpango wa maisha. Ni mpango uchumi ukiendelea kunenepa.
Baba na mama wameweka katika mstari wa mbele ni kuweza kuhakikisha wale ambao ni wajane na single mothers waweze kupata njia muafaka ya kusomeshwa, kuregeshwa katika mashule na mengi mengineo.
Karua pia amewataka wanawake wasihadaiwe na wanasiasa ambao hawajali maslahi yao.
Kwa hivyo lazima tuangalie mwenendo wa kila mtu, wa kila kikundi kinachotafuta kura. Na lazima ujiulize, ni nani utaamini ataunganisha Wakenya na kusimamisha nchi?
Wakati huo huo, Karua amesisitiza umuhimu wa kudumisha amani, huku ikiwa imesalia miezi 2 kabla ya kura. Giverson Maina, K24, Nairobi.
Okay, thank you. That is, I think I've done justice to that. Njiru, you can bring in we got free ameinua kidole sana. Ni mshirika wa KANU ama yeye ndio anataka kutukumbusha masuala ya KANU?
No, nimekuja hili usitoke kwanza. Bernard usitoke kwanza. Nimekuja tu kwa sababu yako kwanza.
Haya, niko hapa basi. Endelea.
Okay, naweza endelea ama okay.
Yes,
sasa
go
nimekuja kwa
ahead.
sababu yako wewe na Martin. How are you guys?
Great.
Kuja hii kwa sababu kuna ile confidence. Kuna ile confidence umekuwa nayo wewe na Martin ambao nilikuwa nataka at least pia mimi unipatie hiyo confidence. I want to go out of topic kidogo. Kuna hiyo confidence tuko nayo. Yes, we know that Raila is winning. But sasa nilikuwa nataka mnipatie confidence because kuna a factor in UDA. There's a dangerous man in UDA ambao hatujaongea kuhusu mtu. I'm out of topic. I think unaelewa. This guy anaitwa Chirchir. Nilikuwa nataka muongee about this guy kidogo tu at least mnipatie confidence because this guy is still around. Na huyu jamaa bado yuko kwa politics za UDA na mnajua kitu ambacho alifanya last election kwa account ya Chebukati. So as much as we know that we are winning, but the fact is huyu jamaa bado pia yuko. Mnipatie confidence akiwa bado yuko. I need to have that confidence also. Although I know we are winning, but the guy is still around.
There is nothing he can do. He was able to do what he did because he was supported by the system at that point in time. Without being protected, you will not try anything like that. So as at now, niulize Matiang'i ako wapi na Msheru wako wapi, alafu Chiloba na Chebukati are limping prophets. Limping prophets ni wale wako dislocated. They are more trusted than the ones that have 2 feet and they can run to anywhere they want to go. So with the 2 limping prophets plus the senior officers, everything is sorted. Secondly, this is an election that doesn't need any additions. Look at the mood of the country, and coming the next 2 weeks, it's going to be very difficult even for UDA to campaign in places like Western, in places like, we are going to have a sweeping voting pattern that is going to be almost unbelievable. Because the moment remember, the women constituents has never voted in an election like they're going to do now. We have never had that as a constituency. We have always looked at it as mahali pa kwenda kuzoa kura. Okay? Saa hii hizo kura zote zimewekwa kwa kikapu kimoja na zinaenda kwa kikapu kimoja. Na kulingana na voters register ya Chebukati, there are more women registered voters than men. Naelewa?
Question, so, Bernard.
Hii ticket ya wanaume wawili okay, iko na matatizo mengi, licha ya kuwa hata wanaume wengine si wanaume wawili wenyewe sio wanaume kamili, wako na dosari nyingi. So hiyo ndio inaonyesha kwamba hii kitu ishakwenda na it's just going to be, it's not going to be neck to neck. Any person telling you neck to neck is giving you propaganda, which is the best commodity that UDA are selling. Neck to neck is a propaganda. It is a scam.
Bernard, question.
There is no neck to neck in these particular elections. And there has never been neck to neck elections in Kenya bila hiyo kuongeza that Tarakanith movement and that additions here and there. Even meeting the 25% of voters in 50% of the counties is going to be a tall order. Without those extra polling stations and all those monkey business, if they make it in 10, watakuwa wamejaribu 10 counties, for them to make 25% is going to be a tall order, because the sweeping in terms of voting is going to be so serious. Kama ile ya Magufuli, lakini ya Magufuli ilikuwa na uongo fulani ndani, lakini kile what I envision is that you're going to have that Magufuli moment ambapo the opposition is going to get a minority in terms of votes as well as members of parliament. Although I know the card they're playing right now is to try and get the majority of the seats in parliament. That's impossible. The reason why they have now resorted to fight independence is because even UDA has been rejected in Rift Valley. That's why huyu wa Mchele anaitwa naibu wa Mchele ameamua sasa kuwasomea waachane na independent, watengeneze jeshi la nani. Hiyo masuala yote ni kwa sababu ground imeshift, na ground ikishift hivi mapema itakuwa tall order, because it is impossible to revert. Ni kama umeangukiwa na trailer, okay? Uwezi kusukuma trailer ikuache utoke chini mpaka msaada ukuje wa crane kunyanyua ndio upate nafasi ya kungatuka. So as the narrative begins to build up, anti-corruption, corruption scandal dossiers being released, the Kiambaa House dossiers being released, this wewe wacha nisimwage mtama kila mahali, hii itakuwa tall order. Pikipiki haiwezi kuvuruta tanka. Mwezi.
Question. Get a question, Bernard.
Pikipiki mafunga pamoja. Kuvuruta trailer ni ngoma. Mwache hivi. Kuna kitu cha kusumbua watu hapa. So Kipchirichiri na mambo yake, hata hiyo kitu Kipchirichiri na wacha ni waname na Itumbi, okay? By the time we are going to the voters like this, watakuwa wamefungiwa kwa karum fulani mahali pale pa Miguna. bila kabambe, bila phone, bila everything. Wangoje tarehe 15 hivyo anaweza kufunguliwa. Tuonane baadaye. Mama Selina.
Okay, sawa Bernard.
Bernard. Leo nataka kuenda tu haraka. Narok. Huyu Sangok walikuwa nasunguka. Narok msima walifukuzwa wakiimba kenda. Huko Kilimani, huko Western walikuwa naimba, walifukuzwa. Nyandarua walifukuzwa. Kirinyaka walifukuzwa. Northeastern Wachir wamefukuzwa. Na leo tu ukifuata hizo clips ya leo, you will be worried. Mombasa Songo alikuwa na group ya vijana wachache. So kama kwa siku moja Penat, kampeni ya today, Gachagua anafukuzwa, anashangaa, anaenda sokoni kujaribu hata kujificha angalau wa mama wachache. So ukiangalia the first day of today, na uangalie Deputy President Martha Karua vile amekuwa Mombasa na kuongea, let me tell you, Ruta alisema sijui nataka kutengeneza barabara ya kutoka Wachir, sijui aliambiwa mwisi, walifukuzwa. Kama Ndwale na ni Waislamu anatolewa longi, kufurutwa huko juu. Jameni, mnataka nini? Gachagua huko Narok, huyu mtu alikuwa na tusi baba anaitwa nani, Sangok, alifunga kari kio wakikimbia. Hii ni siku ya kwanza. Ndeto Kalonzo hajaanza kuteremuka. Haya, hawa wamekuwa na, nikiangalia baba, kama wataanza campaign sasa kila mahali tag. Hii watu wanafukuzwa. Gachagua hawezi enda mkutano bila Ruto. Wale walikuwa Kiambu wamefukuzwa. Hiyo tu nilitaka kusema ya kwamba tuko na hope. Uwezi uhusia wa Kenya uongo. Na yeye mwenyewe alisema hakuna mchinga Kenya. Niliwaambia Njiru anajua Mwaora. Niliwaambia hii watu vijana ya Central walikuwa job 2,000 every day. Nani angekataa hiyo pesa? For 4 years utapata group ile ujaiona, utaimbiwa ile ujaiona. Lakini sasa Njiru atakwambia hata ukipeleka 100 million the last day na wameamua wamefunga hoteli, wawezi vita kiongozi yao. Wakati mliona wasee kiama na wale wasee ingine wote waliendorse Martha Karua, ndiye imefanya hata rais yetu anatulia, analala State House kwa sababu kazi imeisha. Kuna watu wengi walitout watu ya Central. Those are very clever brothers. Wako na biashara. Uwezi, unasikia Martha Karua anasema ukituma mtoto sokoni, uko na watoto 5 kwa nyumba, unajua ni mtoto gani unamtrust, akienda kununua sukari atakurutishia nyumbani hata ndururu. Na unajua ni mtoto gani atakwambia mam, wakati nilienda nilianguka pesa ikapotea, ama sijui nilienda pesa imeingia kwa maji. Martha Karua akawauliza, ukituma watoto waende wachunge ng'ombe ama mbuzi, mtoto gani atarudi na mbuzi yote nyumbani? Kumaanisha hutatrust nani kwa pesa yenyu ya Kenya, na mumejionea wenyewe. Hiyo ni simple questions wa Kenya walielewa. Alafu ya mwisho, address ya Deputy President jana wakilaunch na address ile amepeana leo. Penat hata kama wewe ni running mate kama nani, utatoroka peke yako. How? Hata deputy president ule ya real anaitwa William Samoei Ruto, she cannot compete with Martha Karua, leave alone Gachagua. The real deputy president of Kenya wawekwe na Martha Karua kwa stage. I'm telling you, people will not stand. Watu watatoroka, ndio sababu wali withdraw. So core time is the right time. Wakati wa baba ni sasa, wakati wa mama ni sasa. Na mimi nataka niambie Ndeto, unasikia mama ya maendeleo alisema leo walikuwa na Charity Ngilu kama president, walikuwa na Kalonzo kama president, lakini kwa decision yake kama mama aliwacha Ngilu akaenda kwa Martha Karua. But kabla hajaenda kwa Martha Karua, she had to talk to Ngilu kumwambia, you are my sister, I'm from Kamba, lakini kura tunapatia Martha Karua. Na Ngilu ukasikia alisema ilikuwa ni alisimama, yeye ndiye alikaa chini. Niliwaambia ile constituency ya wamama, alikaa chini Ngilu na akaona na akasema yeye alikuwa KANU, Martha Karua akiwa opposition. Ngilu alituambia leo alisalamia Martha na akajaribu kukimbia ili Moi asimuone na Kalonzo yatu wasijue amesalamiana na Martha, lakini Martha akamuita akamuongelesha. From that day Ngilu akajua tuko na mama. So ukisikia hiyo live history imetolewa leo Mombasa penat, history ya wamama mahali wametoka na mahali wamefika. Na jana mama ingine ulisikia alisema, Martha Karua alisimama na kusema, kina mama kumbuka mahali tumetoka. History ya Kenya amwezi weka wamama nyuma, tunaenda pamoja. Ile kitu nimependa penat, wamama wameamua, wanabeba jamii, wanabeba watoto wasichana, wanabeba watoto vijana na wanabeba wa baba. Kwa hivyo hii country hakuna mtu atasikia hako baridi, nyumba ikiwa na baba na mama. Na Martha Karua amesema wataifuatilia yote, tutakuwa na the best government hatujaiona kwa hii dunia yetu ya Kenya. So mimi hiyo tu nilitaka kusema. Mungu ametusaidia, tusikuwe na wasiwasi, tujaribu tu kuuza agenda ya baba. Hiyo tu ndio tunataka. Njiru akiwa kwa ile mkutano yao ya nyumba, waanze kuambia watu na Kikuyu hiyo agenda 10 ya baba. Sisi tukiwa hapa tufanye the same. Kama mnahitaji nyumba ya Mulembe wafanye the same. In these 2 months tunataka wa Kenya ati hata ukifunga macho unajua ile tena agenda ya baba. Na Martin, sijaona Kip na ninaona Ose, ebu mtupatie industries hile sile siko kwa every county na sile inaesa simamishwa. Mkuje msomee watu hapa, mseme Eastern tuko na hii na hii iliisha lakini inaesa rutisha. Tuende Mombasa, tuende Nakuru, all 45 counties.
Lakini Mama Selina uliniangusha ukisema industries za Nakuru Kasau Everready na ilianguka.
Nimesema tuko na Everready, nimesema tuko na Blanket, nimesema tuko na ile ya asbeti ile ya kutengeneza asbeti, kuna ya manguo. Nimesema tuko na Limuru, Pata, Eldoret tuko na Raymonds, tuko na Rivertex, tuko na KCC, Nakuru tuko na Cereals, tuko na TV, tuko na Viretram. Hizo ni ile ilitengenezwa wakati ya ukoloni. Ukiingia wako na vitu enough. Ukienda Western wako naye. Ukienda Ukambani najua mko nayo. So hiyo ndio vitu tunataka tusomewe, ya kwamba baba ataanzia wapi. Na ni sisi tu, nyinyi tu mlianza hii campaign mpaka Wakenya wametufuata. It is the same Martin, tuweke kwa ndio watu wajue na tuambie. Najua baba anasikia, najua mama anasikia. Tuambie ile kitu tunaona ni priority ya Kenyans. Alafu Mungu, tutaona vile mambo Mungu atatusaidia. Ni hayo tu nataka kusema.
So thank you, Mama Selina. That is elaborate, and it's no cause for alarm. Let the campaign hit the road, things will fall in place. Sinajua vile campaign huwa ina build up. Ikifika ile time ile tulikuwa tunaambia baba, hata hii kama utaki kuwa sworn in, we must swear you in. You don't have a choice on this matter. Now we are headed in that particular place. Na kila mmoja wetu atakuwa anatembea na Biblia. So tunaweza so bwana Uma, relax. This is gone. Njiru,
sawa,
endelea tafadhali.
Bana ndio unafaa uende urelax sasa.
Please, mimi hapa nimeshikwa hostage for nimemaliza kazi yangu. Uma, una swali lolote?
Utawaacha wanaambia sasa.
It is me who has a swali for you.
Wacha bana akapumzike brother.
No, he has brought up an issue which he has not conclusively answered.
What is it, Ose?
Chirchir is in exactly the same position that he was handling there, and at the same time, he still has Chebukati's credentials. To date, he still has them.
Who tells you that?
But Chebukati owned up to say that he is the one who took them because he had a more powerful password.
That's exactly what I'm telling you. When there is what now I don't want to talk too much, but there is how the deep state works. Okay, you only accept to play ball when you can be protected. It is risky to be protected by somebody who will not have power to protect you. I don't know if you understand me.
Okay, let's have faith. I will have faith.
So like for example, there is a short video I watched somewhere where you like or say you have a company is doing very well, iko na pesa, then umeajiri mvulana fulani, your PA. Then your PA sees how much money you're making na vile unafikanga nyumbani na pesa. So anakuja anapatia house girl wako some little dollars, alafu ana strike deal. Anambia kwa sababu ameona pesa umeleta umeweka chini ya kitanda na amejua vile unapatanga pesa, so he wants to pay the house girl so that the house girl poisons the boss. Then when the boss dies, they will run away with the money together. So the house girl weighs between the two. Huyu hajawahi nilipa mshahara, huyu ndo ananilipanga mshahara kila siku. Lakini huyu amenipatia marupurupu, asema ni uwe ile mtu ananipatianga mshahara kila siku. So what happens? He conspired with the family kwa sababu hao ndio anajua. Then he played ball. Isumu hakuweka, and then these ones wakakunywa juice, wakajifanya wamededi. Kijana kaingia. Alipochukua hiyo pesa, then now he turned again the house girl and anataka kumshoot the house girl. Then the police came from the rooms and carried him. So kuna where your security lies, it's the determinant factor of which ball you will play. It is not the offers you've been given. Hata sahi pesa itakataliwa kama ya Titanic. Titanic, people rejected money. When the ship began to sink, money meant nothing. So you wait and see.
We love faith.
We will talk more about it. Don't worry. We have 2 months, a whole 2 months. Thank you. See you later. God bless you. Njiru, endelea tafadhali.
Okay, sawa. I appreciate Bernard. Thank you for being part of our system. We appreciate it. Maybe before Jose, I give you an opportunity. If you allow me, I can make my brief presentation. Then I allow you to come on board. I don't know. Are you in agreement with that? Okay, thank you. So let me begin by commenting about Mitumba. So this issue of Mitumba, I want to comment about it now. You know, nimesikiliza ubeshti anaitwa Kwame. I know he is an economist, and I also try to follow research of other people. You know, there is no any profession which is explicit, and I would like I want to differ with him seriously. Today, you know, I've tried to look for a journal article which this Kwame Otieno as authored regarding business ama history ya Mitumba, na sijapata yoyote. So in my research, I was able to find a journal article na ukiangalia it is reviewed, ni journal article imeandikwa by a very serious lady anaitwa Jane Opiri, and that article inasema expanding Kenya's domestic textile and apparel industry. Sitaki kusoma mingi sana, so kwa hiyo journal article ile kitu tu na ni journal article imekuwa published 2020. Nataka tu kuwasomea tu conclusion ya hiyo journal article ili musikie vile anasema. I don't want to read everything. Unajua journal ikipublishwa inamaanisha kulikuwa na data pahali, kuna kitu ilifanywa, kuna research imefanywa, na anasema hivi conclusion yake: Rwanda's success in textile has implications for policy makers and government in other developing economies seeking to revitalize their collapsing industry. Additionally, the government can invest and make their domestic textiles. So, I don't want to read all this conclusion. Already, huyu ni mama ameandika journal article regarding how the textile industries can be revived in the whole of Africa. And one of our conclusion is Mitumba has been the impeding factor. This one is a published journal. Ni mtu ameandika, is a professor na ako Marekani, na ameelezea hizo factors zote na ameelezea. So huyu Kwame, I would like him to cite for me. Unajua saa zingine hata tukisikiliza watu wakiongea kwa TV, that one is I will only accept a theory which has been proven and tested. I want him to cite for me something, but history tu ya kukuja tu na unaongea and you just say things which you don't. Personally, I don't agree with them. Nataka kuona those evidence. So don't just come and tell us issues and you are not giving us tangible evidence in terms of something which has been done by scholarly people. So ile story ingine nilikuwa tu nikitaka tu kukuelezea on the same thing unajua na kuanga I'm in the field ya hesabu kidogo. Kuna kitu inaitwa hypergeometry. In hypergeometry is where you look at the success of something because of affecting another thing. And I can tell you there is a way in which sorry, there is a way in which Mitumba industry can affect our textile industry and vice versa. So
Vitalis, mute your mic. Vitalis.
Oh, I should mute my mic. Okay.
Yeah. So even as we listen
is it okay?
to some of these people who are coming and telling our
not
issues,
yet,
some of them
yet.
could be some of them could be sympathizers of some political parties which
Okay.
we don't know they are which one. So we need a radical change in Kenya. One thing which I can tell Kenyans is that even if in Kenya right now we do not have Mitumba, no one will walk naked. I can tell you an alternative will be there. We will have economies of scale. Nguo zitakuwa kwa wingi. Let me ask a question. What if our economy can grow and everybody can afford a new clothes? Tuendelee kuvaa hiyo Mitumba. So these restrictions which tunataka kujiweka kwa akili, pia we do not want to grow. Na pia I believe if we want, kama tunataka kugrow economy yetu from that world to at least a serious economy, lazima kuna vitu zingine we have to be serious and talk what we need to do about them. Chinese, Singapore na watu wengine they have also been in the same scenarios. Ukienda sahi China hakuna hii vitu tunaongea. In China huwezi patana na Mitumba. Ukienda in Singapore they are talking of new things and creating market. South Korea who are once like us wanatengeneza magari, Hyundai ni yao. So ukisikia mtu kama baba akisema tractor itatengenezwa Kenya, what special thing do you think South Koreans wako nayo Kenyans hatuna? So history ya watu kufikiria ati tunaweza lock akili yetu ni mbaya. So and kuna vile hizi vitu we can actually improve them day in day out. Let's start somewhere. tunaweza tengeneza. I remember even during Moi time kuna ile wakati tulianzia na ile there was a famous Nyayo car. But because
it was called the Nyayo Pioneer.
Yeah, there was that famous car. But I think some people discouraged him. I wish that project went. I can assure you by now tungekuwa tunatengeneza magari yetu. It's a very good car. If that project went, na tuachane na hawa here saying, oh, the project is expensive.
Zero. Yes. Wasn't there like Uhuru car that had been brought up about, I think it was on the 90s, Uhuru that was a brand of Kenya, a car, walikuwa wamejaribu kumake.
Yeah, I agree.
It was called Nyayo Pioneer. It was called Nyayo Pioneer car. It was, the factory was actually near nini, hii stadium ya huko chini Ruaraka.
Yeah, there are those attempts, but now you see mtu akianzia kitu mzuri then they get discouraged along the way, ama tunashindwa na kukater corruption pia. So ndio nasema sasa, I know now Baba is determined now to bring something serious. So initially these things might be expensive, but once we perfect na tujue hii kitu inafanywa hivi, and running cost down the line inaanzia kupungua, but we have to start them. I can tell you by 2050 Kenya should be manufacturing vehicles and selling them. We cannot stay this. So history ya kusema ati kila saa lazima tutukue tunanunua vitu kutoka kwa watu wengine, it is retrogressive. Na siwezi sikiliza mtu yote ambaye anasema Kenya cannot produce. Kwa ile station yetu ya Kikuyu kuna kitu niliambia watu. I told people the reason why wale watu wanafanya manufacturing wako mbele ya hao watu wana produce raw materials, it is simple. I gave them a very simple example, although it is not a very good example. Russia kuna ndege wanatengenezanga inaitwa Sukhoi 29, kama mumefuata. Sukhoi 29, value ya Sukhoi ni $33 million. Kandege moja tu, na ni some sensors wanachukua wanacombine na nini. So whereas Kenya, value ya Kenya majani chai hivi vitu yote combined, it is equivalent to 3 Sukhois. Whereas watu kama Russia, they are producing like 100 Sukhois in a year. Let me ask you a simple question. When will the GDP of Kenya equate? Kama kazi yetu tu ni kutegemea tu kuuza raw materials direct hivyo. We cannot compete. So the idea is we have now to convert our raw materials into something serious. Ndio unakuta kama saa hii tukiuziwa magari na London ama Britain, Germany wakitupea ma BMW 10, they are equivalent to muzigo yetu ya kahawa mingi sana, which is not fair. So at the end of the day unakuta wale wakulima wa kahawa na wale wakulima wa majani chai kule, they need to produce a very big load for only, na ujue during change balance of trade haikuangi story ya kubadilishana pesa, inakuanga mumetupea majani chai ya this amount of value, so inakuanga cancellation. Mnatupea majani chai tunawapea magari, so kuna uwezekano majani chai yetu ya mwaka mzima tunapewa tu migi moja. We are only given one mig. One mig is just like ama one helicopter. Tunapewa tu helicopter moja na Marekani, wanatuambia ile vitu yote mmetupea it equates with only one helicopter. And this one helicopter ama mabasi ama pengine basi 50, and maybe this 50 buses they have been produced, it is just ile nini production tu ya kawaida wamemaster na wameperfect. That's why I'm saying hii story ya Kenya peke yake ni story ya East Africa na Africa in general. If we will not manufacture, we will never compete, because that is where you use intelligence. Na kwa hii dunia, unless you start using your intelligence, you will not compete another person. Sisemi ati kuvuna kahawa you are not using intelligence, but basically pale unaenda unavuna kahawa unauza. There is no much brain which is being used, but lazima Kenyans wafike level whereby their brains are used. Let's see how now hii kahawa can be converted into something serious where people can use brains. This world is a competition of brains in whatever you are doing, and unless your brains are activated, Hizi country akina China, akina South Korea, akina Singapore watakuwa amazed to us. We will just be talking of corruption. So somebody has to come with a radical procedure. That's what I just wanted to clarify to the team here, because we have to stop this idea of enabling UDA to sell their propaganda when they want to steal from us. The reason why UDA want to enter into the government, sio kitu ingine, wanataka kutuibia. So that's why they don't have serious ideas they want to tell us. Wanataka tu kutuambia tu ile tu vitu ya kitambo tu, whereas the world is changing. We are now in the digital age. Sahi tuko time ya programming na vitu zingine kali. So we have to enable our people. Otherwise, pia history ya raw materials, eventually it will become unsustainable. Lazima sasa tuende sasa kwa AI na vitu zingine, robot inawekwa kwa kahawa inavuna hiyo kahawa, robot inawekwa kwa majani chai inavuna hiyo. But people should not be crying, oh, robot imewekwa kwa majani chai imeenda na kazi zetu. That is where the world is, and we cannot start fighting that. So history saa zingine ati kuna mashine ya kuvuna kahawa, alafu sasa watu wanaanzia kupigana na hiyo. Ni sisi tuanzie kukua creative, and we see how our people can get education and they start getting this job. But we cannot fight development in the name of fear and saying that we will fight the job. Hata hii Mitumba au watu tutaweka pahali ingine. So this idea of saying that we can give them dignified jobs. What would be the big deal? Kama sasa nimekuwa nikigoogle hapa, Mitumba imeemploy around 300 to 500k wa Kenya. What if we close it and we employ 3 million Kenyans? Which one is better? So let's not lock our minds. Let's think globally, then think tukijua ya kwamba watoto wetu ambao tunazaa saa hii hawatategemea hii Mitumba for life. We have to think something different. So when we are coming here, let's show people that we can be different, and we can show that na baba ametuambia tu, na baba hii vitu hezi achieve peke yake, ni sisi tuzi-embrace and we tell baba they are doable. We know they are complex. Hii manifesto ya baba si ati ni rahisi, it is very complex. But we have to tell him, yes, we have faith and these things can be done. Lakini sasa tukianzia sasa hii upuzi ati ya kusema unafanya hivi, we have to think differently. We have to tell people that these things can be done. We have brains, bwana. We are going in other countries. Kenyans are in America, in Britain, doing serious things. Those things, they don't want to do them in Kenya. Why? We have to be serious. Thank you. That is my presentation in brief. Asante. Another person, kama kuna mtu anataka kuongeza, we can go to Oze.
Zero, kama utazaniacha nataka kusema that was the best conversation that tumeisema. I like it, I love it. Na niseme nini? Kenya lazima tuache kufikiria, if we're going to move from a third world country to a first world country, we have to start thinking venye Njiru amesema, because we need to move to where we cannot be a third world area for the rest of our lives. These things we have to do it for our kids and everything. Some of us come out here, go places. Some of us have gone to, some of the many people around here, wameenda places mob, wamefanya vitu mob. Lazima tuache kufikiria backward, because the whole world today at my job, mtu aliniambia, we went to eat somewhere for a birthday of somebody. Mtu akaniambia, nikaitisha ile inaitagwa nini, what do you call the nini? Wakasema, there's kids suffering in Africa. That's a white person that told me that.
It's true.
No? And so at that point, you have to start thinking, why do you think Africa, everybody that suffers, everybody that is not eating is in Africa? Because we are our worst enemy. And this is what we have. And Zero, thank you for what you said. I appreciate it. I love it. And I like it. Because this is tunadharauliangwa as Africa, but we are the main people that bring it. What Raila and Karua is bringing on the table is way different from ile matusi tunapata kwa ile side nyingine. Mtu akisimama kwa podium ni kutusi tu. Njiru, I just wanted to say thank you for what you said. It's very intellectual. I appreciate it.
Acha nikwambie kitu moja. Acha ni present kitu moja. Okay, me personally acha niseme kitu moja.
Okay,
pole
na
na
next
cha
time
kidogo.
okay, Ogol kidogo tu na next time
Kidogo tu
ungojee
acha
upewe nafasi.
tumalize tu utaongea Mr. Njiru. Just a minute.
Ako mara mbili bwana kwa show.
Mine is just 2 minutes. Sina story mo mini mtagava. So mimi sina story mingi.
Okay, go directly then.
Good. So hii story yote tunabonga, kila kitu iko sawa na kila kitu Njiru amesema, sisi tuko hapo, sisi tunasukuma kwa ground. Personally mimi tumekuwa hapo nje, tumekuwa wapi, but ile kitu penye gava na penye Kenya tunaelekea, hata sisi watu wanaumia kwa ground, lakini hatutaki propaganda. Hii propaganda watu wamekuwa kituletea ati sisi sijui tutaleta hii, tumechoka nayo. Hata serikali, hata watu wenye kwa ground najua wamechoka. And Raila analeta kitu ya muhimu. Mimi ni county commissioner, na si ati ni jokes, lakini nimeamua wacha hii time round Kenya ni kwa the right side of history. The right side of history. So Mr. Njiru umeongea kitu poa. Mi ni boys, mi hata sina story mob. Na mi kuna day siku hizi kuna kitu mufanya. Mi assistant county commissioner gava hapa. Lakini kuna kitu moja mi ufanya siku hizi. Mucheza tu kama mimi. Unajua mimi nataka ku make implementation. Mwenda Nairobi every weekend. Na ingia kwa hizo clubs. Na mimi ukaa tu hapo nasikiza wasee nini. Mwenda kwa DJ. Mimi unajua wangu ni practical. Upate DJ, unajua mimi utaka change anze na mimi. Na nilikaa pale Gigiri nikajua penye change inaanza. So ile kitu mufanya mupatia msetu ngiri moja sotano ule DJ. Mi ile wimbo tu ya rero ni rero tu ndio uchezewa. So kuna day moja watu wa UDA walikuwa wanacheza, tuko mix. Wakaanza kusema hii game umeona sasa watu wako na akili, lakini hiyo ilikuwa ni akili yangu. So tukakaa tu hapo kidogo ile kitu yenye nafaa we have hii game si lazima kuna hizi okay, tuko na points, tuko na everything.
Vitali,
but
naambiwa na watu toke kwa curtain tafadhali, uweke sura please.
Sura yangu nimeweka my friend. Ama ijaekwa mtu labda ameziba.
Na Njiru ako mara mbili, ako na 2 accounts I think, ako mara mbili. Nani bro, uko mara twice.
It is okay, sawa. Aongea na hiyo moja ni sawa. Okay, Vitalis malizia ili tuendelee. Lakini mtu akiongea weke picha tafadhali.
Lakini unajua inaweza kuwa noma kwake koza amesema kutoka gava ndani, so naweza kuelewa.
Okay, sawa. It's okay. You know I'm listening. Okay, Vitalis, just communicate please.
Sasa.
Okay, Vitalis, communicate. Malizia please.
Okay, na malizia. Acha nikwambie kitu moja. Hata sisi kama commissioners tumejichagua saa hii. Some of us the whole Kenya, we are doing our part, we are playing our part, and what I can assure you, tunasukuma hii kazi, tuko chini. This is my first time on this show, na mi hata sina story mob. Mi yangu ni kusukuma huko chini, hata sitaki kuongea mingi. Tulisukuma Jubilee last time iliingia, lakini saa hizi tunasukuma Raila, full stop.
Okay, thank you. Your presentation is fine. Let's get another person. Thank you, Bwana Ogar. Yeah.
And Mr. Ugur.
Oh, okay, Ugur. Okay, fine. Nimeisoma kwa Kizungu. You should appreciate for that.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, sawa. Thank you, Bwana Ugur. Nimeisoma Ogar. You know, you are from the other
side. Anyway, I'm sorry, but sitaki kuongea mingi.
Okay, thank you, Bwana Ugur. Okay, Oze. Come on board, please. and make your presentation. You can react to anything as you go on. You know the topic vile inasonga hapo.
Sorry. Yes, good evening, everyone. The issue about the Mitumba idea, you see, it's all based on how we understand what Baba is trying to do. You have realized that the UDA have picked it up and they are running away with it. How Kenyans are next month going to walk around naked? It is ati mnadharauliwa nyinyi watu wa chini nyinyi ndio mnatumia mitumba. So next month in August there will be no mitumba, watu watatembea uchi. Now if there is any little understanding to be there, one thing which is true is that the whole idea is to revive the textile industries and many other industries in the country, which are brought down by what you generally refer to as dumping. And it is not just in the textile alone, but let's just speak on the textile industry. For you to revive the Kikomis, Raymond, revive Rivertex, I think there was another one in Coast, I've forgotten what it was called. For you to revive that textile industry, you need the raw material. So where do you get the raw material? To begin with, you need things to do with, for example, sisal. There used to be a very land, this plant called what? The sisal. Rare Bipingo. I think there was large-scale farming of sisal in a place in Coast. A farm, I think it was even critical.
Jose, to help you, it's still there. It's from Mombasa all the way to Malindi. All that side is sisal, left and right.
It's called Rare Bipingo, is it? I think so.
Yes, I was there about 4 months ago, and it's still there.
Now, to revive the textile industry is not like next month kind of thing, the way Kenya Kwanza wants to mislead the public. In fact, what Baba is trying to talk about is quite long term. But tangu you grow the sisal, I think sisal takes something like 2 to 3 years to mature. Cotton takes equally long. It is not something you can do in August, even if you wanted to. It will take time for you to be ready with the raw material, especially sustainable and consistent supply of these things.
Very true.
To revive these things. So for somebody to come around and start saying, I think I remember Kenya Kwisha were campaigning, I think somewhere in Eastern, and they kept saying that watu wakuwe tayari kuanzia September watakuwa uchi. Now, but in any case, to do away with the Mitumba sales itself, you can't do it in less than
in 1 day.
In 1 day, you can't, because
in a century.
For if you are to do it gradually and in an orderly manner.
Can you guide Ogal on how to mute, please? Because I think you will not be able to speak, the two of you. Just guide him on how to mute, please.
Vitalis, are you mute?
I was just complimenting whatever the senior counsel is saying.
Just mute. Mute and conceal mine. Yes.
I will mute.
So they I remember them really exciting the crowd in Western, trying to say how you people get ready kutembea hapa uchi. Unaona vile wanakudharau. We mwinyi watu wa chini, nyinyi you are the ones who rely on mitumba 100%. There will be no mitumba from September, from August. So you see, that is playing with people's emotions and whatever. But nevertheless, for those who care to think, you should know that even if you are wanted, assuming you have the raw material, it is not, you can't just do come and it is a pub kind of stuff and no more imports and what have you. The best way to deal with those things, let's say if we want to stop you from bringing Mitumba here, all we do is maybe introduce some taxation. Do taxation, and whoever pays the tax, they would have compensated the lost jobs by not doing them locally. And if you put the tax really high, well, that is it. That's the end of it. So it is not something which should be. I believe Baba has an idea of implementing them very, very gradually. Now, while on the same length, of the same strength, there is the issue of protecting local industries. Now, if you all remember, I think President Uhuru, once upon a time, when he was the Minister for Finance, he came up with this policy that he didn't want. He decided that all government officers would be using certain types of cars. I think it was the VW Passat, that kind of car. And it is a car which he arrived on through some, I think, special arrangement with the manufacturers in Germany. Is it in Germany? Yes. And they were obtained at very, very considerate negotiated rates. So one thing, they leased them and got them cheaply, and then they were able to actually reduce the government expenditures as far as transport and vehicles to public service servants was concerned. And I remember he himself, that day, as much as he had his V8, he did not use it to go to read the budget. He went into the small car, the Passat, that he went to Parliament to read the budget that year. Now, we are all conversant with General Motors. General Motors has been the one that makes most of these, the matatus. There was a year when the matatus used to refer to them as manyangas and what have you. One thing that was not was clear is that those vehicles were brought in Kenya as knockdown parts, which were then assembled at GM. And then, of course, you'll go and choose those funny designs here in Kenya. The only thing is that there were parts which were brought from abroad and then they were assembled here. That way, at least Kenyans were able to get jobs because the assembly plants were just along Mombasa Road there. So similarly, you can do the same with very many other cars. There was once upon a time, Toyota Kenya. I think there was the Toyota, one of the Toyota models. They decided that they'll start assembling it in Kenya. And for a long time, they did so. Now, to help people buy the locally assembled vehicles, I think the government entered into some arrangement with banks that they finance people who are buying the locally assembled vehicles vis-a-vis the ones which are being imported. So how did they do that? They just went with the taxation, import duty. They paid, I think the import duty was put for second-hand cars coming from abroad, was put almost at 65% of the cost which you have paid for it in Japan. So by the time you had freight and shipping here, they were turning out to be more expensive than the locally assembled Toyota car. I've forgotten which model it was. But again, the fact that they were being assembled in Kenya, that is the way you deal with these things. You make sure that the people who go to the assembly plants, they get some way of employment. And at the same time, you can call it buy Kenya, make Kenya. Now, I remember Selina, Sally, today you are Sally. I remember.
It's okay, Selina, Sally is okay.
I know why, don't worry. I know why you are Sally. The way Sally was saying that, you remember one of the Baba's 10-point agendas is buy Kenya, build Kenya. One product, each country must be proud, at least to the very minimum, have one product which you can say, this one is made in Machakos, or this one is made in Kitui. Now that way, we are going to encourage the locals so that they can be proud of what they call themselves. You soon see that the more, if they can do two, the better. If they can do three, the better. But the fact that they can do them here, even if it means subsidizing them in the beginning, because it will be quite costly. Normally, the starting costs are very high. It will bring a lot of difference, and then we'll start being Kenyan. Now, somebody did talk about coffee, Kenyan coffee being taken, whatever, and then you go to the supermarket these days, you find a lot of imported coffee. Now, little do you know that for true, the coffee itself originated initially from Kenya. And no, to avoid even going far, Tanzania, I happen to have lived somewhere near Tanzania. They were getting Kenyan coffee, go and repack it and do some value addition and then export it to Kenya. They export it to Kenya, and it was very interesting. Just that Kenya, I think people are so much mesmerized with this idea of imported stuff. Imported stuff. There was a time when anything imported was seen as quality. It is a total lie. It's a total lie, because most of these brands, they follow certain methods, certain approaches to be manufactured, and all these are standard. The way you roast coffee, it all depends. There are various types of roasting degrees, even here in the US. So it depends: black roasted, brown, all manner of different grades. But it is roasting coffee is something so simple that you wonder why we have to export raw coffee. It is taking too long. Maybe all we can say is that Baba's approach is long overdue. This value addition, and let's have some incentive so that counties can compete. Let's see the first people to put products in the market. Take Coast, for example. If I was in Coast, I'll do something about the coconut and start exporting it all to other counties. That way we'll be proud with Kenya. Now, my other issue is to deal with the corruption. I can't help talking about corruption. I don't know. I hope I'm not getting boring, most of you. But I'm so much disappointed with the way CDF money is misused. In 1 year alone, you spend around 30 billion on CDF in the country. 30 billion. Now, those who have had the advantage or the benefit of looking at the auditing reports of these funds, in 5 years, imagine you'll be dealing with something like close to 500 billion in terms of CDF. Now, sometimes when you listen to the release of the Auditor General reports, the best he has ever done, I think, is that there was a year when the best rating, I think, was like 21%. 21% of the 500 billion they could be accounted for. You can then imagine now a whole 79% they can't account. Now, year in, they still want to be elected. It really pains me. It really pains me. Now, there was in the 2010 Constitution a clause to deal with recalling non-performing MPs. As far as I'm concerned, MPs who have misappropriated the CDF, they are, as far as I'm concerned, non-performing. And anybody with such a record should never be allowed to contest again until they clear themselves. Now, whether there is goodwill or no goodwill, me, as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to try and start some wish list kind of approach to dealing with these corrupt elected representatives. And if it means, because I know they can't pass the same laws in parliament where they say it, there is no other way. It will have to go the Azimio style, the BBI style. Go to the referendum so that anybody who is found with corruption issues and have not sorted it out, you can't continue coming back for a re-election. We have to tune up the laws and find a way out to bar these people. And the recall clause must be returned in the Constitution. I remember the constitution makers had left it for parliament to come up with the appropriate laws to deal with it. Now, what happened? The same legal legislators, they messed it up. Now they make sure that nobody can utilize that recall clause. For me, going forward, I want to stop there. Going forward, any MP who has any CDF issues to deal with, that should be enough reason to initiate a recall of that MP. If on year one, your CDF cannot be accounted for, year two, no. That is enough for the recall clause to be applied. Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation. You have handled a number of issues. I liked it. Unless if there is any person who wants to handle him or maybe ask him a question, I will pass the baton to the next person. Any person with a question or addition? Maybe Robert, wait for around 15 seconds to sikia kama kuna mtu akona nyongeza. Okay, Robert, go ahead.
Thank you, Njiru. Selina, now I'm almost calling you Sally. Mama yangu amebadilika bana.
Yes.
Mama amebadilika. I almost called her Sally and I know her Selina.
Hata wewe umebadilisha,
thank you.
ndio? Si hata wewe
Mimi
umebadilisha.
nilibadilika nikawa Roberto Azimio.
It is the same reason
Yes,
Mami has used.
Nashukuru kuwa nanyi siku ya leo. And this Mitumba debate imenikera kwa sababu there are people who are refusing to reason. You know one thing, there is no, you know the late Toto man, be what? He said, there's one time he said, there is no honor in being poor. That is the only statement I've ever agreed with Biwott. And you know, you cannot go around the country addressing the citizens that nyinyi ni watu wa chini. You know, you glorify poverty. That is something extremely wrong. And UDA has actually become something we call attack dogs. They are constantly attacking anything that the Azimio side is trying to propagate, even when they know very well deep in their hearts that this is something that is good. They will lean on sideshows and a few slip of the tongues to try and please the crowds. You know, when a dog is excited, it wags the tail. And I think UDA is excited and think that they are almost getting the meat. They are almost getting to power. And that excitement is caused by the will to go and plunder our resources, not the will to help our people. And it is for everything that Azimio is coming up with, they have an answer. They took the manifesto, took the Mitumba issue, tried to run away with it, took the agricultural presentation by Munya, tried to rubbish it. Now I'm asking, and you know, some of the questions they're asking are very simple. They're asking, Munya is in the government. Why hasn't he done what he was talking about at the manifesto launch? And I'm asking myself, the DP is in government. Why hasn't he tried to implement the bottoms up? You know, some kind of thinking that is so myopic is quite irritating, very, very irritating. Like, you know, like the Mitumba issue, I beg to differ with this economist called Kwame. And there's a statement that Kwame made that I started doubting his knowledge of economics. And he talks about there are people dependent, there are people other than the consumers who are dependent on the Mitumba. There's a chain of people. You know, the only chain of people that are benefiting are outside the country. So I do not see why we should be supporting people who are outside the country, because the people he talked about, the people who are packing these Mitumbas and transporting these Mitumbas up to Kenya, and now the consumer, there is that retailer. Yes, the retailer who pays for the bales and selling, we can excuse that, but there is a solution to that, and that solution is to bring in our own made garments for sale. And to add on that, UDA being who they are, they have already sponsored enough, call it, is it sites or media platforms like Tuko, what have you, and there are all over manner of articles. Some traders in Mitumba, in the Mitumba industry, are saying that selling new clothes does not give them more profit. You know, they're trying to sell the negativity, but that does not make absolute sense, because if you look at it, the bottom line is that anything that is produced in Kenya has got every Kenyan benefiting in that, because from the farmer there is the retailer, there is the supplier of chemicals, the supplier of whatever inputs you think about when you're producing cotton, until the wearer of the garment. We stand to get more than a few individuals. The chain is bigger than the 2 million that are alleged to be involved in the Mitumba industry. Of which, so I don't want to dwell on that so much, because it is extremely irritating that nobody wants to see that kind of value, because value addition is something that we need to ensure that it's entrenched in this country. You know, it's very painful to walk into a restaurant like in Nairobi, like at Cafe, name them. There are so many very fancy, nice restaurants where you're paying a cup of coffee for going for 500, 600 bob. And the same coffee that they're selling you is coffee that has been grown in Kenya, sold in the auction in Mombasa, gotten its way out. The value of that goes 20-fold. Then it's brought back and you buy it at your supermarket at 500 bob, a small tin. You know, it is extremely painful, but people do not see this. And the idea of UDA continuing to glorify poverty and condemning our people to poverty is the height of bad manners. It is bad leadership, and I don't know how we can change that. But I believe that if we can say no to these handouts and give them a deaf ear, that is the only way they will learn. Okay, secondly, on the Iebc hammer claims casualties, there's one thing that is very interesting about our candidates for presidency. You know, if you ask yourself, these people, what do they stand to gain? You know, because when you're going for that job, you look at it from you do your research, assuming that you have campaigned, you look at you do your research, and what are you exactly benefiting in this? Are you doing some kind of kubatisha? Hopefully, other candidates fall off by through natural attrition, and you benefit, or what is it? Because there is no way those people can win. Number two, there are qualifications that are required. You have not met the qualifications. So why this drama and trying to get the attention of the Kenyan people? It is a waste of time, and Kenyans should put them where they belong. Just ignore them, because it is not even worth airtime on the televisions. And regarding Rigathi, that gentleman should just continue talking. He has irritated me so much, but it is for our benefit that he continues making so much noise. The more noise he makes, the more blunders he makes. And the people are able to see the quality of leadership that is coming out of that group. We don't need to disturb that group. Let them just keep on making noise. It is for their own. It's for our own good. And I think I'll leave it at that. Maybe I give the next.
You can communicate with Jose. I can see Jose wants to talk with you. You can talk together.
Jose, you are on mute.
Thanks for that. I just want to add on what you are saying. You see, anybody who says that that there are some people who are also benefiting because they pack or they unpack the bales when they arrive, it is being so simplistic. You know, if you are thinking is so linear, that is what is called a linear mind. Now it takes not much to realize that the chain is almost 10 as much if the textile was here in Kenya. Because how many people, the people from the farming side, people will be involved to get the garments. By the time they are even somebody's wearing it, which route would the chain would have gone through farming, the manufacturing, now the value addition to get the garment. Then there is now the main production of the shirt, for example, so to say. You see, from the material, take it into a factory. From the factory, some people work on it. So it is almost like you have 20 times the chain which they are talking about will be multiplied 20 times. And all that means that jobs will be all over the place. Jobs will be all over the place. The chain will be much longer.
Yeah, in fact, I wanted to also mention that you see the SISO that you were talking about. Actually, Vipingo is still producing that SISO, and the most painful thing is that all that SISO is being harvested and then exported, and then once it's exported, we are now importing even ropes. You know, we are importing ropes.
You're not serious.
Yes, ropes. We are importing ropes. We are importing mats, SISO mats, which have been produced by our same SISO, and we see them all over in these exhibitions. So it is we need to put that value addition as a priority if we are to move forward. There is no way we can continue operating like beggars. I'll even give an example. You know, if you buy take example, you buy we are all driving Mitumba vehicles, not because we like them, but it's because that is the much we can afford.
You don't have an option in any case.
In way back in 2002, that was the last time I bought because I had some financial facility. That is the last time I bought a brand new car. And it took me 3 years before I could replace a thing in that car. Now, the same vehicles that we buy from Japan, it will take you 2 months before you go back to the garage. So there is no honor in going for second-hand things. We should do away with this thing and forget about them. Change is painful. Change is extremely painful, but we must make a step. And once we make this step, we will only suffer for a few 1 or 2 years, and things will start unveiling themselves. and getting into place. So it doesn't make sense to continue hanging on to second-hand material. It's not going to take this country forward. We will continue that, and the cycle will continue, and we will just remain an average country. We will not be doing any better than Nigeria, which is the second largest producer of oil, and yet they cannot even benefit. That oil or petrol is more expensive than it is in Kenya. So we need to make this radical change, and radical change, somebody has got to initiate it, and then it can spur growth. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your presentation. Yeah, I can see you are in sync with majority of the people. Yeah, there is a question which I was asking myself today. Let's say I'm the cost of buying a Mitumba cloth is say 50 bob or 100, and the cost of buying a new cloth is say 150 bob or 200 or 250. And the economy is functioning. There is so many jobs, and maybe in your pocket you have 1,000. In your pocket you have 1,000, or you have 1,500. Which one will you go for? So it's a rhetoric question. I don't need an answer from you, but what I'm trying to tell Kenyans is that we have also to appreciate, even as your income starts to grow, we have also to spend money. So because even as you are spending money, you are creating an economy. So as we create many jobs, people will get paid. You know, these are some of the commitments which you need to assess na uone vile baba anajaribu kukuambia na una connect hizo vitu. So there is no way in which he wants you to buy a new clothes and you not afford it. So you need to connect one thing with the other one. That thing, what he is trying to tell you is that my government will function, because at the end of the day, you will be able to afford a new clothes. That is what he is trying to tell you. So badala ya kuangalia hii issue with a very narrow mind, let's look at this issue holistically. Let's see when industries grow. Let's say tuseme kama kuna kiwanda, there is direct and indirect jobs. Kiwanda yoyote. And then I want to respond to somebody hapa. Kuna mtu nimeona kwa comment atanasema Raila Odinga ana promise free education na tuko na graduates wengi sana hawajaajiriwa. I've not heard somebody talking about that, but I wanted to talk with kabla nijibu pia captain. Kuna kitu mimi naona hapa. You see, the issue of graduates not getting job, that issue cannot be the issue of Baba presently. He is coming to solve an issue which has been there for a long time. So ni kama anakuja ku solve backdrop, something which has been there, which has not been solved. So what I expect is that if our economy can function, the new graduates, ama wale watu watakuwa na graduate, we will be taking them to the industries and to other areas where the economy is functioning. Then the private sector will also be booming. Then within that phase, we will also be taking all those graduates to the backlog slowly at a phase. Maybe we say within a period of 10 years, there could be a possibility that the attrition rate in Kenya will be like 20%. Maybe the graduates who do not have employment is like, because let me tell you, even in America and Britain, don't be cheated, they still have a number of people who do not have jobs. So I cannot tell you that the economy, in any economy, 100% of people in that country get jobs. Unemployment is everywhere. That's when you hear even the US giving unemployment rates. They give those values. So you only give unemployment rates because sababu kuna watu hawana kazi. So this idea whereby Kenyans think that all of us will have to get jobs, it is not possible. What we want is that we want that number to be at a controlled level. See, like out of 100 graduates, 80 graduates don't have jobs. That one is bad. Because now, if you have very many graduates or many people with jobs, these people will also employ others. So unakuwa sasa na ile inaitwa cyclic employment. So that is what happens. So unakuwa sasa pia huyu mtu anafanya kazi pia yeye ako na mfanyikazi wake. Maybe you have a driver somewhere, you have what. So those are the things which can only be created by a functioning economy. So ile kitu iko hapa, Baba has so much to do that we have to promise and to be committed to do those things. Okay, lastly nilikuwa nikitaka kujibu Captain sababu ameniandikia hapa issue ya Atuori. Captain, Atuori is not the spokesman of Azimio. And when Atuori was speaking, that one was a personal opinion from a personal observation. So the fact that Atuori alisema Ruto will not be in the ballot paper, he was not speaking on behalf of anyone. He was speaking on his own behalf. And we cannot be held accountable on a statement which was said by one person. Yes, we know Atuori is a very strong person in Azimio, but we have also to differentiate personal statement and the group statement. And this statement of Atuori was a personal statement, his own feeling, and we cannot take it as robustly. He was presenting the ideas. For me, I was expecting Ruto to be in this race so that he can come and get defeated by Baba. So yes, Mr. Atuori said that was his own personal opinion, and I don't think we need to come here and start discussing personal opinions which are here, which some people express. So that's what I wanted to tell you, and because I don't see, we know Mr. Ruto has been prepared to be in this race. Alianzia 2017, akaabandon kazi. He has spent a lot of money. In fact, it could have even been worse if this guy had not even reached in the ballot. Ametumia pesa sana. At least wache afike kwa ballot, at least hiyo pesa yake, he feels that the money has also worked for him, although he is going to lose terribly. That is my comment for that.
Njiro, you know, see, on that issue, Atuoli and Ruto have been exchanging their own issues at their own levels. So we can't take any of it here. You see, even when they talk about Atuoli as mtu wa Nyororo, what, so how do we get involved into that? And Atuoli has been doing it one-on-one with the deputy president.
You know, I also want to mention, before Captain comes in, I want to mention to Captain, you know, Captain, there are things that you have written there about cheating on Raila to be confident of winning. You know, there are things that people talk about which I find very disturbing. You know, some people talk about Raila being project, Raila anadanganywa na Uhuru, Raila. Let me assure you, or let me confirm to you that Raila is one hell of a politician that no politician in Kenya would want to deal with. Even if, suppose, hypothetically speaking, because I don't think Ruto will win. Even if Ruto is to win and become president, he will have to deal with Raila. So trying to say that Raila has been cheated by no. Raila does not operate like that. Raila operates on sound advice. Most of his decisions are based on advice that he receives, especially on political and economic issues.
Okay, yeah, thank you for that. Maybe before I bring Captain, I want to bring Captain on board. Captain, I hope leo umeona kampeni za UDA vile zinaendelea. Nasikia ni kama kuna jamaa ametolewa suruali, sijui ni ukweli ama ni video editing. Unajua siku hizi Kenya watu IT wako juu sana, so kuna uwezekano kuna mtu amechukua video maybe akaedit, sijui. And Mr. Rigathi Gachagua, this guy who has told the Mount Kenya people that once his Honorable Ruto becomes the president, wao wakipewa mchere na supu wameshiba na wataki kitu ingine. So please, can you enter in the discussion, and now can you try to demystify all those things, sababu hii siasa ya UDA sasa ni kama mimi sielewi kabisa. Sasa inafikaje mchele na supu inakuwa campaign policy for a region close to 10 million people. Mchele na supu kweli, can it be a campaign policy? Anyway, let's talk. Anyway, I'm not limiting you. Jaribu kuongea as you try to make me understand, sababu mimi nimeshindwa bana, inakaa our politics is degrading with the time. Sorry.
Wewe Njiru, habari zenu?
Jema kabisa.
Hii unaongea mpaka unajichekea, hii unaona vile unajidanganya. Unaleta kicheko ingine haiko. Nyamaza. Unajua Njiru ukisema eti ilikuwa personal opinion, Atuoli akisema eti Ruto hatakuwa cleared na IEBC. Can I ask you, ukisema Ruto atafail terribly, are you talking at a personal level of opinion, or you are just like talking to all on behalf of someone else? Is it your personal opinion ukisema atafail
On behalf
terribly?
of everybody else who see what is happening in Kenyan politics.
So
one minute, Captain.
Kwa kila mtu ila anaona nini inafanyika Kenya. Kama today tumeona Nyeri, tumeona Kakamega, tumeona Narok, tumeona Kirinyaga, tumeona Wachir, tumeona Bungoma, inaitwa Chwele ama inaitwa nini. So kama unaona watu wanakuwa shouted, wanafukuzwa. Tuku, mimi najua Tuku tulikuwa na yeye na Kenya kabla hajatutoroka na Kenya. Anajaribu kusema Gachagua na Ruto anaambiwa baba Raila Amolo Odinga na mama. Hiyo ni Nyeri town. So kuna watu wengi sana kama Tuku tulikuwa na yeye na Kenya executive wakati ya na Kenya na alitoroka. So ukiuliza Njeru kama ni maoni yako, la asha. Njeru anasema yale mambo imefanyika Kenya. Okay? Captain, hata Kericho, Bomet, posters ya baba na mama ilitolewa. The old people of Bomet town walikuja nje na wakasema hiyo si watu ya Bomet, na kama ni watu ya Bomet wako na kura kwa mfuko. Na wakasema wenye walikuja usiku kutoa hiyo posta ya baba na mama wanataka kuweka watu ya Bomet kwa china mbaya. So what we are saying, haya nimesahau. Huyu kijana ya Narok anaitwa nani hii huyu anatembea na mkwaji, I'm sorry sitaki kutaja watu machina. Ole Sangok alijaribu tena kufanya campaign Narok mpaka alifunga kioo akitaka kusema sijui Tunai ama sijui Ole Ndutu, anaambiwa Ole Kenda. So this is the first day today tumehesabu all over Kenya karibu 8 places, different counties kama UDA mbele ya Ruto. Leo ya Karisa ilikuwa ni Ruto na Ndwale. So Captain, we are not trying, hata ukitaka kutetea it is too late. Gachagua aliambia watu na amekwambia vizuri, alisema Wakikuyu wanataka nyama na mchele vile Moi alikuwa na waita. We are talking the truth. Hata wewe unajua watu ya Eldoret kila mtu amesema hii kitu imeenda. Niliwaambia ya kwamba baba ya kambo kasi yake imeisha, mwenye nyumba amerudi. Niliwaambia wacha kucheka na meno ya wengine, mumejionea. The 6 million votes mulikuwa mnaenda Central day and night, 2,000 shilling every day kupeana. Sasa hiyo ndiye wakale walisema ng'ombe ilikuwa na masiwa na ilikuwa inamchoma, na sasa imekamuliwa. Sasa ng'ombe inaweza rudi nyumbani tena ikule nyasi, alafu 2027 tuone kama amekuwa na akili. That is what I can say. Captain, mago mi ngalek mamita geberbereke angen ale imurenik, lakini kiomete tuga kikile itoroktai nerobu keter anan itoroktai neibelbelu. Kile chitab kalenjin magiborchin kwangoi kyo yai tuguk chekimogomukokse kait kityo wakati nikokero ole kaba Kenya kokonyo Iron Lady. That woman is very great woman. Na Wakikuyu kwanza ni nyumba ya Mombi. The Kikuyus are called by the women. So Mombi ametoka amekuja nyumbani kukada watoto ya Mombi. So hayo tu nataka kukwambia, usiambie Njiru ati ni maoni yako, ni maoni ile tunaona sisi yote. Na hata wewe Captain kwa ijeri magiberbereke magu micho oran moyet kityo.
Captain, kuja Azimio. Kuja
Njiru, ngoja niongee na wewe bwana.
Take the chance.
Ngoja niongee na Njiru kwanza. Okay. Salina amechukua time yangu, hata sijui anaongea na nani. Mimi niliamua tu kunyamaza.
Okay,
Njiru nilikuwa nakuuliza ukisema
she was reinforcing something which was good,
which is no problem, It was my time. It was my time.
Okay, you have your time. Okay, nimekupea dakika 15, endelea.
Hata sihitaji 15. Mimi nyinyi watu wa Azimio hata dakika 2 na wamalizanga tu. Wacha nikuambie hivi namna hii. Umesema kwamba mimi niko tu kwa watu ndio siwezi hata mahali pengine.
Captain, 1 minute. Unajua mtu mwingine atuambie unatumaliza, sio wewe. Wewe huwezi sema unatumaliza. That is bias.
Usikubali mambo ya Atwoli haiko kwa mambo yetu leo.
Yeah.
Kama Captain anataki
why are you running away from that? Why are you running away from that?
Something from you.
No, listen guys, why are you running away from the reality?
1 minute.
Hatutaki ututwist na hatutaki ukuje utupatie tumeanza saa 3 mpaka saa hii. Hatutaki utupatie mambo ile haiko kwa program ya leo.
Njiru mwenyewe ameuliza. Ni Njiru ameuliza.
No, Captain. You know you are a man of integrity. Hatutaki wewe ukuje unasema mambo. Siku ya Otwali tutaongea. Kukata miti Sugoi tutasema. But for today, let us follow what is here. Wacha kufinya Njiru.
No, nilimuuliza maswali yangu.
Aliniuliza swali.
Captain anakuja Azimio. Seli. Captain amekuja ku Azimio.
Okay, 1 minute Captain.
Useo. Mimi nijiapishe, nijipate huru pakati sijui napigwa matiaga. My friend, mimi siko kwa hapo.
Okay, wacha mambo mingi. So can you contribute to the debate, lakini kuna kitu nilikuwa nikitaka kukuambia. Umesikia baba akisema kura zote ni zake?
Huyo sasa mara ya 5, sasa mara 5 atatuambia nini? Maajabu gani atatuambia?
Okay.
Ingekuwa hata ni mara ya 2 ama ya kwanza tungeza stuka kidogo.
Another thing, huyu Rigathi Gachagua, can you tell me who are the key people in Mount Kenya, whether elders ama watu wengine who have endorsed him? Because in Mount Kenya you cannot be elected unless you have been endorsed by a serious group somewhere. Can you tell me Rigathi ameendosiwa na nani in Mount Kenya?
Listen to me Njiru, about the endorsement of Rigathi Gachagua. Can you listen to me?
Yes, I'm listening. I've even muted.
What I can tell you is this. Concerning the appointment of Rigathi Gachagua to be like what from Mount Kenya, whatever, kingpin or whatever, that one has not been endorsed by anyone. Listen on that.
Okay, fine.
Even me. No, sir, you are cutting me for what? Mbona unanikata? Mbio za nini bwana? Ni kustuka unastuka kuwa tunaingia State House ama nini?
I give you time. So you
Relax bwana. Ukikuja State House gate hapo nitakupatia turungi. Iko shida gani?
Mnaingia State House Sugoi. Si State House Nairobi.
Tutaweka tena State House ingine Sugoi. Hii ya Nairobi ni kawaida, hiyo ni kawaida. Wewe tushazoea hiyo.
Si kwako, sisi hatuna shida. Kama State House ya Sugoi, we don't care. Kama unapita.
Listen, Nani Njiru, what I'm trying to say and the other panelists and all of you is this, the appointment of Rigathi Gachagua to be the running mate of Honorable William Ruto. Siwacha niongee Salina, iko shida gani wewe? Iko shida gani?
Hata William Ruto nani aliendorse? Nobody.
Wewe ndio unaendorse watu wewe. Wewe unaweza endorse nani wewe? Hata unaweza endorse mama ya Sindikiza kweli?
Okay.
Wachana na hiyo maneno yako hiyo.
Enda uliza wase wa Nandi. Selina Sego. Wacha niseme sasa. nilipeleka Wangare Madhai, tukaenda nyumbani, Kapsisiywa ndani. We were
Bas, fanya
blessed.
namna hii. We Njiru, wacha sasa Salina Sego arande show.
Okay, we
Ndarudi siku ingine.
malizia sasa statement yako sasa. Selina atatulia.
Sasa hakuna hata vile nikijaribu kuongea ninakatwa.
No, go ahead now. Go ahead.
Okay, what I was trying to say about Rigathi Gachagua is he cannot be the best running mate of Honorable William Ruto. That is a fact. From the look of things and from the movements and all the sorts of things that are happening, Rigathi Gachagua cannot make the best deputy president of William Ruto. Hata unaona William Ruto anaamua kujiasolia peke yake kutafuta kura zake. Because for me, Rigathi Gachagua, anyway, amemchoose yeye, pambane na muziki yake ende ameamua. Lakini that one cannot stop William from going to State House. Anajua ujanja ya kwenda huko yote. Huyu mama wenu nasikia mnasema ni mama sijui na paka ama sijui paka na mama. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Mama ni failure huko kwao Kirinyaga ama sijui ni wapi. Baba mwenyewe ni failure kwa Kenya mzima. Where are these people taking Kenya?
You withdraw. You cannot use such a statement hapa.
Which one?
Hiyo umesema paka na nini? Hiyo uwezi.
Nini papa sijui nyinyi wenyewe mnajua. So mnajiita rarua sijui rarua paka sijui nini.
You cannot say that.
No. Don't make noise. Salina, don't make noise. Don't make noise, please. Don't make noise.
We have to be respectful, Captain. Even as we speak, lazima tukue respectful kidogo. Tafadhali. We cannot just give people names. That is very wrong. Respect is important. Please.
Captain mwanaume ama captain ya Chikoni. Wesi kutumia china kubwa hiyo na kutusi wa mama.
Yeah, that one was wrong. Okay, Serena, 1 minute. Serena.
Uko na watoto. Unajua mother anaitwa Mother Wangare Karua. Wacha kutuambia ati nini kelene.
Okay, respect please, Captain.
Yes.
Give your presentation with respect. Ukisema statement nyingine kama hiyo, utaendelea kwa kusema ukweli.
Okay, Njiru, what I was trying to say is this,
Okay,
listen, Njiru.
Okay.
You don't know, ujaijua china yake?
Njiru, what I was trying to say is that the appointment of William.
Withdraw your statement kwanza, hiyo umesema na we correct uweke vizuri. You need to withdraw. Huyu ni mama anaweza hata tuzaa bwana. We cannot start saying that way. Please, just withdraw your kitu na uendelee. These people, they have done maybe what we will never do in life. Please usiseme kitu kama hata kama uko ile mrengo ingine, don't just usiite mtu hivyo, please.
Hapana, iko hivi Njiru. No, listen to me very well. I have to finish my presentation and then I will come later on finally when I will be finalizing. If I will withdraw, I have to withdraw when I'm finalizing.
No,
but not Salina Zego to put words in my mouth. That one cannot work. You cannot run the forum like that. That is very wrong. No. You cannot even be anything to me, Salina Zego. Just listen to yourself. What are you talking? Heshima gani? Wewe ni mtu ya kuheshimiwa. Unaangalia na macho ina alafu unataka kuheshimiwa? No. You cannot do that.
Captain, sasa inakaa ni kama utaendelea bwana. Uwezi endelea sasa kujibizana na watu, please. Okay. Next, naona Richie.
You ought not be allowed in the show, by the way, to be condescending to women.
Aya, unataka kusema kitu Irene before ni welcome
yes,
hapa?
To that
basi.
To that cartoon of Captain, by the way. I've practically just come online to address him specifically. Believe me, the quality of women such as Akina Selina and Akina Matakarua and Akina Irina Imba can never birth useless things like Captain. He is a waste of a woman's 9 months. He's a waste of a woman's risking her life to bring forth a misfit such as that one, let alone calling himself a Kenyan. We are tired of these stupid children coming along here all in the name of politics. What is this nonsense that you're creating in this country? We have absolutely no business having a country that wakes up every morning to clowns like Captain and ensuring that they can come on a platform like this and insult women of the caliber, where a Kenyan girl child has finally had the opportunity to know exactly where it is that she's headed to. So misfits such as those ones, let him go back and tell his mother that she wasted her life in order to bring about a useless thing like him. And if Mutembe is getting serious, it should suspend forthwith such nonsense. Because guys cannot stay up trying to make something of their country, trying to make something of a conversation, only for us to listen to rubbish and total nonsense like that. It is about time when someone comes and behaves in the manner in which Captain and Ilk do, because naturally these guys do not have content. By the time you guys usually give them a platform, what exactly are we trying to achieve? If at all we cannot have UDA people who are coming to bring integrity to what Kenya is and the kind of characters that we raise in this nation, we have absolutely no business to have platforms such as this, international platforms, to come and display the stupidity that is a sorry excuse for what a woman can bat, such as Captain. So Mutembe had better rein in on such nonsense if at all we are supposed to have a meaningful platform. That kind of rubbish has to absolutely stop from now on. There needs to be some sort of sanity in here. We're not cartoons. We're not speaking for a nation just because we have nothing better to do. Some of us have sleep to catch up with. Some of us have things to do in the morning. We are practically here because we want to hear the direction Kenya is taking. And we want to get an opportunity to know that a woman risked her life, wasted her figure, wasted her 9 months to bring forth a useless misfit. When he cannot think, he has absolutely no business coming to display the fact that Kenyan boy children can be absolutely stupid like that. 9 months to bring forth a useless.
Sawa, Irene, I appreciate. So, Deto kabla ukuje, Richie, welcome on board, and you can say your introductory statement as you also react to what has happened. Sababu najua umeona, as you also say something. Yeah, then Deto atakuja. So, Richie, welcome, and I hope umeangalia talk line hapo uone. Kuna waka pole pole.
Thank you so much, Njiru, and thank you for holding studio for that time. I think it's unfortunate that we have to go to such extents. Like we always say here, we are parents, we are mothers, we are fathers, we are brothers, we are sisters, and most of the time we try to limit ourselves to addressing issues and not people, because the reason why we have Kenya Kwanza Alliance and Azimio is because we differ in issues and ideologies and not personalities. And so if we lower this debate into addressing people, characters, then I think we will be losing touch with reality. So, Captain Mal, Yuko, just go reflect on what you've said. I think you have Mama Selina's contacts. You can always apologize. And you can see how emotional the words that you said are to most of our sisters and mothers here. So, tafadhali, kuapologize haimaanishi kwamba wewe ni mtu weak. Sometimes it shows your strength when you realize that you are going astray in your talk, and you apologize, then unatuliza roho. So I'll leave that there. I know it was getting heated here, and Njiru, thank you for handling that. I'll just make a few remarks regarding today's topic, and mine will be on the IEBC hammer. Briefly, I checked the presidential candidates, presidential aspirants. That's Akuro Okot, who is still intending to pursue his lawsuit against Raila Odinga. I think he has a vendetta to settle with Raila Odinga. Like we can see, he still insisted that Raila Odinga should not be running because he's a state project. So I don't know how you can define a state project in a court of law. I hope he has enough evidence to prove that Raila Odinga is being funded by the government to run for president, of which I understand the constitution gives everybody his right for legal redress. But I don't know why he's specifically targeting Raila Odinga, while we know very well that Raila Odinga is not in government, but William Ruto is. And so if he was a very bright person that we expect, because most of us know him from the history of writing the Constitution. I don't know how he changed to metamorphosize to a person who, stoops too low to such levels. So I just hope the judges will look at that suit and throw it out, because it's a waste of Kenyans' time. And I don't think, I'll say this boldly, I don't think there's any election in Kenya which will happen in 2022 without Raila Odinga on that ballot, unless otherwise. On the issue of Wanjigi, I don't know, the other guy is called Ruben Kigame or Ruben Kigame, I think. Those guys should just accept and move on. Just accept and move on. Probably this was not their time. They'll have another chance to get a stab at the presidency. But right now, when the IEBC looked at their papers and their qualifications, well, I don't think they cut the level that was required, especially Wanjigi. Roberto, remember yesterday we were talking about the collective statements that Wanjigi was saying. We have finished our degrees. So we were asking ourselves, why can't he be very specific about himself? Why can't he say, I have finished my degree? He has tried to avoid that statement for a long time. He said today that we have finished our degrees and we are pursuing our masters in diplomacy. So I got a bit, I got a bit annoyed with the journalist who just let it go, because the journalist was supposed to ask him, who are we? When you say we are finished, who are you referring to? Just letting go off the hook like that was not a good thing. The next point I want to talk about is about the slippery ground that UDA is facing right now. I mean, this was a day to celebrate for Azimio, from the Rigathi Gachagua and Ndindi Nyoro trying to say to sell the Mitumba narrative. It didn't work out. They were heckled in some places. They had like 10 to 15 people in some places. I think they even had to drive into a market so that they can show that they still command numbers. They went into some market in Mount Kenya region. I can't remember if it was in Nyandarua or somewhere, and they drove in there and addressed people in their market so that at least they could send back pictures to the boss and tell him, you know what, we've done a good job today. Duale is the Garissa town MP. I did not expect to see what I saw today in my entire life. You know, Duale has been abusing people in their land, in their home areas. Remember the issue with the Isaac Ruto akimuuliza kama hii pesa ni ya mama yake, ya baba yake. So this guy has been running around the country showing how he's a political kingpin, to the extent whereby, remember the DP's residence the other day, he had to pull Kathy, the governor aspirant for Kilifi, on the side. Mwambia songa huku, unajua wewe ukaribia hapa kwa sababu bado hujatosha. Then the next day he says hakuwa anajua huyo ni nani. So I looked at that video and it looks like somebody was really pissed off at him. He almost dropped his his pants, which is very unfortunate for Duale, because if at all William Ruto is depending on Aden Duale to deliver the northeastern votes, from the pictures that we saw today and the videos that we saw today, then it shows that UDA and Kenya Kwanza Brigade at a whole is at a really difficult time politically. The other one that I also saw that I think it was important was in Narok, the video that is going around in Komitandao Sai. You know, when some UDA members were campaigning and they were trying to ask who is going to be the governor of Narok County, and everybody was answering them and telling them, what's the name of this? I can't remember our aspirant.
Kenda,
yeah. So everybody was, nani atakuwa governor? Kenta. Nani atakuwa governor? So the ground is getting slippery. And this agenda that these guys are telling us, the likes of Moses Wetangula are saying that we have copied their manifesto. I don't know which manifesto they are saying that has been copied, because nobody has seen the UDA manifesto. So they are panicking, which is a good sign. I told you yesterday here, Raila Odinga might have made a statement that, you know, they would take it away and run with it. And that's what they did today. The statement on trying to improve the cloth industry. So that is what they've been trying to run around with. I don't think it's a narrative that is going to sell anymore. Like people say, Kenyans forget very easily. So watabash Raila for the next maybe 2 or 3 days, and then tutarudi kwa default mode, which is a good thing. Finally, I think this issue of kupatia Gachagua mic is a very good thing. Na mimi naomba endelee kupatiwa hiyo microphone, because Gachagua akipatiwa microphone, I think we are gaining in Mount Kenya region. And ni kama Martha Karua ameacha kungangana na Gachagua because amegundua Gachagua is a nobody. You see what Martha Karua is doing right now. She's going around the country. Leo alikuwa Mombasa huko na maendeleo ya wanawake. You can see the video. I don't know if it was played here today, but you should have seen how she was welcomed there. She's actually overshadowing even the presidential candidates themselves. Right now, people would be looking at Martha Karua and anasema Martha Karua is fit to be a president. I think Raila Odinga made the right choice, and this is going to be a whitewash. This wacha zile tunasikianga za 50+1 hii, by the time tunafika kwa election hiyo August tarehe 8, I think tarehe 8 hii ni whitewash hii. So what we can do is just maintain the momentum, and hopefully, God willing, mwezi wa 8 tutapata ushindi na tuendelee kuongoza nchi kwa direction yenye tunataka. Njiru, asante sana, unaweza patia mtu mwingine. Nimeshukuru.
Okay, Ricky, thank you for your clarification and confirmation hapo, and also thank you for your confidence. Sasa before tulete Mora, nitaambia tu Ndeto uongee like for 2 to 3 minutes, alafu sasa tulete Mora na watu waangalie talk line. Wewe Ndeto najua ulikuwa umeongea tena. I know it is just a clarification you want to do. Go ahead, please.
Mimi hata kitu hata imenirudisha tena, ni kucheka, nimecheka nikashindwa tena what I'm supposed to do here. I'm really appreciative of the ladies that came into the Arakaraka when wewe na captain, unajua kwa comment section tulikuwa tumesema when it was happening, the ladies that are here, they are powerful. Mama Selina, thank you so much. Mora, na kuna mwingine alikuwa amekuja pia to remind about that. Before I go too much, pia acha niambie Mr. Richie, nice to see you, man. Unajua nimecheka sana because it's nilikuwa nakuja tu kucheka kidogo. Njiru and Richie and the commentators, I need you guys to, na Mama Selina pole sana na kuomba msamaha. Nikisema kitu niko karibu kusema, napenda sana muache and Mora and the ladies watching, because a lot of people don't think ladies are watching. Wanaonaga tukikuja hapa, they don't know how many ladies are behind there. This is a time that the whole thing is changing, where people start understanding, and that's why mlikuwa mmekuja na nguvu hivyo to counter that, especially the way he spoke to you. And Captain Maliuko, I wanted, personally, I came in to tell you, you need to chill out and and when you're speaking about ladies leadership and when you're speaking to ladies, you need to actually calm down on it. Uwezi kuja ukaambia Mama Selina mtu mwenye ni kama mama yako ukamuongelesha venye umemuongelesha. That's wrong. I know you're listening in the back. That's very wrong. Kidogo tena ukikuja hivyo, there's something that is happening. And these are the ladies that are our mothers and everything that is happening. I came purposely because I wanted to find him here. So amenichapa kiboko because amekimbia. Nilikuwa nataka kumpata hapa nimuulize kwa nini unaongelea wanawake hivyo na kwa nini unaongelesha mwanamke actually mtu kama mama yako hivyo. I wanted to come back and tell him you don't do that. Hata kama unasikia amekosa side nyingine, you work nicely. Unamwomba kwa heshima. And that's what is happening in Kenya now, and even the industry that we are about to do. But Njiru umeniangusha wewe na the moderators, wewe na Richie. Mungeacha aongee, because I needed him to talk. Your 15 minutes, I wanted him to talk. Kwa sababu hapo ndo unaelewa watu. Don't contradict because unajaribu kumsaidia. Let him talk and show him how he is, so that by the time amemaliziwa na ile kitu ya kusema, sasa ndio anarudi sasa anaelewa yenyewe nilisema kitu ya ujinga. You see, even us in this show, we've done, tumekuwa hapa for a while. Tumefanya makosa. Unajua, na tunaombanga msamaha. There's a day siku itatushika. Unaacha watu waongee, kina Rigathi, kina Captain. I knew it was going to happen like that. But anyway, amenichapa, amekimbia. I wanted to confront him on that one. So sasa amenichapa mimi, sasa niko out of anyway. Let me wacha tu niseme ya Richie yenye amesema ya Duale. Guys, do we remember Duale got less than 300,000 votes? Sasa akivuliwa suruali huko na alikuwa nini, I don't understand. I mean, the guy was nobody. Ni venye tu alipewa Uhuru came in akampatia the majority leader and all that. But what we're doing right now, we are changing Kenya.
300.
300. Was it not 300,000?
No, 30.
Was it less than that?
It's you know, it's Garissa town, isn't it?
Yeah.
Garissa town.
240 something. Huh?
Around 31,000 votes, not 300. Not 300,000, no. His constituency.
Oh, so it was even less than that.
Hiyo kura yake ni ile ya
30,000.
vifaranga ya kompyuta. Kura zake ni ya vifaranga ya kompyuta. Alikuwa ameshindwa.
Ni kidogo sana. Garissa town ni kidogo sana.
Jose, how much did he get? Did he even reach to 200,000?
I can check it, but
the consistency
around 30,000.
30,000.
Wachana na 300.
Constituency yenyewe haifiki 30,000 voters. It is the smallest constituency.
You hear when these people in parliament talk about saying that somebody in Juja is having 160,000 voters, and they have the same vote in parliament with somebody in Lamu and Garissa. You know, like Lamu is less than 30,000 votes. Duale is
can we move on? Can we move on?
Yeah. So it's very little.
So anyway, let me just finish that because ule mtu nilikuwa nimekuja kumuongelesha na nilikuwa nataka kuja kumuongelesha kwa heshima na amepotea. So I guess amenichapa Richie and Njiru na Mama Selina na wale wanawake walikuwa wamekuja because nimeona wanawake today. Unajua watu wadhaningi channel iko na wanawake. Leo nimeona wanawake wamekuja, kuna mmoja ametoka. Mora, Mama Selina, na I think kuna mwingine alikuwa amekuja sikuona, but we need to respect our women.
She's called Ayimba.
Yeah, we need to respect our women. And Captain, wherever you are, please rethink your way of thinking of life. You don't disrespect people like that, and you don't come unakuja unatusi kwanza mtu mzee kukuliko. That's a no-no. So me, I just wanted to say that, and as we're doing this politics to Kai too, I'll stay here for a minute. Nani, Richio Njiru, kama kuna mkiona imeanza kujaa nitatoka niachia watu wengine. I respect you guys. Nilikuwa nimekuja kucounter huyo mtu aniambie mimi kama mwanaume kwa nini ana disrespect wanawake na kwa nini ana disrespect watu. People need to really move on to being respectful, and dunia inaanza kubadilika bana. Kama utabadilika naye utabaki.
Njiru, you're on mute. I think Mora, you can go ahead.
Hey guys, I was here earlier and I did my submission. I just came in to talk to Captain. Okay, one thing I like about Captain, he owns up. He has told us that UDA made a mistake picking Gachagua as the running mate. That has given us a few votes. Let's not kill him, kill him, kill him. But I do not appreciate a man that respects women, especially Captain is much, much younger than Mama Selena. And then here he comes disrespecting our lady. This is our iron lady on this channel. It needs to respect women. If it really stands for what it means, like calling Baba Paka, I don't know. I didn't really get the whole thing. Why is he a coward? Why did he run away? He needs to stand for what he believes in. He needs to defend what he believes in. And I believe
He
this is
called Mother Paka. She called Mother Paka and then akaita
Paka.
Baba Tina ingine. Yeah, that was wrong.
Yes, that was very wrong. But then he's a coward. I mean, if he's listening, can he come in and talk to us? We are here. We are waiting. Can he come in and talk to us? We need to talk to him. We need to let him know where we stand, and he also needs to let us know where he stands. If he's not a coward, he needs to come back to this channel right now and face us as women so we can talk to him. We need to agree with him or we need to differ with him. We can always differ on things, but differ on respect. I mean, respect people even if you have differences with them. This is the issue I have with these UDA youths. They think they can just win on propaganda, win on abuse, win on, you know, like disrespecting people, stepping down on people. We can see it from their leader, their running mate, Gachagua. He just insults people. He's opinionated. I mean, this is kind of their modus operandi, which is, it's not gonna get them anywhere. So Anjiru had already submitted earlier. I just came in to see this captain. I'm still here. I'm waiting for him to come back on.
Okay, sawa. Si ati hatungemtoa lakini I wanted him to do an apology but he refused, so there was a public outcry, huyo jamaa tolewe, and we couldn't have held him more. Unajua pia tunasoma comments na tunasikia vile watu wanasema, so we have also to respect people's comments, so that's why I think he had to go away. So based on that also pia nilikuwa nikitaka kuongezea kusema so hata kama kuna mtu wako hapa na pia kwa hiyo side nyingine anasikiliza, we now know what UDA is now. Umesikia vizuri already, yeye mwenyewe captain ameconfirm ya kwamba Gachagua hawako na yeye. He has confirmed here, he himself. So, and I believe 80% ya wana UDA, they know Gachagua was a mistake to them. They are not even proud about him. Neither tu yani they are not proud about him. So, this thing now beats me to this thing. If the deputy president can make that first mistake, na nimesikia hata watu wasomi wakisema the first test of you being a president ni yule mtu unachagua kama deputy yako. Already the DP has failed to give us a credible person to become his deputy president. How can we trust him on going for our debts in China? Tunajuaje kama akienda pale kama China kuchukua pesa on our behalf ataenda kujichukulia? How can we trust him or with our children? Whereas tumekuwa tukisikia zile issues zimekuwa zikitendeka hapa na kila saa amekuwa akideny. So okay, 1 minute nitakupea nafasi Madam Mora, just 1 minute I conclude. Then tulimuona the same man itiagast children, watoto wadogo sana. The same man has been in a million problems in Kenya, and still Kenyans think that this guy is a saint, he can change in kuekelewa. I think people are sitting on a time bomb. This is a guy who needs to be separated. Actually, and that's kama umesikiliza hata vile wa Kikuyu, some of the Kikuyu people are saying, na nitasema hapa, people are actually very bitter. Watu wanasema mbona tuliletewa huyu mtu? Because sasa amekuwa ni kama ile gugu tunaitanga dhangari. Dhangari ni ile gugu ambayo hata ukitoa na jembe itaki kutoka. There are some people who are even trying to blame Uhuru for bringing this guy to them because he has proven to be a very bad human being in so many issues. So na unaona sasa hata supporters wake hawana imani na choices zake. It's a very bad thing and we need to call it as it is. Kenya is changing. Kenya cannot be ruled by somebody who cannot even make simple choices. Kila kitu ambayo akiguza ni shida. This is the problem. Unajua kuna mimi simuone kuna watu kwa hii maisha wanakuanga hivyo. Kuna mtu akiguza chochote inaisha. Akiguza chochote inaisha. Na huyu jamaa inakaa mikono yake ni ile mikono ya nuks. Akiguza anything lazima ipotee ama ifanye. So let's not take our hands there. So Mora, you can say something before we bring Robert.
Yeah, because like I don't know what UDA is thinking right now, because it's people like Gachagua, people like Captain that should be selling them out here. But see what they're doing. It's just a disgrace. I'm actually very angry with Captain for coming like in front of people. I mean, like in front of a panel and airing his dirty linen. I mean, you don't like Azimio, yes, we understand, but just be human. I mean, at the end of the day, UDA wins, Azimio wins. We're still gonna be human beings. We're still gonna coexist in some ways. So I still feel like he needs to come back and do a proper apology if that's gonna be anything. But UDA, I believe UDA is done. A close friend of mine, we were both supporting Baba like over the years, but this time around they are supporting Ruto, and I asked why. They are very close, like they close proximity with I think with one of the Ruto followers. Then she's like, who doesn't steal in Kenya? That really got me. Like, who doesn't steal in Kenya? So I'm like, so it's okay to follow and give someone votes, even if they're a thief, just because you think everybody steals. So it's okay for everybody to steal. I mean, some of the things that people are saying out here just don't make sense. The likes of Captain. I'll stop at that.
Okay, thank you. That Captain gentleman, let me call him, I don't think I should even call him a gentleman. And today I am stuck on my analogy on dogs. And this is not being disrespectful to them, but a dog attacks, is often acting out of fear. These people are scared. And whenever they feel like they have been pushed to the wall, they come up with something that will really irritate and get the Azimio fraternity to react. And if this was going to be a debate that was physical, I think some of us would have gotten physical with that gentleman. I must apologize on that, because his mouth is a bit too loose, and he needs to style up and behave like a mature man. I just wanted to comment on Richie's. You talked about the Wanjigi fellow. You know, Wanjigi is going to court, and there's one thing I always get scared when I see people rushing to court, especially our Kenyan judiciary, because there was a ruling that was given by Justice Lenaola in 2013 regarding this issue of the degrees, and I'm starting to become scared, because like we did the mistake of lowering the threshold of chapter 6 of the Constitution. This, if the same court that they're heading to apply the ruling that Lenaola used in 2013 regarding the issue of degrees, then we are going to have quacks and all manner of garbage in our elective posts. Because there's a paragraph that I'll just read out the paragraph. And the paragraph said in that ruling that I'm therefore in agreement with the third respondent that a degree is not a physical connotation, but is a process whose pinnacle is graduation. Indeed, the concise Oxford English Dictionary 10th edition defines a graduate as one who has successfully completed a degree, and a graduate as a person who is about to receive an academic degree. It is therefore clear to me that the graduation ceremony cannot be used as a measure to determine whether one has a degree or not. In my view, what matters is that the person has attended school, taken the studies, envisaged and passed all requisite exams for conferment of the degree. Now, you see, what is simply saying is that even if you have not gotten the physical paper, which Chebukati was asking for, and that you have attended your classes, then you are eligible to be allowed to be on the paper. So God forbid, because that ruling by Lenaola might end up giving us a raw deal, and we might see Sonko back and this other gentleman back. I don't know what your opinion is on that.
Okay, Mora, you can respond. Naona ni kama uko na comment.
Yeah, Robert, I mean, if I understand what you just read, it's talking about graduation. It's the graduate, you know, like wearing the gown and parading and walking down, and I think that's what it's talking about. It's not talking about you know, even here in the US, like, okay, even everywhere, even in Kenya during Corona, people did not walk down, people did not wear gowns like to graduate and all that. Like my daughter, she did not walk down like with a gown, wearing a gown because of Corona. But did she get her degree? Yes. Did she get her transcripts? Yes. So they can still bring the degree and the transcripts. They don't have to show us pictures of proof of graduation. If they can bring their degrees, that's fine. I think that's what I read. It's not, unless it's poorly worded or unless I misunderstood it.
Yeah, but you see,
Robert,
where the yes,
maybe 1 minute. Kuna kitu nilikuwa nikitaka pia you also confirm to me here. Kuna watu kama Sakaja na huyu jamaa mwingine Malala, they were cleared today. Hebu niambie hizo degree wametoa wapi? Na kulikuwa kunasemekana ni kama wana degree. What was used as a comparison to make sure that wako na degree, ama ilikuwa tu propaganda ya social media? They were approved, wanasimama na tumekuwa tukiambiwa wana degree. So what was the confirmation? Ni mashule ziliandika ama what happened? Because I don't know. Pia hapa inakaa sasa ni kama there is kuna mchezo inachezwa. Explain to us.
Now, even me, I was surprised that they were cleared, because to the best of the knowledge that I have is that they didn't have the requisite papers. But all in all, they have been cleared. So if there is any contestation, I think it will come in later, but which is not ideal in this case. But going back to what I just read about the Lenaola thing, the Lenaola case, you see, Lenaola says that the end result is the graduation, but as long as as long as you have finished your exams and you have passed, the degree itself is just a physical paper. So it is not that important. But on the other hand, the Constitution talks about you must be a degree holder. So what is a degree? That is now, in essence, we are now challenging the definition of a degree.
I think to me, a degree, you need to have the real certificate. To me, anyway, I don't know what the law says. I'm not a lawyer, but my simple interpretation ni ya kwamba there must be a document ambayo inasema hapo by document hata imesainiwa na vice chancellor hapo na inaoneshana this degree was issued during the graduation of this date 11th December this or whichever date, but you transcripts alone cannot confirm that hebu nikuulize kama saa hii tuseme ni job ya serikali, let's say ni job ya serikali na wanataka kukuajiri, can you take transcripts and they take them to be a degree hata kama masomo imeisha?
No.
So let's not reduce law simply because the politicians and the people who have money, they are looking for this seat and they want to bed law. We need a certificate, kitu iko na logo ya ile university ulisomea and something which, because unajua degree when you are graduating wanasemanga, unajua unaweza kuwa na transcript na uja meet condition. Kuna watu hata wanashindanga na graduate hata sababu ya indiscipline issues in universities. By the way, it is not about masomo peke yake. So ile siku ya graduation yule mtu anakopea degree yako pale anasemanga, by the powers conferred by what blah 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 blah, I confer this degree to you. So we need that certificate, si ati story ya transcript ama kitu ingine. So I think let's be honest about this thing. It is said that you have something which is, and in any case kama uko na hiyo degree it is there. So sijui mbona akina Nyong'o hawasemi atusikizo ma controversy, mbona watu kama akina Kindero atusikizo controversy, mbona hii controversy ya degree ni hao watu wanakaa ni kama wamesomea pale River Road pale. You see, why is it that this issue is like 15-20 Kenyans? Why? You see, ingekuwa hii ingesema hapa kuna issue. Mbona gavana yako asemi degree, asemi yako na transcript peke yake? Why is it? Na pia angalia wale watu wanasema wako na transcript peke yake. Look at their life history. Ni majamaa tu wanakaa tu, they can wanaweza hata kuibia. We angalia hawa akina Sonko, angalia hawa akina Malala, angalia hawa watu. You see, hata huyu jamaa akikwambia ni kama sina degree ama haiko, unakuwa na taswishi bwana. You want to confirm mbona mtu kama Igaza hata kama atumujui atuulizi story kama hiyo mbona yule jamaa anasimama kule Mombasa Abdiswamad somebody atusikii story yake ati ana degree? Mbona watu wanasemekana wana degree pia wanakaa tu fane inakaa ukweli hawana, yani hata kama huja confirm lakini kuna vile tu huyu jamaa inakaa there is a possibility hapa hakuna. So it's a thughood. It is thughood in other words, ni thug and missing the document the same time. That's the whole scenario. It's not an issue of everyone. It's an issue of few crooks who want to destroy our system. Now na tukikuwa nao watu, if we get like 5 governors wapite pale bila makaratasi, it will be catastrophic to Kenyan system. Hawa ndio wale watu wataenda kufunza wale mangavana wengine kuiba. Ataenda sasa hao akina Sonko na hao akina Marara, ataenda akutane na hao wengine akina Otichiro akina nani, and they will now form a team. So kama ni kuwid au watu wote itabidi tuwatoe. So to me what I think this issue of degree, let's not lower our minimum. Degree ni ile karatasi ambayo iko kwa mkono. It is not a fragmented paper ati niko na transcript, niko na nini, niko na recommendation paper. Nimesikia hata wale wamepata degree zao in outside country, they should have letters to ascertain those degrees which they have, and some of them hawana hizo degree. There was a time when Margaret Wanjiru ilikuwa inasemekana sijui degree yake alipata somewhere in the US, kukafanywa kwa Google, hiyo university ikatafutwa, hata hiyo university kutafutwa, hata nikasikia ilitokezea kukua hall ya kanisa. The name of the degree turned to be a hall of a church. So, and she is a bishop. So what I'm trying to say is that if we are not going, if IBC or somebody else is, huyu Sonko asipozuiliwa, he is going to cause havoc in Mombasa. So we are now depending with the institutions to help us. So otherwise huyu Sonko ataenda aibe degree, and you know also our institutions in Kenya are weak. unajua kuna historia backdating issues. Unaweza kuta hata kama hujasoma kitu kama moja, even one single thing, uende upeane 1 million in some universities in Kenya, they can backdate for you all your documents. We still have so many issues, so we are not even sure some of the degrees zile ambazo zinatembea if they are true degrees. Yes, I don't want to doubt that watu wajaenda degree wajaenda shule wajasoma, lakini some of these degrees zingine ni za kulipiwa. You remember like in the 90s and sometime when people used to pay and they get these degrees. So your authentication, we need a confirmation. Mtu kama Waititu na the other guy walikuwa university moja, yet hawakuonana, and they are not Indians, ni wa Kenya. How comes two Kenyans can be in the same university na hawakuonana, and they have degree certificate and they graduated the same year? Those are the issues. So you can think on that.
Yeah, but I also have a problem with the judiciary particularly, because you see the judiciary is taking too much time to adjudicate on these matters, and these are matters that are supposed to be heard and dispensed with within the shortest.
Robert, have you gone away? Robert? Okay, anyone want to contribute on that story as well, Robert?
Let me say this, Njiru. I think we have two situations here. With the issue of Wanjigi. Wanjigi's situation is different because Wanjigi claims to have graduated, and unfortunately, his lawyer says that he's due for graduation in December. So he keeps on contradicting himself, and he has not categorically that we are talking about, the degree diploma itself. When you listen to him being asked whether he finished his studies, he's very categorical to say that we have, he's not qualifying the have, and we are doing a master's degree. So I asked myself, why can't he, if he
Richie unapotea. Robert, you can go ahead as we wait for Richie, please.
Yeah, my communication had rebooted. Now, what I'm worried about is that the judiciary is taking too much time in adjudicating matters that are very, 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 important to this country. We have reached a point where we are almost putting in thieves, fraudsters into office. This is public money that is going to be used to pay these people. These people are going to handle large sums of taxpayers' money, and the judiciary does not seem to understand that these matters should be heard expeditiously. So what I don't understand, is it that the court is full? Because we need to get these people to behave like this is a matter of urgency, because we don't want to infringe on anyone's rights to be barred while they are eligible, and there are deadlines to which they should be admitted into the role of candidates. So the judiciary does not seem for me to be serious, because you cannot give a date at this time that is anything more than 24 hours. You should deal with it within 24 hours. It is not a murder trial where we have to call witnesses. Okay, back to you, Makiadi.
Let me ask you, Robert. The issue of Wanjigi is different from the issue of Sonko. Sonko has two issues. Number one, he has an issue with his degree, and I think number two was what was the second one? can't remember, but there are two issues that were.
He is also impeached.
Yeah, impeachment. Yeah. So
He
the
has
issue.
a corruption case besides the impeachment.
So the impeachment issue is still pending. I think he filed redress in the Supreme Court, if I'm not wrong. It has not been heard, or I can't remember if it's already in the Supreme Court, but I know it has not been heard already. And the other issue of integrity, I know he also has a case with I think the EACC said that he should be rearrested and taken to jail because he did not complete his
sentence.
Let me call it term. His sentence. Let me call it term. Kifungo chake kamili in huko Mombasani huko sijui ni Shimo la Tewa. So he has so many issues, so many integrity issues. So his is going to be. I was talking to my friend and told him this thing is going for Sonko. It's going to the wire. I think. Maybe in the next few days, the courts might intervene again to force IEBC to consider his papers. And with that, I'm looking at a situation whereby we might have Sonko on the ballot. I don't want to say that he will be there because I don't like him as a candidate because, his case is a failure in Nairobi. I don't think he should transfer his failure to Mombasa. But Wanjigi issue is clear. Wanjigi hana makaratasi. Wanjigi hajasoma. Hii kizungu mingi Wanjigi anaongeanga huku ni ya kusoma magazeti. He has no papers. So Wanjigi saying that he's going to court is not an issue because, first of all, you cannot run to court before you go to the political parties, the tribunals, the tribunal, dispute tribunal. He has to exhaust the tribunal first. If the tribunal makes a ruling that is not, he does not feel that is fair to him, then let me mute Guru. I think his mic is on. Okay, so if the tribunal, the tribunal, I don't know, it's called an IBC tribunal, dispute tribunal resolution body, does not give him a favorable judgment and he feels that he needs to go to the High Court, then he can do that. But at the moment, kama Wanjigi hatoa makaratasi, mi sioni kama atakuwa kwa hiyo ballot. And these other guys, the Kigame hawakuleta signatures zenye zinatakikana, Wairia, the same thing. They are trying to go around the issue. I know there's this genuine concern that the register is not there. You might use that argument in the court, saying the register has not yet been cleaned, so the IEBC does not have a place they can confirm that the voters that you brought, the IDs and the voters registration, whatever, are not, are not properly documented. Because right now the IEBC is still doing its audit on the register. And therefore, as soon as the IEBC clears the register, then they might have a substantive argument to say that, okay, this is our register, we confirmed these names and they are not in the register. So the IEBC also inajikanganya. Hizi vitu zenye inafanya ni kuchanganyikiwa. Unatupa Mongare, Wanjigi anakuja, anakuambia kwa nini ulipatia Walter Mongare certificate na mimi pia niko na the same condition na hujanipatia. Hiyo saa nane unaandika barua unaambia Walter Mongare kuja. Walter Mongare anakuja, unamnyang'anya certificate yake. Unaona? So IEBC ile kazi inafanya, we are in a real mess. We are in a mess. Thank you, Njiru.
Yeah, Makiadi, I wanted to mention that for Sonko's case, Sonko's case is very simple. Sonko was impeached. He has gone to the High Court. He has moved to the Court of Appeal. It still stood. He is gone to the Supreme Court. But you see, in the process of moving from one court to a higher court, status quo is maintained. What is the status quo? The status quo is you are impeached. And until that impeachment is overturned, you stay impeached. So that idea of Sonko trying to take the IEBC again to court, I don't think it will stand, because that is how rulings are, the status of rulings are addressed. If you have been convicted and that conviction has not been overturned, you stay convicted. And until it is overturned, that is when you can call yourself a clean person. So he stays impeached, and it is clear that once you have been impeached from public or state office, you cannot again come to hold office again. You are bad. So let's forget about it.
Robert, what you're saying that when you impeached, you still stand impeached until an alternative decision has been made, is not a statement that was made from the bench. That was a statement that was made by the Chief Justice in some forum. So unless the judiciary has a statement or a ruling from the bench, then we can argue on that. But right now, whatever Chief Justice said alikuwa kwa show ingine tu kwa TV, you cannot use that to argue.
Let's hear Moran before we bring the new entrants in the. Okay, 1 minute. Ngojea kidogo. We have new entrants in the room. Nataka kupeana lineup. We will start with the Black. After Black, we get Juria. After Juria, we get Nguru. Please, you can read the talk line up, and then you also add other issues which you might think they are of importance. So, Mora, you can respond to what Robert was saying. Then, Jose, you can also respond. Then Robert conclude, and then we keep the track going.
Yeah, I just have a question to Rich about the impeachment. So it's not conclusive that Sonko has been legally impeached from being governor of Nairobi. I just want that cleared, because the Constitution says even if the I don't know if the judge said whatever they said in a different forum that is not from the bench, but the Constitution says, like, if someone is impeached, they cannot run for president, they cannot be a running mate, they cannot run for being governor or their running mate, stuff like that. So where does Sonko stand with the impeachment thing? Was he impeached or was he not impeached?
So what I know is, and this is just my opinion, Sonko was impeached by the county assembly, right? And then his case was transferred to the Senate. He was also impeached in the Senate. So using the system that the Constitution addresses, he is legally impeached. But then there is also the issue of the judiciary being independent from the legislature and the executive. You can as well seek retrieval from the judiciary. So Sonko going to the judiciary to try and argue his case is still his legal right. But then I don't know how it's going to roll out moving forward, because from the way I stand, I can see so many orders that come out, and then Iebc says no, we cannot implement that, and they still quote the Constitution. I think Article 75. I'll confirm. The impeachment issue. That is what the Iebc is standing on. He said you were impeached, and because you are impeached, no court can actually force us to let you run, because even if you were impeached, the High Court still says Iebc has the power to determine whether you're eligible to run or not.
So then you need to go back on what you said, like he might be cleared to run. So who is gonna clear him if Iebc is not clearing him?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know what is happening between the judiciary and the Iebc. I'm just confused. I don't know what is going to happen. But there's an order. The order that was given yesterday. Was it yesterday? The other day, I think the High Court again gave an order saying that the Iebc should proceed with checking his papers, trying to qualify him to run. And then he went to the Iebc, and the Iebc said, whatever you're using is not what we see in the Constitution. So I don't know. I don't know what is going on. Maybe somebody else can help.
I mean, knowing the legal proceedings in Kenya, those cases take forever to be cleared. I mean, we barely have 2 months. This guy needs to be on the ground campaigning if he's going to run to be governor. So if someone is doing him injustice that is supposed to be cleared, then they probably need to clear him so he can run. I mean, if it's his right, even after being impeached, that he can run, then someone is doing him some injustice. They need to clear him so he can run. That's all I have to say. If there's a window, there's a little open window for him to run, then they're holding him. he needs to be let go so he can run. But he has so much baggage. Oh my God, Sonko has so much baggage. I don't know how he can maneuver.
You see, Mora,
Maneuver around everything that surrounds him for him to be a clean man to run again to be governor. That's all. That's what I can say.
sorry, Njiri, you're absent. You see, Mora, what's happening is that Sonko's case is following due process. That due process started in the High Court. So the High Court held that he is still impeached. The Court of Appeal also did the same. But then he had not exhausted all the appeals. So there is an appeal as we speak in the Supreme Court. Now, the Supreme Court is not going to act just because there is an election in place to come. That is why it's taking that long. In other words, their calendar is not dictated by, I once heard that Gachagua's case and Aisha Jumwa's cases, for whatever reason, somebody was saying that they'll be revisited after the election. I was wondering where that came from. But in Sonko's case, it's just following due process.
So then,
the
let's
time
say,
for hearing, the
let's
time
say
for
then,
his appeal at the Supreme Court is not tied to this election. So they don't really care
so
that
let's
there's
say,
an election.
so let's say then time is not, time is
it
not
will
on
not
his
be
side.
fair to suspect that somebody is holding it or delaying it. He'll just take due process, and from the way things are, I think that even the possibility of it getting overturned is very limited.
So then, yeah,
If you
time is
follow
not on
the
his
way
side.
our Supreme Court works, personally, I don't think the Supreme Court will disagree with the Court of Appeal or the High Court. So literally, maybe he has money to spend. So that's why he's still hanging. Then secondly, he went on public and decided to address the Chief Justice. You remember in Mombasa on the issue. He called a stool and just sat at his veranda and started addressing the Chief Justice and yet the Chief Justice is part of the bench who is going to hear the case. So I don't know even in the event that if he is to be heard, how the case will proceed.
So then to conclude, it seems to me like time is not on his side. Because
no, definitely time is not on his side.
Yes.
But something else which is also connected with the courts is this idea of Ukot. I don't know whether some of you have seen it. Ukot trying to say that the Azimio, that you see that Baba is a member in Azimio, is contesting under Azimio, and then Ukot was trying to explain that the membership of Azimio is just corporate, and that he didn't have now the required many thousands of people to contest. Now, unfortunately, what created Azimio is also in court. You remember some people went to parliament trying to challenge the political party's law that the Azimio team has used. Now, given our judiciary, that what our judiciary sometimes we have seen how they surprise even the president, they surprise everybody around. Who knows? The case they were saying that the political party's bill is unconstitutional. So the High Court is yet to make a determination on that case. But as I said, you see, the court process is their own calendar. So people might feel that there is an election coming. Why are they not deciding? But I have no idea how that calendar is controlled. What I know is that cases take forever there. It might even be determined after the elections.
Mora, are you satisfied we get black on?
So I don't think Iebc is going to be crazy to deny someone a chance to run if they don't have a basis. So I'm sure Iebc has also looked into everything surrounding Sonko, and they have determined like is not eligible to run because they don't want to do something that will come back to bite them.
Yeah, exactly. Because, one of the reasons why the IEBC chairman one of the qualifications is that he should be an advocate of the High Court and qualified to be a judge. And Chebukati was one. So is to interpret some of these legal issues. So I think the IBC will stick to their guns. That is Sonko is a non-issue, and I think we should just move on.
Yeah, I agree. Sonko is impeached, and I think it will be a waste of time to discuss that issue here because whichever the case, I know is that somebody who has been impeached, it shows the incapacity to work or to serve the people. And I'm surprised that the people of Mombasa want to be served by... I don't think people of Mombasa want Sonko. It is Sonko forcing himself to the people of Mombasa. You know, these are two different things. We might be saying that Sonko, Mombasa people want Sonko, but it could be Sonko is the one who is taking himself to the people of Mombasa and trying to coerce some people there with this pretense, Sonko thing, nanini, this Sonkonomics. To me, I think Mombasa people don't need Sonko. It is Sonko who is taking himself to Mombasa people, and we thank God that at least na history yake ya kukua impeached and also other issues which are there, at least we have one big man who has been doing very bad thing in my own self, nikiangalia, at least the law will block him, because if this guy was not impeached, huyu jamaa angeenda Mombasa and he could have caused havoc. So let's at least thank God there is at least something holding his leg, he can't walk. So that one is very important. So please, let's move the discussion up. We can interrogate that issue as other people try to talk. So the lineup, we have Black, Juria, Nguru, Stony PK in that lineup. So let's keep the conversation going. And Mura, I hope, let that issue, let's stop it at there. Let's not discuss it too much, because I think it's not fair to give Sonko a lot of time, and he is not a man of good character. As far as, yes, he has money, but money is not everything. We need character, we need other things for somebody to become a leader. We also need simple Kenyans. Hata Mkenya akona milioni 2 peke yake kwa account, they can become leader. So this idea of thinking that wale watu wakona 1 billion ndio wanaweza ongoza Kenya, it's a mistake. Let's give everybody a chance. Wacha Sonko apumzike, afanye zile biashara anafanyanga. I think he claims to be a very rich man. He doesn't need to be in power. Let him now do hizo mabiashara. Okay, let's move ahead. So Black, get in. Black, it's your time, please.
Black man.
Panel and the ones that are watching us, wherever they are. I'm Jambo. Now, Jiru, actually, whatever concerns that Mora is coming up with in regards to Sonko, it still takes us back to IBC's inconsistency. IBC has proven to be very consistent in its consistency. I mean, yes, indeed, if the reasons why IBC says that Sonko is ineligible to vie because he was impeached, and that regardless of his appeal, his impeachment still stands, it still takes us back to the case of Waluke. He was sentenced. Now, as far as his appeal goes, he still remains to be a sentenced man. So in the same regards, he should have faced the same acts as Sonko. As to why there's double standards in the way IEBC is looking at that matter, I don't know. Because Waluke ni mtu ambao alisentensiwa. There's a difference. A sentence was passed to either be jailed for 67 years or pay a fine close to around 700 million. So had it been any other ordinary person, let's say Hosea, the one you're holding, kwenye umeinua mkono, umeenda kotini, umeshtakiwa, You've been found guilty. As you
I'll tell you
appeal,
why.
do you appeal from jail or do you appeal from outside the jail?
The reason why Waluke is the way it is because he did not go beyond 6 months in jail. And then the other reason is because he managed to pay the fine. Now, that does not completely exclude him. The reason why he's out is because if somebody was to go to court to challenge, that is when the court will get involved. But the way things are now, nobody has a, remember the Omutata style. Nobody, no public has gone to complain that, look, because of XYZ, nobody has, he has no accuser as we speak. If he had gone beyond 6 months, automatically the parliamentary procedures would have knocked him out, but it didn't happen because he was out less than 6 months.
Now,
so now you are clear.
The thing is this, as per, okay, may I? Now, in other inconsistency is whereby which I've had all of you talk about the Mongare and Wanjigi story, which I'll not repeat for the sake of time. And then there is this Kagame, is it Kagame or Kigame, the blind man who wants to vie for the presidency? He came in and said that whenever he took his papers to the IEBC, they kept telling him he's late. He's late. He's late. Yet he has his papers in order. Now, I don't know how true that is, but if at all it is indeed true, then again, like I said yesterday here, I think we should really look deeply into this IBC character that they are displaying, because it's really gives me the shivers, like I said yesterday, of them delivering a credible election to us. One thing is for sure, at the end of 9th of August elections, after the results have been declared, there's going to be one side that's going to be crying foul, and the name that's going to be on their lips will be IEBC. You mark my words for that. Because when you go back to what I said before, and I think also Alex came in and added on to it, was in regards to the voters list, which they are saying they were clearing, or rather they were cleaning, whereby we had 166,000 people who had registered more than twice or 3 times. Why I would ask that is, if you have been registered as a voter, then you know the process. Unaendanga unaweka fingerprint. If that system inasoma fingerprint yako, then how can that very system again inakubali kuchukua fingerprints zako tena kuregister mara 2 na mara 3? That would mean that there's something wrong with that system. It's supposed to be foolproof. And if it is not foolproof then, or if someone breached that system, regardless of whether they are going to clean that system as they say they are, then the fact remains is there is something wrong with that system, that it can be breached. And if that system can be breached, what about when it comes to the election itself? Will it be breached? Because it's already been proven that it's possible to be breached. Now, those are the fundamental questions that we're supposed to ask ourselves in regards to IEBC, and whether we can rely on their systems as it is. Now, in regards to the other topics on the table about Gachagua saying that all UDA losers will be ambassadors, Okay, it's unfortunate that he had to say that. Nevertheless, though, it is a reality that that's what happens. That most of the time, the losers of whichever side that takes the government are usually placed as ambassadors. But I think he shouldn't have said that in public. I mean, that was wrong of him. I must take it. I mean, makosa ni makosa, nachukua hiyo makosa. Yes, he was wrong in saying that. He shouldn't have said that. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, I think Black, you're done, and I don't see any hand raised. So because of time, let's give Julia.
Black, you're really funny. I think you are okay. You're making my day about Gachagua. I think Gachagua. What do you think, Black? What do you think can be done to Gachagua? I've been thinking that he worked as a DO. I mean DC, district commissioner, and I think such administrators are good in public speaking. So I don't know what he spoke all his life, or what did he? Alikuwa anaambia
Julia,
watu.
don't promote Julia. Don't promote Gachagua to a DC. He was a DO, district officer, one level ahead of a chief.
But I think he had a bachelor's degree somewhere from Nairobi University or something. And then working as a DO, you address people. Unaongea na watu mara mingi. Sasa unakuwa na hiyo skills ya public speaking. You know who to tell what. So that's what I'm wondering, Mr. Black. That is really funny. He's really becoming, I think he should work for Churchill Live. That's a good career. So I suggest that after the election, because UDA is gonna get a humiliating defeat. It's Gachagua who needs to apply for a job for Churchill Live. He'll do a good job there. I suggest so. So I want to agree with Black about
or to be the ambassador.
He cannot, because they are going to lose miserably. So nobody's going to be an ambassador. So he needs a job after that.
Martha might.
No. If you say that, that's a bad word. Don't say that Mother will. Saying Gachagua will get a job from Mother is a bad word. So you should not say that. So I want to agree with Black that at one point about the IEBC, the voter register. Seriously, I think I'm also asking myself, Black, how do I put my fingerprints twice or thrice? What's wrong with those? What's wrong with whatever they are using? What's wrong with their system? Is it that somebody is compromising that system deliberately? Unajua, mimi sipendi hadithi ndefu. I'm telling you, this is really aggravating. That is what Kenyans are used to. I'm not saying all Kenyans. Some Kenyans are used to. That is why even when schools burn down, unasikia principal akona hadithi ndefu. And we are talking, maybe children are dead. I don't like that. He knows if all of us here are questioning that. How did fingerprints go in twice, thrice, how did that happen in the first place? Yes, Jose, you want to tell me how that happened? Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
You see, when you are registering as a voter, I think they use those things they call kits, and those kits are tied to certain areas. So if you register in Rift Valley, during the registration time, you can even go and register again in Mombasa and where have you. But the problem comes at the end of the day, they want to harmonize the entire register. Then that is the time when those conflicts can arise. But during the exercise, they are just tied to locations, where it takes place. Exactly, okay, that is why it is possible to transfer.
Okay, and on that note, Jose, are people still transferring? That's my question.
Yes, people are still transferring, and that is one of the issues the DP had raised. The challenge in that case was, how did he know? Since he's not part of IEBC,
so
how
you
did
can
he
go
know
to
1 million people are transferred?
So I'll say you can go to, okay, let's say if I really need this answer. If you're in Nairobi and you want to change your polling station, how do you do that?
You go to IEBC. I think there's a portal. I think you even do it yourself. You have to. You remember the Mariga case in Kibra and Starehe. He initially registered in Starehe, then he wanted to contest the by-election in Kibra. See, it was not necessary for him, but to be able to vote in Kibra, he had to transfer himself to that mini polling station.
Okay, that's so. My last question.
But what Black was saying during when the registration is taking place, like the last time when they were doing February, March, you do it where you are doing. But at some stage when they are cleaning the register and verifying, they harmonize the entire country. Then they should be able to detect exactly the way Black was saying.
Okay, that's a good response. So I think me and Black, we now understand it is possible for people to register twice or thrice, because some Kenyans are weird, others suffer from ignorance, others just want to do something. I mean, others are just cheeky. That could be the reason. So we hope that when they harmonize this register, there's going to be a way that we're not going to have people who are registered. Black, I think you're satisfied with that.
No, not at all, because I am of the idea that at the point, if going by the theory, let me use the word theory that Osia is putting across, whereby when you're transferring the polling station, once you do the needful in regards to the paperwork, as you are re-registering, or rather being transferred, the one question I ask myself is, do you put your fingerprints once again?
Yes, you must be there, because
and if yes, you do, what happens to the place? I believe it should be deleted at that point.
So, okay, Black, that's true. What's happening?
And if you
I
do,
think you didn't get Jose clearly. He said this: why we have 166,000 people registered, and I'm trying to understand that now. First, we have Kenyans who are cheeky, who do that, knowing they're doing a wrong thing. Others is out of ignorance. Like, I'm registered in Nairobi and I decide, oh no, nita vote NYERI. And then I go and do it again. So we have several groups of people. So there are chances that we have those people who did that. And because the thing, these kids are done in constituency levels and polling stations level, it means that unless they do a reconciliation, is when now they are going to find out that Black is appearing in NYERI and also appearing in Kisumu. That's when they are going to do that. I'm understanding that now. I understand the point, and I also want to Black now change your mind. It is not the mistake of IEBC for Julia to register in Nairobi and also to register in Kakamega. It's, in fact, Julia should be sued for doing that, because
actually, Julia,
yeah,
if you are found, that you are supposed to be disqualified.
Yes, in fact, I should be disqualified.
If you are found,
it's an offense.
You are supposed to be disqualified. But how well the verification and the harmonization is done is also dependent on IBC itself. How competent is it? Some of those issues they are supposed to do, they brush aside. Since who is auditing them? Who is checking them?
They are auditing themselves.
Have you ever asked yourself who is oversighting what IBC is doing? Nobody.
So they're auditing themselves. That is the other problem. So I think now, Black, 1 minute more. I think it's my mistake if I said to register in Kisumu and Kakamega. Okay, I should even be sued for me having done that. But then now, what Jose is saying, we are somehow helpless, because we are not auditing IBC. We are depending on them to do the cleanup accurately, and we are depending on them to audit themselves. Okay, so I think this is a point where we are going to depend. Like you remember the story of the election officer of Georgia, who told Trump outrightly his work was do the right thing. I think we hope to have such kind of people that somebody will just purpose to do the right thing. That is our hope. We just have to have hope. Right now we are helpless. We just have to have hope. But the other good thing, Black, I think the problem may be in the cities where people, I don't know whether somebody can rush in one station and vote here and vote there, but we still have now to hope to do the right thing. That is what we need, that IBC will do the right thing. That's my take on that. Mora, yes, Mora. I'm sorry, Richie.
Something else, Julia. Something else. IEBC is under the constitution independent. That is why we are just helpless. Our hands are tied.
Yeah, our hands are tied. I
They
don't
are
know what
supposed to be independent. Whether they do bad or do good, nobody else should be seen to be interfering.
So actually, that's what I was gonna say. Because okay, look like someone has registered in like Kiambu, and Kiambu and Nairobi are like neighboring. I mean, in case IBC doesn't catch everybody that is double registered, someone could easily vote twice. Someone can vote in Kiambu, which is maybe like I don't know if Kangemi is in Kiambu, and then they can just cross over to Nairobi and vote. So if they don't catch it, because IBC has the last word, so there's that danger of people actually voting twice.
I think we just got to trust. Adams, let me finish that you present your case. Let me finish my presentation so that I don't take too long. That Guru comes in and stone PK. So I think we just going to trust them. And I just want to tell Kenyans, I think we've come a long way. I think the few people who may try to do that may be quite inconsequential. So that's the way I would like to deter IBC on that point. Now, the other part that Black was saying, I think even some of us here talking about somebody being cleared. I call him ridiculous, being cleared, and then later on we have Wanjigi coming in and being bad. I'm seeing something happening to IBC, and I'm seeing something good happening to Chebukati. Chebukati is in this culture. You know, Kenyans too wanasumbua. They like things. I mean, kuna shortcuts mingi, kuna watu wanateta, kuna vile watu, yani there's a lot of complacency. So Chebukati is coming from a culture of complacency, and I think now there's kind of a transformation going on in this society, and people are trying to do things right. So Chebukati is just struggling to do things right. Even now, I am very sure there are many people who are cleared with fake certificates, and I believe these things will rise. I mean, the ghosts will hunt them. The ghost gonna haunt them. I read something on social media about the what is his name again? This Sakaja. That people are saying it's not even social media. I think it's NDV was saying that Sakaja is reported to have gone to Uganda to go for his certificate. Chances are that Sakaja didn't even graduate from Nairobi, but he can buy his way in Uganda. I'm telling you, this ghost will haunt these people. So you people, you are saying, Jiro was saying that you can give someone 2 million to give you a certificate. What happens? You cannot seal all the loopholes. You cannot seal all the loopholes. You may not be able to seal when exactly you did your second semester in second year, and what grades you got, which units you did. You know, you may not seal all the loopholes. You can buy the registrar in Nairobi University and get you some transcripts and some, but you may not seal the loopholes. Who was your professor? Which projects did you did? Which units did you? You may not seal all the loopholes. Na mtu akikutafuta atakupata tu, atakupata. So these, the Sakajas, the Malalas, all those, the Sudis, and name them. The ghosts are going to haunt them. And like somebody was saying, I think it's Alex was saying yesterday here, people are going to pay heavy fines in this country in the next 5 years for such malpractices. So I want to inform Kenyans, wherever you are, do the right thing. Get your child to school, let them get their papers, stop buying certificates for them, because the ghosts are, the chicken are coming home to roost. And some of us, the ghosts are really going to haunt them. And about the losers, these people, I mean, you talk about Kagame, I don't know, Kagame or Kigame, Ruben Kigame. You know, this is the Kenyan culture again. People just say nimeonewa. Yani mtu, you can't do the right thing. And then you see Black, the sad thing, you people, UDA, you are their sympathizers. Me, I'm going to sympathize with anyone, even if they're in Azimio. I'm telling you, do the right thing. And even I look forward to Baba and Mama sacking some people 1 month after employing them. I'm telling you, I'm going to sympathize with anyone. I'm going to start saying, as naonewa, anaingiliwa, sijui nini. Do the right thing. Get your papers done. Do your job. So,
you remember Kagame's case?
Yes.
Hold on, Ose.
You are mute.
Ose, I muted you because when we keep this conversation, forth and to and forth, we are not going to move forward. Just let Julia finish her submission, and then at least you can make remarks. Thank you, Julia.
Thank you. So my take is that Kenyans need to do the right thing. Let us stop. Another thing, IBC is a very difficult position, is in a very, IBC is trying a cleanup. IBC is just trying to create a new culture. Ni kama huyu mwalimu mwenye aliwachilia watoto wafanye chenye wanataka first term. Watoto waliingia wana scream, wanapiga nduru, wanapanda juu ya meza. Alafu second time akaamkia akasema hapana, hakuna kupanda juu ya meza. Watoto wanamwambia si last time tulikuwa tunapanda juu ya meza. Kwa nini umebadilika? That is what happened with IBC. So me, I fully support IBC and I really support Chebukati. Na hiyo kesi ya Sonko, my advice to Chebukati is this. Akae ngumu kama Uhuru. Where have we taken Uhuru after defying all the court orders? We've not taken him anywhere. And we are not planning to take him anywhere. Akae ngumu kama Uhuru. Wakimsumbua, let him stay ngumu. Yet he has a certificate. Let the High Court, Makiadi or whatever court give those orders and continue giving orders. Certificate ikona Chebukati. They cannot make a certificate from see the certificate from Chebukati. Chebukati, don't give those thugs, those criminal certificates. Kangumu kama uhunye, ukatae kabisa usiwapatie. We need to teach these Kenyans a lesson. And after the election, we are going on the streets against these rogue judges. Thank you, Makiadi.
So, Julia, you are saying Chebukati akae ngumu kama Uhuru. Disobey court orders, yeah?
What will they do? We'll just go for an election, and then we'll start saying we'll have Baba the president. That is what matters, and Mother Karua the deputy president. That is what matters. Then we'll start the story. Ati wewe ukupewa certificate na wewe Makiadi ulinyimwa nini? Tutaanza hiyo hadithi ndefu. The damage will be done. I'm telling you. Where will you take him? We'll go to another court again to discuss. Okay, Chebukati, so why did you deny them after the court order? Then we take another 1 year discussing. You see, that is nice. Meanwhile, we'll be on the streets with a black campaigning for those rogue judges to go. That's the solution for Kenyans, right, Kenyans?
All right, Black, 1 minute. A remark, and then I think Guru is ready.
Yeah, I mean, as per what Jose shared, I mean, it's very sensitive. That fact that nobody can audit IEBC. Now, who will be able to make certain that indeed they truly cleaned their database as they say? It will be their word against anyone's. I mean, if KPMG is doing that, but who's going to do the oversight to find out that yes, indeed they do, do the right thing? Now, in the case whereby Makiadi also brought the example of, said that Sonko brought a court order from the High Court and still Chebukati said no. Who is it to interpret, to go against a court order? If court orders put stays in government policies, what about Chebukati, just Chebukati, chairman of an IBC, Independent Electoral Board?
If court orders are illegal, what do we do, Black? We will not allow the court orders hostage. I'm telling you, if you want to know what happened to Moi, ask Moi what happened when Kenyans were done with them. So I support IBC.
Okay, thank you for your remarks, Black. I think sometimes we try to apply double standards because I believe Kenya Kwanza Alliance right now has majority of the people that in 2017 supported the IEBC when it refused to open the servers. And until today, I've never heard William Ruto say that the IEBC should open the servers. So we are in a society whereby when it fits you, it's okay. When it doesn't fit you, it's wrong. And that is why we are saying, as much as we complain here that the IEBC is not doing well, we should also look and examine our history. Did we at one point try to criticize IEBC when we felt they are doing something right? Or something wrong? No, we didn't. So we are in this mess because we agreed on both sides. We agreed that IEBC is, it's free to do whatever it wants. So, Jose, let me give you 30 seconds. 30 seconds so that Guru can give his remarks.
Yeah, just to weigh in on that. You see, IBC is independent. Now, you remember when Madam Martha went to to that function with the civil society. What were they saying? They were saying that the Supreme Court had talked about irregularities and illegalities. Now, whose responsibility, the way Black is saying it is, to find out that IEBC has addressed those issues? Remember, it is independent. It's supposed to do it itself. So it's, IEBC is supposed to check itself, verify itself, and use the auditors. The farthest they have gone is to use the KPMGs to try and give them a clean bill of health. But that's the farthest anyone else can go.
Thank you, Roberto. 30 seconds. I want to bring in the next person.
Yeah, let's forget about this issue of the IBC. You see, Black and Jose who is going to audit the IBC. Once the register has been cleaned, the register is going to be given to all political parties. The register will be available in each and every polling station. So if you know you are registered in a particular polling station, you ought to go there, even physically confirm, because it will be pasted in each and every polling station. So this idea of saying that you are now mistrusting IEBC is not there. You have your phone to confirm. You can go to the polling station and confirm. So that is enough auditing. I don't know which other auditing you want them to do for the register.
Okay, Guru. Black, we'll give you a minute later. Guru, come in.
Habari yenu. You're fine? Now, this issue of KKA doublespeak. One of the greatest downturns of our politics is that our politicians don't mean what they say. And this issue of we are listening to the ground is one that has come to completely destroy the praise of a leader. When you are a leader, you should tell and strive to tell the people the truth all the time. William Samoei Ruto is on record on several occasions in various parts of the country telling the public that they will ban importation of old clothes, Mitumba. It may not have come out like the way Raila Amolo Odinga expressed it, but it is a public statement made in broad daylight that is the intention that Ruto has when he gets power. But because the manner in which Raila Amolo Odinga expressed himself raised some public, public audit, and it is not uncommon for Raila, for one thing or the other, whatever he says is taken very seriously. I think it's because of his believability in the public domain, that what he says is what he means. Now, when they saw that there is a public backlash, KKA now sees an opportunity. It is like a vulture, and he starts actually denying what they had said before in public forums. When you have politicians practicing politics of this nature, you know the country is in danger, because you cannot have a situation where you go propagating ideas that you change your views very fast because your opponent has said something else. This is juvenile. It is actually a statement of leaders who should not be given an opportunity. But however, it is very clear that from the statement of the two, Raila and Ruto, that is the direction in which the country will be moving, that we need textile industries in Kenya, that to deal with the problems that we have of textile industries, we have to also look at what to do with the Mitumba business. We have no escape route. That has to be done. Other countries have done it. Rwanda is one of them. And Rwanda is a small country, but they have managed to do it. You are aware that some time back, we were vehemently opposed to banning of plastic bags with a lot of propaganda going around. Rwanda had done it many years before us, but finally we had to bite the bullet. Likewise, it is good to start preparing those in Mitumba business that Kenya has to transcend into industrial level. And this could come with some pain on some of them, that we have to do away with the importation of old clothes, not because the government is against the so-called hustlers, but because by its nature, the country has to transcend and has to move to the next level. We cannot be a Mitumba country forever. What are we going to do with the infrastructure that has been put in place? How are we ever going to pay for that infrastructure if we do not open up productive systems in the country? But because, unfortunately, Udaku seem to be relying on base emotions of the people to win elections rather than tell the people the truth, they would rather harp on these cheap populist statements so that they can get people to rally behind them. But to what effect? How does the country benefit? Where do we take all the graduates who are leaving TVET, who have done textile and industrial, careers? What do we do with them? Do we wait for graduates to that we can open up bales of old clothes and give them to go and sell? Is that the direction that we want our country to take? So basically, we have to elevate our way of thinking as Kenyans. We have to be candid. We have to tell the people the truth that the country has reached a level whereby we should move to the next level. The ripple effect on textile industry is too huge, where Mitumba may employ 1 million. The textile industry that is homegrown can have a ripple effect to over 6 or even 10 times of that, ranging from farmers to farm hands in those farms, to processing, to workers working in those ginneries, and so on and so forth, to transporters. So these cheap populist statements by Udaku will take the country nowhere. Let me leave that topic at that. Then you have this issue of Sonko and others wanting to get tickets. Now, we have a big problem with our 2010 constitution. And I'm happy that when Raila unveiled his the running mate, he told her that there's unfinished business in constitution making. We have a constitution that the judicial officers can interpret very widely. That is why you find one judge will give this kind of ruling and the other one will give a ruling of completely different dimension, and also still be within what you would call judicial, circle. Now, when you have a situation whereby you say that the MPs will registrate on something, let's take an example of that they will registrate on how the process on how an MP will be recalled. What exactly do you mean? These people are interested parties. There is no way they can make that process smooth. They will put handles. Today, we have a situation like the one we are faced with now, where we have people who have been impeached. In other words, the impeachment says they are not fit to hold public office. But then again, we have a statement that you are not guilty until or you have exhausted all your channels. Now, that presents a big problem. The Chief Justice the other day tried to, expound on that issue. And I believe I stand by her statement that once you are convicted, once the court pronounces itself on your case, or once you are impeached, not unless that impeachment is set aside through a court process, or you have gone to court, back to court, and the conviction has been overturned, that is when you can be around to go ahead in electoral matters. If we do not put it that way, we always have these shenanigans of people using the legal loopholes to get through what they want as individuals. They don't care about the society, it is about them. Look at a situation where now you have a situation, it is only in Kenya, where a convicted or a person facing serious crime, like murdering a young lady, can continue being a governor. Can you see even the morality of it? This is a person who is also dealing with girls, even after that case has been taken to court. And then you emphasize so much on his individual rights to be a governor. Where is the society in this? Where is the community? Where is the country? It is the same mistake that we made with our deputy president. Why do we have to protect one person so much to a level whereby he can bring down the government? Because we've made it very difficult for the president to do away with a rogue, with a rogue deputy president. I mean, whose purpose is he serving? That's why we have today a situation whereby a deputy president can sit in the office or not sit in the office, leave his house, go to campaign for 4 years using public funds, getting salaries, and he has no absolute, even the little decency of a human being to say that this is unfair. Because these people hold these positions as custodians of community or national interests. It's not about them, it's about the office. And not unless we start now emphasizing on the rights of the nation, of the citizens, above even individual, especially when it comes to public appointments and elections, then we are heading nowhere. That is my submission for now. Thank you very much.
Okay, I think Guru, there's something you bring that is very important, but I just want to make one remark about the president getting rid of the deputy president. I think the reason why we brought in the new constitution is to avoid a situation whereby the deputy president can just be fired, from matters arising, from differences between him and or her and the president. Issues that those people that lived in the Moi era understand, where the president can just be in a function in Mombasa or Nairobi and the roadside and just walks there and says, you know what, from today Saitoti, you are no longer the president. So the mechanisms that are there right now to protect the deputy president, I agree with those. The constitution is very clear, because if Uhuru Kenyatta was really interested in getting William Ruto out of office, he could have done that. This might be debatable, but I think we should hold the constitution the way it is right now. I support the constitution in such a way that if we ever have a rogue president, also, we are looking at it from the point of William Ruto's character. What if we have a rogue president who feels that he cannot be told something when he is wrong, and he wants to fire the deputy president? Then also we bring another issue. But as long as we can hold the current status in the constitution, whereby if the deputy president or the president goes against any articles of the constitution that make his case impeachable, then we should follow the right channel. I think I support that with the current constitution.
Let me add something there.
Yeah, sure.
What I'm saying is very simple. We overdid ourselves because of our past experiences of how the presidents were behaving. But we also do understand at that time our constitution was very much centered on the president. Today, there are very many other bodies to deal with the issues of an excessive president. But what I'm saying here is that the deputy president is a principal assistant. He is not going to compete with the president. And that must be, that must come out very clearly the deputy president is a principal assistant. He's supposed to be told what to do. The other bodies of government are the ones that check whether these people are doing the right thing. It is not for the deputy president to check whether the president is doing the right thing or not. Then why do we have the other bodies? So what I am putting up here is that finally we blame the president for what is happening in the government, but at the same time we have put in a political animal that has actually infiltrated the system through his own MPs, making it difficult for the government to move. We are quoting disaster. If we have a situation whereby right now the president started removing his deputy, he will call the people on his corner, and then we have a push, a tug of war within the government. And finally, the system crumbles. Why do we have to protect one individual so much? If they do not agree with the president, let him resign. After all, the regime at that time depends on the president that has been voted in. It is not about that person who is the principal assistant. For me, I believe that right now, if you ask Uhuru, he is very bitter because some of the things that were done in the part of his regime were done against his will. But if he started the process of removing this man, he has corrupt people who he has put in the system to fight for him, and therefore the government would have spent the most of its time in a tug of war between the deputy and the president. Can you imagine you taking a case, an issue to parliament, and then the parliament divides itself into two, and then you have a mobilization on the ground because our politics is ethnic arranged. So this is an issue that we have to revisit. We have to know whether we are giving the president the free hand so that we can blame him should there be corruption within the system, but not a situation like the one we have now, where the deputy has his people who sing him, and then the president has his own people who sing him, and then you have a situation where you cannot actually remove him, and if you try to remove him, it is at great cost on the country stability. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. Black, 1 minute.
Yeah, I wanted to tell Guru, you should remember that this is a campaign period. Now, everything you say shall and can be used in the court of public opinion. Now, these populist statements are the ones that either win you or lose you votes. If you go back to the case of the former Kiambu governor, Kabogo, if you recall, it's his very statements that costed him his governorship. So you cannot just brush it aside and trying to put it as if that
For your information, I'm not
all the
contesting.
times it's
I'm just a
sense and
citizen.
logic that so yes, these populist statements, they do make a difference in whether you are voted in or voted out. Thank you.
All right, Roba, 1
So it
minute.
costed you as a
Roba, 1 minute.
I just want to second what Guru is saying. We'll have to revisit the issue of the deputy terms and conditions of the deputy president. After this, what the country has gone through the last 4 years, trust me, this thing will be on that BBI. If it BBI is to come back, because we cannot have somebody hold the whole country at ransom. Number two, it has been proven now that our MPs are not independent. They are not independent thinkers. They are not independent voters of motions in parliament. They can be corrupted for as little as 5,000 shillings. So therefore, we will have to relook, because what William Ruto has done is he has used money to buy MPs. Every other day, weekends, they have some allowance to go and bicker out there. So we know what money can do. Therefore, something has to be done in that the president can be able to replace his deputy president either by vote of the cabinet. That is the best thing that can happen, because that's what I think, or the Senate. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just want to point out to you that with the current arrangement that the political parties have, both Kenya Kwanza and Azimio have basically a written document that delegates, duties and assignments to the deputy president. I think both political coalitions have learned from the current marriage, and what we are looking forward is maybe to make this process legal, so that at least through an act of parliament, it can be entrenched into law. But I think William Ruto also learned his lessons, and he actually gave directions to Kindiki to give whoever will be his deputy functions and duties, so that at least they can have a smooth way of working together. Karibu Stony PK.
Thank you very much, Bro Makiadi, our chair today, and all the other panelists. Jambo. I'll begin by, of course, I know we have deliberated so much on IBC, but I think last evening I said personally I have no confidence in IBC. I've at least witnessed several elections, and there is no one time that IBC was ever ready. They are never ready simply because they don't want to be ready. One of the worst thing is this very shambolic way of organizing elections. The worst. Given all the resources, we would rate them very, very poor, very poor. There's only one election which probably could be rated, but also even that one, there were issues. Why am I saying this? I'm saying this because with the current technology, you don't expect this kind of mediocrity in voting. This country, Kenya, is the one that discovered the M-Pesa technology, which is being used all over the world. So is it voting tu ndio inaweza shinda vijana wa Kenya could simplify such that a Kenyan can vote from anywhere in the world. But we don't want that because we are so corrupt. We want systems that we can manipulate. It is simple as that. It's not that Kenya, you imagine how many Kenyans are not able to vote because ati lazima uende kwa polling station ukavote huko. Lazima uamuke saa 12 you queue the whole day to vote. This is awkward. This is awkward. I would expect by now Kenya, with the geniuses we have in technology, we would be able to vote even from your mobile phone. And they are controlled so that you don't vote twice. Okay, people in diaspora are not able to vote because unaambua you travel like 8 hours by flight kwenda kuvote in one place which they are calling the center for whatever. These are hii ni uzembe kwa Kiswahili. It is so bad that IBC sits there with so much money, taxpayers' money, huge budget, and what we get is what we are talking about here. Jittery. We are not, watu wanaogopa because we are not sure what we will get. And that is terrible for citizens. It is a bad thing if a body that has been fully mandated can keep citizens wondering, guessing, not trusting, fearing. Right now, we are fearing that the fire that can burn this country will be lit by IBC. And where will they be? They'll just be there. In Kikuyu tunasema hapo tu wanang'ethia tu, and they're earning their salaries, calling themselves independent and all that. And how can you tell me somebody ati mtu ameregister mara mbili? Really? In this time and era? Somebody ati your system cannot show or reject somebody registering twice. My dear sisters and brothers, truly speaking, what sort of a system is that cannot dictate that? Yeah. Anyway, I know we will lament. They are there to stay. They will give us whatever they will give us, and it will go the way it will go, and we will be there talking and lamenting, going to court, yeah, and doing all that. So basically, for me, I would rather even not have elections than having elections that will cause a lot of issues, a lot of problems. It's better to be prepared, maybe jet them, maybe amend until we feel they are ready, because that independence is too much. It's the independence of nursing a lot of poison that they are going to give us in form of saying that they are overseeing elections. They are not even able to answer simple questions posed by Azimio candidate. I mean, that itself is worrying. That I ask you 5 questions, you tell me utajibu baadaye, and they are very straightforward. You asked about the 1 million signatures. I mean, 1 million voters that one side is claiming waliondolewa. You have to explain, and then the other side is because Baba has his story, and KK has their story. So hapa ni nani anacheza na mwingine? Kuna mchezo hapa, na mchezo is from the Kenya Kwanza, yeah, because walijua Baba amejua the trick that is being played, so they decided to preempt, playing reverse psychology. Mwizi ni yeye, hao ndio wezi, so they start crying, kuna mwizi, kumbe ni hao ndio wanafanya hiyo mambo, and Chebukati knows this, but because he is in it, that is why he's looking the way he's looking. On the other side of double speak on Mitumba, it is very sad that out of the $1 million manifesto, super manifesto, it is so sad that Kenyans, and these are a few Kenyans, not all, they decide to pick just a simple statement and pretend they don't understand what our manifesto means. Okay, and this is out of ignorance, because as of now, for every 10 Kenyans you pick, ask them what is the history of Mitumba. Maybe 1 or 2 will give you some fairly constructive answer, because Kenyans have this habit of saying we don't want history. Hatutaki kujua mambo ya jana na juzi, tunaangalia mbele. Mitumba is a sign of poverty Mitumba ni umaskini. Tafadhali. It is umaskini. And the sooner we get rid of that, watu wavae nguo mpya, the better. It is Moi who brought Mitumba. Moi ndiye tuletea umaskini Kenya. When I was growing up, I was not wearing Mitumba, but my dad and mom were buying me new clothes. Uko kwa mnara, but ni mpya. Only that you would buy, of course, you would not, kama uko village, nilikuwa naona watu wakinunua shati zilikuwa zinaitwa za nylon. Yeah. So you would afford a shirt, but it's not necessarily Mitumba. It's new, but you know, that just like the way when you go to a shop, you choose viatu, you can choose the very expensive, you can choose middle, you can choose hapo chini. And Mitumba was brought because Moi killed all the textile industry in this country. Yeah. So alipoua kabisa, alipoua hata production ya gunia zile za makonge, because they imported the gunny bags, yeah, to benefit. You know, that license ya Mitumba, those of you who can recall, was given to 1 or 2 people. Yeah. 2 people, or even I think it was 2. Wale ambao walikuwa NYERI wa Mitumba, sijui na nani, because of a boyfriend and girlfriend or something very close to Moi. Yeah. So it was enriching very few at the expense of those textile industries, textile factories that were closed. Akina Kikomi, Akina Rivertex, Akina, all name them, Thika, whatever mills. If you ask why they were closed, nobody gives you any answer. Cotton growing, ikauliwa, all that. Yeah. So basically, anybody who has the idea like Baba of bringing back dignity to Kenyans, we should embrace that. And it is not that at watu wa Mitumba they will run out of business. It's not happening like a snap of the finger. It's gradual. Okay, those factories will come. Nguo zitakuwa cheap. We have a lot of there will be a lot of you know, kind of production, people getting employed back again, and people will afford. Yeah, badala ununue shati mzee ya shilingi 50, you'll be able to afford a nice shirt ya 200 shillings or 150 just because you can afford, you are earning. Yeah. So basically, let's support this idea. Let's not start, you know, KK can dwell on it. They can go talking about Mitumba nini, but we need to explain to our brothers and sisters that Baba does not intend to throw them out of business. In fact, he intends to make them improve. It's not that huyu mtu anazungusha hizi shati the whole day to get 200 shillings is happy. That young man or that young lady would be happy to be working in a textile factory near to her, mahali anatoka na shilingi 2,000 kwa siku ama 3,000. Yeah, they are not happy. It's not sira kurauka pale Kikomba iko matope, then you zunguka the whole day holding this a few trousers, a few jackets. It's sira kabisa. It is terrible. And the sooner we get our relatives and friends out of that, the better. The other one is, of course, about Gachagua. Gachagua should continue being given the mic, and KK should capitalize on that. I mean, Azimio should capitalize on that. Let's encourage them. I hear the other day he was saying that he would want a debate with Martha Karua. Hiyo ni mtu anataka kuraruriwa vizuri sana. You know, I don't know whether he can even withstand a 5 minutes debate with Martha Karua. It will be so embarrassing. I wish it can be as soon as possible. Tumumalize kabisa. Yeah, I don't see the intelligence. I hear he is eloquent. I don't see the eloquence. Eloquence ya matusi. So we want to encourage that. We want to encourage that debate so that we can see mbichi na zinaitwa nini? Mbichi na mbivu. Yes, the losers will be employed as ambassadors. Another very, very unfortunate statement. It is very unfortunate. It exposes a lot of ignorance and a lot of awkwardness of KK. So I'm hoping wale wa Kenya ambao tunaamua, tulipata contract ya Baba, tulisoma, alitupatia, tuende to digest, alafu tumsainie tarehe 9 barua ya kufanya kazi. We are the one we have agreed, so we'll just appoint him on 9th by all of us waking up very early in the morning na tumpitishe mapema sana. I think for now I call upon Azimio team, let's concentrate our efforts with talking to our people in mashinani. And all these misfortune speeches, we should put them in memo cards, distribute to bodabodas, distribute to our people so that they can play. Hata kwa bodaboda, kwa meeting, kwa matatu, yeah. Hii anatukana Mother Karua, people should know this is a man who does not respect even his wife. Yeah, anybody who stands to talk bad or ill about a lady, then I don't think he or she, he has a lady in his house. Yeah, these are things that should be explained to people in the village, because when he talks in meetings, si watu wote wako kwa meeting, sisi tunatakiwa kusambaza huko. That's how we are supposed to play Azimio politics. Hiyo sumu tunatupa huko chini. Hiyo vitu zimeoza zinatupwa chini ndio watu waweze kuelewa. Thank you very much, Bwana Makiadi. Back to you.
Thank you, Stony PK. Roberto, just 1 minute, make a remark.
Can I go ahead?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I just want to echo what Stony PK has said. And what is more intriguing about the UDA brigade is that there are two people who are economists known in Kenya, and one of them is that Kwame, and the second again is this gentleman called Ndi. Ndi has been tweeting some things which I don't know whether he sometimes thinks on what he's talking about, in as much as he's a respected economist, yes. But there are basics that he utters, like he uttered that Raila and groupies, these Raila and groupies are clueless. I thought they were in government with access to all technocrats. And he says that governments are Kenya's third biggest export after horticulture and tea, topping 500 million US dollars a year. That is 60 billion. How has that industry collapsed? I ask myself, does it mean that is our capacity? That we are not supposed to grow? If we are growing at that rate of 500 million US dollars in a year, does it mean we should stop there? And we are growing at that 500 million US dollars a year, and despite the fact that we have the Mitumba industry interfering with our potential. So in essence, for him, we tukae hapo hapo. This is the kind of mediocre thinking that makes me doubt some of these people who have gone to school and call themselves economists. Because if you can sell 20 packets of milk a day, you cannot just be comfortable with the 20. You have a growing population. You have to continue mitigating that balance of the demand and supply. So you cannot tell Kenyans that if you are doing 50 packets of milk a day as a shopkeeper, that is now your potential, and you should not add anything more than that, because even the surrounding customers that you have are growing. I mean, the population is growing. Thank you.
On that note, I'll also ask you these, and I just hope that next time when you get a chance to address, you'll answer that question. Do you just support the ban on second-hand clothes, or you also support the ban on new clothes? Because the problem with Kenyans is they've been fed that with the information that Mitumba nile nguo mzee peke yake. You see, also there are some kind of specialized clothes that are not available in Kenya. For example, there are some clothes that are used by people who attend to chemical spills. I know we don't have the capacity to do that, to produce such clothes. So I think sometimes it is good to make a distinction between what we can produce and what we don't have the capacity to produce. So I mean, Mitumba is generally saying to nguo yoyote inatoka ng'ambo isiingie Kenya. So Roba, you'll answer that maybe next time. Let me give Adams a chance to speak also.
Thank you, Makiadi. Maybe just to, I know you shot that question to Mr. Roba, but about the Mitumba issue and some other clothes, which are, not all clothes are Mitumba. Some of them are not. So I think the basis of the talk was on Mitumba, purely Mitumba, not some of the brand of clothes. So they were talking about Mitumba industry, not just every cloth, all of the clothes. Anyway, let me go straight to the topic of today about the IEBC. The IEBC, you know, I had the argument here how my fellow panelists were trying to put that thing, but the topic here is IEBC hammer claims, casualties, crime power. Yeah, but you know, I registered personally. I did register some time back. I was in Nairobi like 9 years ago. I registered in one of the primary schools in Nairobi as a voter. I also did some work there for we were doing the election thing. Was a PO there. So I registered there like 9 years. I think it was 2012, 10 years ago. So this year, 2022, I happened to be transferring my vote from Nairobi to New York. And when I went there, they asked me one simple question that, what document did I use while I was registering? I told them I used my ID, and I had my ID with me. So when I produced the ID, they just keyed it in, the numbers, and everything popped out in the machine, like in the system, everything popped out, meaning that it was almost impossible to do a double registration. That's what I saw like 2 months ago when they were doing a registration here, when I was doing transferring. Everything popped out, my names, my biometrics, and the polling station, and everything, and the polling center, constituency, and everything up to the ward level. And then they had to capture again my biometrics and do the transfer stuff. So it was almost, according to me, what I saw in that system, it was almost impossible to do double registration. So if there is double registration which is going on, it is there's some people somewhere who are seated, or they're doing some monkey business about it. But the system that the IEBC uses is a new one. It is very nice. It's a very good thing. Actually, in Africa, it is only Kenya and another country. There are only 2 countries that have used. It's a new technology. So double registration, it has dealt with it so nicely. But I don't deny that there are some other cases, but I don't even understand how they do it. But that thing, like, because when I was going to transfer my vote, there were some other people who were who are taking, who are registering as voters for the first time. So when their details were keyed in, they were found nowhere. They don't appear anywhere because they're new. So it's okay for them to register. But mine, I could not go there as a newcomer because once you key your ID number, it pops. So it's a good system. So double registration, I think they've dealt. Actually, that is the reason why this machine and system was brought in to deal with that. So double registration, if it is still happening, something somewhere is not right. Somebody did something, but we have a good system. Also, on the same note about the crying foul of the IEBC, the casualties in the IEBC crying foul, the academic papers. The best way to do this, there's a way in which IEBC can do this thing, but I don't know whether they can take opinions. I don't know how they get the opinions and collect data for betterment of their department or for improvement. If you happen to go to school in Kenya or if you live in the United States and you went to school or college, you did your college in Kenya or other country, and now you want to go to school here, you want to attend any institution, they will tell you to do something called translation. You have to translate your academic credentials to fit in here. So they evaluate it and then they place you, they know, okay, this is according to your they place you where you belong, you know. So even if they can calculate your GPA and everything, and then you get in. This one is done before you join the college, or before you join any college that you want to join, because you got your education overseas, not in the US. So, but you cannot take your papers, your transcript, your certificate, whatever it is, and go translate it, and then you send it to the university or any college that you want to go to. They will reject it. They want it to come straight from the translator to them directly. So I think this is what IEBC is supposed to do. So let's say that Makiadi, you're running for the governorship of Bungoma. The qualification, they want you to have a minimum qualification of a university degree. You as Makiadi, as a candidate, you are not supposed to carry your papers and take to IEBC or present them. It is the institution that you attend or you attended, which is you are supposed to tip them, like direct them to submit your papers to the IEBC. So the IEBC and the Chebukati and his team receives your academic qualifications from your institution directly to them, without you mediating in between here, where you go and procure things, ABCD. So they get it. So if you are from the UN, they will see you. The UN sends it directly to the IEBC. So the IEBC gets it and they wait for you. So the day you appear before them, they tell you, okay, Mr. So-and-so, we got your papers from the institution that you attended and you are qualified, or they say you're not qualified. But this thing of me personally, I'm the candidate, I'm going there, I get here, and then I go to River Road, I doctor so many things, I give people money here and there, it brings the problem. So if there's a way in which the IEBC can just get this thing directly from the institution without any medium here, express, then you go there and get ready. They can sort out this mess. A lot of this mess can be sorted out. That is the best way they can do it. So I don't know how they take opinions from the citizens, of citizens. I don't know. On the Mitumba issue, I heard a lot of crazy, not a lot, but some of the crazy comments from the DP and Gachagua actually, regarding the DP running mate for Ruto. We was telling some people that people are supposed to be left alone to buy clothes according to their capability, according to uwezo wao. So this guy was kind of trying to demystify, saying that whatever the Azimio Brigade was trying to bring is expensive, and with them they're hustlers. And I wonder, you listen to this guy and you wonder, they're the people who are talking about the bottom-up economics model. When we get rid of Mitumba, second-hand clothes, when we get rid of them, and there was an alternative. They did not just say that get rid of used clothes, second-hand clothes, or Mitumba, And then they stopped there. They said, get rid of it, and they provide a solution. What is the solution? Locally made, buy Kenya, build Kenya. A very nice way of doing it. This is a way of buy Kenya, build Kenya is one of the ways, or is a pathway, it's a leeway, it's an expressway to industrialization. Because when we get our stuff here, because we have the raw materials, even those Mutumbas are being made by raw materials. Those raw materials come from Africa, and we are in Africa. If we are Africans, we can get our raw materials and do it here. We will employ so many people. A lot of people will get jobs because Mutumba, they're saying right now, around 2 million people are hired or employed by Mutumba sector. But if we start making our own textile, it will even go to triple that number. And it will be cheap because there is no taxes involved in shipment and the stuff. It is locally made, and we build our own. Actually, even look at our country. What do we use? The government of Kenya, the high-end offices, they use German machine. They use imported cars from Germany, Mercedes-Benz. Other government officers, they use cars from Japan. I even believe that every year, be it our higher learning institution, we produce mechanics. If these people are empowered, and there's a lot of money getting lost in Kenya, Kenya can even produce cars. We can produce our own brand. And if Kenya produces cars in Africa, it can be sold the entire continent and will make money. But if you bring that one now, they will start saying, oh, you're interfering with the business of the people. Of course, when a new thing is brought, hitches must be there. Some people somewhere must feel the pinch, but at the end of the day, there is a solution that will come. So I feel that it can be done. We have just to change the mentality of our people that it can be done. This mentality of like, oh, this guy say everything is being politicized. If we can just stop politicizing everything, it can be done. It can be done, and it is possible. It is not rocket science making. These are our Kenyan education system is very nice, one of the best. It's one of the best. But transitioning from one thing to the other, transitioning from Mutumba to locally made, this is the problem. People see the technical hitch, but at the end of the day, the government is supposed to stay put, kangumu, and let it be done. Like the way they did with the plastic. When they were doing away with plastic, when they were getting rid of plastic, there was such kind of politics came in, but they stayed put, and it was done. So even this one they can do. I believe Kenya should not only do the assembly. We only do assembling of vehicles and motorbikes. We can manufacture. We can make these things. We can just try. If you come to overseas, the countries in the West, all government, their government and the state governments, they don't use imported cars. They use locally made. There is no state in the US which uses Toyota. No, they use American cars. There is no police here which uses Toyota, and I don't know what the Japanese and what and the German. No, they use American cars. That's what you see them. They use Ford and Jeep and all those things. So we can do this, and then we empower people. But it can be done. But it is this: we are our own enemies because of politics. They come and sabotage things and say things which are neither here nor there. Finally, on Gachagua and his deep is something. I don't know whether you guys have realized that Mr. Rigathi Gachagua is a political scientist, by the way. That guy studied political science. But we've got so many people who studies political science. My friend, if you go to and it's from the University of Nairobi, one of the best school of political science in the region, the University of Nairobi, no any other. And that is where Rigathi Gachagua came from, with the best professors, political science professors and researchers. But this guy, the way he reasons, you wonder where he was at the School of Political Science, or this guy was in the School of, I don't want to mention because I don't want people to see like I'm trying to demean something. This guy was nominated to be the DP running mate of William Ruto. That means for the entire country. But the way this guy is talking, the way he carry out himself, he's so much rigid to the point that his head is fixed that he's a DP running mate and is representing a section of people from Mount Kenya. I don't even think Rigathi Gachagua thinks that he's a DP for people from Namanga border, the couriers. No, he's not the DP running mate. He's a DP for a section of people in Mount Kenya and a section of people in Rift Valley. That is what he believes. That is what this guy knows, not all Kenyans. So that's why I really doubt. Maybe sometimes when you went to school a long time ago, you need to do refreshment so that you get updated. Rigathi Gachagua is like those computers, which, zile computers zilikuwa na nini ya nyuma hivi. But right now we are using the flat. So this guy is stuck there. He has Moism in it. I heard you guys talking about Moi used to fire people on the road, blah, blah. Moi was wrong. Moi is the one who made that law look so bad. The president had the power of appointing and firing his DP or vice president. But there was a way in which he could do it professionally. If you nominate Stone PK as your vice president and you have the powers to fire him, why can't you just go to State House and call the press nicely and say, from today henceforth, Stone PK is no longer the vice president, it is Mr. Robert. But you just walking around, along Mau Road, and then you stop there and you say, hey, Kwanzia leo, Mwanazomon PK is no longer the DP. No. Moi had a problem, he was a coward. Moi was a coward. I don't know why they call him professor of politics. So I think it's our way of doing it. We have a good document, but I don't really demystify or reject our current constitution the way it is contained. You go with the DP, and our constitution, the way it is stipulated, the DP and the president go in one ticket. Like, you can't just fire your DP. Is good. The only problem that we see where people are talking about this thing is the behavior, the character of the first DP that we had in Kenya. It is the person, it's not the office. The office, as it is constituted, is good. But the person, there's a difference between president and presidency. Now, presidency is the office, but the president is the person. So the president is the character. So the character of a person that we had in that office, and by bad luck, is the first occupant of that office, had a bad character. Alikuwa na tabia mbaya. If Ruto was behaving well, we would not be seeing these bad things like, we would not be thinking of constitutional amendment in that office if he had a good character. So it is character and behavior that defines a man. Thank you for now. God bless.
Okay, Stony PK, 1 minute. You're muted, Stony PK. You're muted.
Thank you, our moderator, Bwana Makiadi, and also thanks Adams for bringing out some of these very critical areas. I just wanted to add a little salt on two things Adams has mentioned, which actually has been happening, but corruption is what has killed it. Ability for us to embrace what is ours, locally available, locally assembled. We've refused that. And what's the reason? Just to create room, kukula. Because look at China. They have their own vehicles. US, you've just said it. They are promoting their own vehicle. Hata kama ni mbaya. For a long time, Ford was of low, in brackets, low quality compared to some British thing. But they have perfected them. This is what they use. By their own market, they are able to sustain that particular industry. But now, because sisi ni wakora kabisa, unataka uimport hizo gari kutoka nini ndio uweke margin, wizi, pesa ya kuiba. So, and I think Baba mentioned this in another forum. These are things that people will not like. Thieves are not going to like it because Baba wants to bring in a government of meritocracy. You know, merit. You are holding a certain position because you merit it. And then over a certain period of time, you are seen, your assessment, your productivity, your impact is felt, the positive impact. Okay, si kuvaa masuti tu na kuswing kwa viti. That is going to happen. And I'm so happy that Baba is emphasizing on that. You know, the real, where it has worked, Singapore, for example, that is what they adopted immediately. Their first president, I think, after independence, somewhere in 59, 60, I think 1959. So the president thought very seriously, what would it be possible? I mean, what should I do to make Singapore recover quickly and, you know, kind of move very fast? He chose very hard stance. One is to make sure that whoever holds a public office is incorruptible. And then he made sure they had very strict rules in terms of corruption. He didn't care whether people are saying, oh, unajua hiyo ni kali. In Kenya, imagine, tukisema rule iwekwe, tunaanza kudebate. Oh, you know, yani you want rule iwe soft. How do you want watu waache wizi na unataka kumodify. One statement unaifanya iwe mara nyingi. That's why we are saying, oh, one is not guilty until proved guilty until you exhaust. Look at that, Nini. I was reading the needs of Singapore. They are very straightforward. You are a minister. You are, number one is alleged. They adopt, okay, imesemekana. Then unaambua, okay, imesemekana. Boom. An organization called CIP something. Inapewa hiyo maneno. Kwisha. Investigation begins. And within a very short time, you are either in or out. So preventive has to be harsh and punishable haraka iwezekanavyo. So Adams, you are very right. We must promote use of material. I mean, use of our local, hata kama ni low quality, we shall improve on it. Tuzuie wezi, we don't want to import cars. We should start our own. Hata kama itakuwa ikienda break down, but then we improve. You've just put it very well. We have very learned people. We have our universities that are, you know, engineering, all departments. Very, 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 very good. But our people, what are they doing? They are migrating to where we are now. Tunakimbia umaskini nyumbani. It's not that watu wanaraha kuishi Marekani miaka hii yote. Thank you very much, Bwana Makiadi.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. You came in late. We were almost getting done because I think we've hit our 9th hour. But before I do that, I would like at least to give all of us at least an opportunity to make closing remarks. And Mr. because you did not do your submission, I'll start with you. As you give your closing remarks, maybe you'll just go over a few issues that you think are important on the topics that are running across your screen, you know, within 3 minutes, and then we can close with the next panelists.
Good evening, everyone. I just came this evening to say hi to Adams and Julia, particularly Julia. So I would listen in tonight.
Okay. Let me start up there. Julia, tupatie closing remarks zako na tupatie prediction probably kesho.
Prediction is hard. I don't know when KK is going to give their manifesto, but I can predict they are going to try and copy Azimio because hawana substance. So I'm looking forward to see that that manifesto. I just hope, Makiadi, I really hope that I won't hear that Sonko is on the ballot. I really hope that. That's my take. Otherwise, Kenyans, let's do the right thing. Hi, Mise.
Hi, Julia.
Sasa Julia, unajua ulikuwa unatupatia closing remarks na unatuambia watu wavuke sakafu. Sasa venye Misi ameingia hapa inaonekana hata umesahau kila kitu.
Ati nimefreeze. Hapana. Okay, wacha nirudie tena wa Kenya. tuvuke sakafu. Hii maneno ya shortcuts, ati watu hawana papers, mara wameonewa, nini. These things are going to end with baba and mother. Kwa hivyo nawaomba mvuke sakafu. Mje pandi tupigie baba kura, kwa maana serikali ijayo ni ya baba na mama. Hata mise hapa amevuka sakafu tayari. Asante Makiadi.
Julia, kulikuwa na propaganda wakati haukuwa jana na hati makaratasi ya moto hapa pale, but ni vizuri vile umefreeze hivyo. I hope the message is clear to Robert.
Who froze who?
Okay, Roberto. Closing remarks. Prediction.
Thank you very much. I don't know why Miss is very, very insecure, but I know why he's insecure. Unajua sisi tumekuwa kwa field muda mrefu. Experience. Ndio kwa maana naona Ruto anahangaika kwa sababu baba amekuwa huko muda mrefu.
Ati Robo ako na experience.
Now, there is something that I think we overlooked in yesterday's events. And I'm starting to feel like it's going to be a serious game changer. And it was Martha in the Coast, the Maendeleo Wanawake event. It looks like, in my opinion, the women of Kenya have decided to back Martha, and strongly so. They are a good number, almost half the voting bloc, or the voters in the role of IEBC, and it's going to be an uphill task for UDA to try and change the minds of the ladies, because once these ladies have decided what they want to do, I don't see, you will have to continue spending a lot of money for the next 2 months buying votes, but women have started coming together. They have realized their potential. They know they have the potential, and they know that they have been given a chance to represent themselves on the high table, and I don't think they are going to let her down, because she is not only going to give them some kind of motivation, but I'm sure she's going to articulate some of the issues that are affecting them in the country. So Martha is doing a good job, and we want her to ensure that when she goes back, it's high time, by the way, she goes back to Central Kenya, because I think those guys are wanachafua huko ground huko. Nataka arudi huko afanye kazi mzuri, after 1 week akuja atembelea kina mama wengine. Regarding a prediction for today, Baba and his brigade, I think I'm not sure, but I think they should be heading back to somewhere in the Rift Valley to spread the gospel. And I want them to continue spreading the gospel. And I want to advise Kenyans, the choice is like day and night. We don't need to second guess. We know who means well for this country. So therefore, let's choose Azimio. We are not going to mince words for a better Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you, Roberto. Stony PK, closing remarks, prediction.
Thank you very much, our moderator. Let me begin with a closing remark. One, my closing remark is to celebrate what I saw at the coast when Martha arrived. It was beyond words. The reception was monumental. Yesterday, it is yesterday from where I am. It was unbelievable. It's like the crowd was waiting for her, and they were making a statement. You know, one thing that we should all agree is that Azimio has no competition as we speak. I know people who support the other side would really want to sustain arguments and all that, but the competition ilikwisha sometimes back. If you look at the crowd, if you look at even the willingness of the people, the enthusiasm is telling it all. I'm predicting Baba. I think Mother will sweep a little bit of coast, and they're supposed to converge and take the eastern axis. That is what I'm thinking, because she's a bit engaged in at the coast. She might be going to Kwale alone, do Kwale and probably come all the way kwa Kiuno. And then I think Baba might join her either in Pocomoland, and then from there they have to fly to the eastern. That's what I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Stony PK. Adams.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to close with the same remarks of Buy Kenya, Build Kenya. How I wish that our people can be enlightened and get, maybe our people need kind of a civic education to make them understand what it really means, Buy Kenya, Build Kenya, Build Kenya, Buy Kenya, something like that, When we produce our own products, it is for the good of our people, and we will be able to export. Our people will export, and we will make money. In export, there is much more money. There is more money in export than import. If people can be enlightened and they have a knowledge of that. That old woman in the village, that old woman in Julia's village, who is farming coffee, can be told and made to understand that if the Nescafe, the brand Nescafe that she sees, or the Milo, is actually from her farm, she can be happy and she can make a lot of money on that. Because coffee is being exported to the UK, they process it and make Nescafe and bring it back to Kiambu and sell it double price. People are supposed to be made to understand that. It's the same case with the Mitumba thing. Actually, Mitumba was supposed to be, initially Mitumba was a free thing, was being given to people because we were like, they regarded us Kenyans like poor people who needed clothes, like we were walking naked because they were shown, when the international media goes to Kenya or Africa, especially let me talk of Kenya, the picture of Kenyans that they are being shown are the pictures of the Maasais. People walking with sugar almost half naked, people from Turkana. They don't show people in Nairobi and Kisumu and Mombasa, no. So they were just helping us. And then it was commercialized and it became a big market. But we can do better. We have all these things. Even the case of vehicles, let us make our own things. So even if we make another brand of a vehicle maybe let's call it Harambe vehicle. So let's say when you're driving, it is making a lot of noise. We will just go and fix that noise. We take it to the garage and fix that noise. Most, it will be fine. So it is Buy Kenya, Build Kenya. We have our goods. Even if you're going to Mrs. Village in the Gusii lands, there's a lot of coffee there. It should be made locally, processed locally, and we export the final product. We are supposed to export the final product. Come to the lake region, fish. It's not, we are supposed to export the final product. It can be done in Kenya, and we have the capability, we have the manpower. So people just need to be made to understand. And I wish there was a law that could prevent people from politicizing everything, that even the common man, things which are good for everybody. Because when we talk about productivity, it has got nothing to do with whether you are this side of the aisle or this. No, it cuts across. All right. And finally, on my prediction, now that Iebc allowed Johnson Sakaja, and was cleared to run. And I remember very well the lawyer to Jimmy Wanjigi, Mr. Willis Ochieng, senior counsel, he swore that he's going to use his legal acumen, his strength, and all the books that he has ever read and his training to fight that thing to the very last of his breath. with blood and water. So he's a good lawyer. We know him. He has fought so many battles for that guy. He's won so many cases. So he's a very good legal mind. So I see a scenario whereby maybe Jimmy Wanjigi might find himself in the ballot. Sonko, I doubt, but with Jimmy Wanjigi, because that guy was bringing the case of Sakaja, the lawyer for Wanjigi was bringing, and that lawyer is the running mate, by the way. He was bringing the scenario case study of Sakaja and Jimmy Wanjigi. And the first one he made yesterday, the case of Walter Mungare Nyambane and Jimmy, and it was done immediately. He was successful. So he brought this one too, and he's going to court. So I see a scenario that maybe Wanjigi might find himself in the ballot. That's my prediction. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and me say hi, everybody, and have a wonderful night. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Adams. Missy, I thought you said you'll be listening in today, so unless you have anything in a minute to comment, I can go to Alex next.
Please proceed. Please
okay, thank you. Alex, we will not give you the 5 minutes that we normally give people because you came when we were closing. So just a few minutes and then we can close the show. Karibu.
Nawasalimia nyinyi wote. I disagree with Adams. There is nowhere Jimmy Wanjigi is going. He has hit a dead wall. And I think, I don't think anybody with any nationalist will allow such kind of nonsense to proceed. Wanjigi alisema ana graduate in December. That disqualifies him. I don't think we should even accept anybody to represent him. I'm happy what happened to Sonko. And I think PK said it very well. Was it yesterday or maybe in another forum? Had Sonko been compromised, we would have set the whole train into motion for many other battles. So I think Sonko's case was a finality. And once it was determined by Iebc, it put a stop to all this nonsense that we could have experienced on and on and on. And I like how the judge did it. He just told him, just go. If Iebc accepts, he accepts. And Chebukati being the legal advisor of the commissioner, that's why we put a lawyer in the commission. Whenever there is a problem, one of them should take accountability. So I think Chebukati knew very well that everything will fall on him. Lastly, I'm glad what it has generated. Some people are afraid, like Makiadi, that the statement Baba made was bad. But I'm glad it has generated a very good debate. And we've been able to go back to the archives and realized Ruto actually even spoke louder than Baba. And the issue of doublespeak now comes back to haunt him. So I'm really happy about that. And I wanted to tell PK that we were in a certain forum and people were saying things that were not right. The Mitumba industry did not come because the textile industry in Kenya had failed. In fact, the Mitumba industry came because Moi's mismanagement of parastatal. He took the parastatal and put his own people there, and they failed terribly. In the 80s, if you remember, ukipatwa na nguo za magendo kutoka Uganda, you will be jailed for years. Sandak from Uganda was illegal in Kenya. And therefore, I think we can still survive without that. So I think we need to remind Ruto and his entourage, the way Gachagua spoke, kuwa hii watu ya independent, mtakana muache kabisa, tutawapea kazi ya parastato na mutaangusha vile Moi aliangusha. That is what he was trying to tell us. So I think we should also hype our propaganda, because I think we are allowing them to hit us with their propaganda, but we must remind Ruto that the reason Mitumba was accepted is the mismanagement of the textile industry. They failed completely, and therefore we started importing clothes from Uganda. There was a time that all vitenges, you can ask women, I don't know if Julia can remember that, if you want to buy kitenge and other sandak shoes, so on and so forth, we used to go to Uganda to get them from there. And finally, they come to Kenya, then they are exported to Uganda, then you go to Uganda to get them back to Kenya. And the person who broke that glass ceiling to start importing the Mitumba was the person called Mudavadi. I don't know if he still has that company. So I think we should hit them harder, because they are the reason we have this Mitumba industry in Kenya first and foremost. So the debate about Mitumba should not be anything we should fear. We should be happy about it, because the more we'll go to the archives, in fact, many people are going to be culpable of that. And I think the UDA and Kenya Kwanza are the most culpable, and we will prove that we are trying to industrialize our country. So let's not fear about that debate. It told me that they listened to our manifesto. And the only thing they got out of our manifesto was Mitumba. So let us be happy about it. And I guess we still are going to generate more things about our manifesto. Lastly, Martha Karua, she should not just be compounded to Central Province. I think she's generating more and more excitement all over the country. In Kisii today, I was sent a lot of videos in the various groups we are. More women are coming out resoundingly supporting Martha Karua because of the statements of Osoro. Osoro wanted to make capital gain out of it, but it has come out that it is hitting him even below the belt, including women who are in UDA are now after him, saying, if you cannot respect us in front, because those words you say to them, some of us who are in this group are divorced. Some of us were not even married and we have children. What kind of leader are you? So I think what Osoro also said has generated a debate which is national. So for me, I think Martha Karua should go everywhere, because women in Kisii are waiting her now. They can't wait to listen to what she will have to tell them. So those are my finishing remarks. Mr. Makiadi, thank you very much.
All right, always appreciated Alex, asante sana. I think imefika tamati wa program yetu ya leo. I just want to make a few remarks as I finish. Mise nimesikia Alex akisema sandak, sijui kama unajua sandak ni nini.
Actually, sandak, Alex, my mom used to sell clothes, so I know what you're saying. She used to go to Uganda more often, so
So unajua sandak?
I know where you're headed with that, but
no, I'm just asking. Unajua sandak?
Knows that. Everyone knows sandak. Sandak iko hata sahi.
Not Crocs.
Sandak ni nini?
Viatu za plastic.
Asante. Unajua nilikuwa natarajia Misi akose kujua hiyo, ningeshangaa.
Unamwambia Moyeki.
Wengine wetu tulivaa hizo viatu bwana, ukitokea saa 7 kwa shule ukienda lunch, my friend, hiyo mguu kitambo ufike kwa nyumba.
Nimecheza nazo ball basa.
Adam, you are lying to us. Okay, Makiadi, I'm struggling to believe you wore that. Adams, I totally believe you never saw that. Yeah. But Alex, I may pay attention. Ama just stone sunisaidia hapa. Mbona watu wanatuambia tu
Adams amecheza na improved version.
Kama
Kuna version 3, ya mwisho ni clogs.
Adams anavaa clogs. Ndio nasema ati
hiyo pia ni sana lakini
No. Mr. PK, you know,
Yes.
you people, you guys think I'm young.
No, well,
what is young?
There is nothing wrong
young
with
is relative,
being
bro.
Lakini Adams kama anajua Wajakoya as a close friend, we might admit his statement kwamba anajua Sandak.
Yeah,
my friend, I'm old enough. I'm very old enough.
What is old Adams?
Yeah?
Mutafungua debate na bado hatujamaliza. Naona mgeni amekuja hapa. Evelyn, umekuja kutusalimia ama namna gani?
Yes, nimekuja kuwasalimia. I've been watching from the side shows. I'm a very shy person, but I tried today, nikaingia, so I was like, hey, let me say hello to everyone. I love your show. I learned so much from everyone, Julia, nyinyi nyote, everyone there. But sina mengi ya kusema. I'll just keep watching here, and maybe I'll contribute to the
Tumefurahia sana na tungoja kwanza mgeni akae ndio umkaribishe.
We love your smile.
Ati Roberto kuna kimbelembele mingi. Ngoja mgeni aongee.
Hawa jamaa hata mngojei mgeni akunywe chai kwanza, mmeanza kumuuliza maswali bwana.
Nipatie chai kwanza ketaka. But anyway, I'm happy. I'll be joining. I've been just watching kuwasikiza, but nimesoma mengi. Mi si politician na sikuange mtu wa politics, but nimesoma mengi, so Baba tosha.
You like Martha Karua, right?
Oh, that's my model there.
Oh, very good.
Mama na baba.
Evelyn, Adams is already a running mate somewhere or a jogging mate, so don't worry about it.
Running mate.
Okay.
And Adams is talking loudest. Adams, we understand you.
Unajua kuna sura ambayo itakuja kwa picha hapa, kila mtu atabasamu. So I brought Evelyn in ndio nijaribu at least watu wengine walikuwa wamenuna hapa. PK, naona hata PK amesmile na anaonekana kwa giza akiwa amesmile. So let's do this.
Nimeshukuru guys, nimeshukuru.
Mpaka amekuja karibu na kamera mpaka tunaona
peke yake inaonekana na
Stony PK imebidi akaribie screen bwana.
PK ameleta kichwa na kifua.
Nimeona amebadilisha jina to soft PK.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay.
Anyway, I appreciate the love and education yote yenye mnatupatia sisi wenye. As some of us are followers. So tunashukuru. Keep doing what you're doing. I think watu wataendelea kuingia line ya baba na mama. So yes, I was never in politics. I never really cared, but every day I log in. I'm there for 8 hours, maybe some days. So
Yeah.
Do you have a voter's card?
No, I've never voted, but I do encourage people to vote. But next time I will. I'm being honest here, guys. I'm being honest. Sina voter's card. But
don't worry, hata Adam sana voters card. Don't worry.
Okay, basi kama una wewe. Okay, next time.
I have voted in 4 elections. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 elections. What are you talking about?
Evelyn is for Adam. But mimi, I do talk to people. I do encourage people. So hata mi kama sina, nimekuanga that voice, you know. So kuna watu wameingia kwa baba. So hey.
Evelyn.
Okay,
so double or single?
Huh?
Is your voter's card double or single? I'm asking for a friend.
What do you mean double single?
Are you defecting when I'm here? Unataka ku.
Ni sawa. Thank you.
Yeah. Wacha tuendelee na debate.
So what we'll do right now is because you are closing right now, Mimi naona umeanza kufanya interrogation hapa na itatuchukua muda mwingine. So we'll just read as a normal procedure, our constitution, which is Article 72, today we are reading about the legislation relating to environment, and it refers to Article 71 by saying that Parliament shall enact legislation to give full effect to the provisions of this part. That's it. Now, we'll be closing with a national anthem, na kama kawaida tutakuwa na watu watatu ambao watatupatia kifungo cha kwanza, cha pili na cha tatu, na Evelyn, kwa sababu umekaribia hapa siku ya leo, tutakupatia nafasi.
Oh Lord, no way.
ni kukariri wimbo wa taifa. Si kuimba.
I'll try.
Okay, sawa. Wimbo wa taifa, stanza ya kwanza utatukariria, alafu Julia ya pili na PK stanza ya tatu. Karibuni. Evelyn?
Okay, nikipotea, then somebody else can take over, right? Okay. Mungu nguvu yetu, ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Is that right?
Shukran. Julia?
Yes. Amkeni ndugu zetu, tufanye zote bidii nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda.
Na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima. Tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani.
Asanteni sana. Kama ilivyo kawaida yetu, tumekuwa hapa kwa masaa zaidi ya 9:30. Wale ambao walitangulia kwenye show najua walitangulia na wakaenda wakalala. Sisi wengine tumekuja kufunga show, na siku nyingine pia tutakutana wakati na mida kama ya leo. Kama kawaida, Ndemba alinipatia kazi na lazima nitimize. Subscribe kwa channel yake Ndemba na Lulu Show ambayo nimeituma hapo. Nenda tu kwa YouTube ukaweza kubonyeza hayo majina na utaipata channel yake. Julia, kwa leo sijui kama mlikuwa mnataka tupitie wimbo moja, lakini
Yes.
Okay, kuna wimbo, kuna comments hapa, people are mad with Mise. So I think kesho niko na tangazo.
Yeah?
Sema.
Julia, I'm only generous. I have to take care of Adam.
I have a major announcement to make tomorrow. I have a major presser to make tomorrow. People are complaining about behavior ya Mise hapa kwa chat, and I'm taking their advice seriously. So I have a presser to make tomorrow.
Julia, hang on. You know, Julia, those are the advances of Robert. Those are the complaints. Those are the decoys of Robert. Don't listen to them.
Hao ni mafans wa Robert.
Yeah, don't listen to them.
Okay, Richard, you gave me an assignment. Did you?
Gani?
No, you said you are singing a song. Okay, sing a song.
Nilikuwa ninafikiria ni kama nitawakariria at least line mbili za wimbo mmoja hapa ambao naupenda sana. Wimbo wenyewe unajulikana kama Chandra, umeimbwa na mwanamuziki ambaye anaitwa Joski Kiambukuta. Sijui kama pekee ushamsikia huyo mwanamuziki.
Joski Kiambukuta.
Roberto, unamjua?
Joski bana. Yakosaje bana?
Wimbo wenyewe unajulikana kama Chandra. Mstari wake wa kwanza, mastanza yake ya kwanza inasema baposo eleki mingi papa bolingo zaliko mana te lofundu elakaka nganasuki na komi lelo oyo regrets. So inasema bapaso eleki mingi papa yani so many weeks went by, bolingo zaliko mana te, love you are nowhere to be seen. Yani mpenzi wake hakuna mahali anapatikana. Alafu inasema lofundu elekaka ngai nasuki yani I was too proud, I am done. Nakomi lelo oyoko regrete, I am now regretting. Alafu unajua ikienda pale chini unasikia instrument inapiga kidogo, alafu sasa tunaingia kwenye chorus yake ambayo inaenda namna hii: kamata nzoto nanga tia yango esika nyoso olingio ngape pesi mobimba na lingi ata distance mokete Chandra nangai deshate papa Chandra nangai deshate bolingo. Yani inamaanisha take my body, put it away where that you want. I loosen myself.
Insurance from Liberty Mutual. I customize everything.
Ni nani umetokea Liberty Mutual? Okay, sawa. Alafu inasema take my body Chandra nangai deshate papa, yani my Chandra. Chandra sasa ndio mpenzi wake. Chandra nangai dekate papa, Chandra nangai dekate bolingo. Yani Chandra nangai, Chandra wangu bolingo. Mapenzi sasa. Ningewachapia lakini nimefikiria.
Unajua watu wanaenda kulala.
Ningewachapia huo wimbo lakini nilionywa juzi ya kwamba tutashtakiwa hapa kwa sababu tunapiga nyimbo za watu bila ruhusa yao.
So Makiadi, this song you just explained so much, it is dedicated to who?
Unajua hapa kuna watu wanaonana, kwa hivyo huo wimbo hiyo mistari nimewapatia itawasaidia.
Why is Makiadi cutting people's hearts? Let's go to sleep.
Makiadi, kesho nataka utukaririe zele. Mimi nimetoa ombi ya zele.
Makiadi, unitumie translation kwanza kabla hujakuja kusema. Inaweza kuwa it's targeting.
Unataka gani?
Hiyo zele hiyo nani amesema hiyo?
Sasa ubaya unajua ubaya.
That we send him the translation first before you sing it.
Misa is supposed to sing for us some versions of Barambamba too. I think he can do that.
Yes, sawa, acha nikuchezee tu hiyo stanza peke yake, chorus peke yake ndio ujue ni wimbo gani nazungumzia. Julia anajua hujasikia huu wimbo.
Uko mute.
Bolingo.
Huo ndio wimbo mwenye nilikuwa nawaambia, unaitwa Chandra. Kama unapenda muziki ya rumba, nenda ukausikize, unaitwa Chandra, umeimbwa na mwanamuziki ambaye anajulikana kama Joski Kiambukuta. Na kwa hayo machache, sijui kama kuna mtu ambaye anasema kitu kabla tufunge show.
Tuonane kesho.
Tuwe na siku nyingine kesho.
Mimi nataka kukaribisha Ibrahim. Nataka tuwe tukimuona hapa kila siku. Unajua palipo na kina dada hata upendo unazidi. Kwa hivyo tunakukaribisha sana na tunatarajia kukuona kila siku. Kila Makiadi wanacheka, sijui wacheka vipi.
Unajua Roberto, nimeshindwa uko pande gani? Uko pande wa kushoto ama upande wa kulia? Because
Roberto ashajitoa, wachana na yeye.
Mimi ni mtu wa women empowerment. Na vile nina support mama Karua, ninataka wengi wote waje.
Sana Roberto, tangaza msimamo. Kesho niko na announcement.
Julia, you're right. Tangaza msimamo leo.
Yes. I will deal with the two of you accordingly.
Hiyo si tangazo lije leo ndio tulale vizuri.
Na nilikuwa nimesahau hapa, kuna mafans wetu kule kwenye comment section. Awino Rapemo, asante sana kwa nasi. Black ulikuwa hapa. Mato Ndeto, The Birian, Yufin anasema kwamba lakini Makiadi ni kama unajuta we. Mimi sijuti lolote mimi, asante. Nani mwingine pale?
Ni
Mato kila mahali ni Mato. Mato wewe uko kila mahali bana. Mara uko kwa studio, mara uko hapa. Nani? Lineto wa Bomba. Asante sana, anasema time ya Sadaka Mise was not yet born. Wow. Ya Sadaka Mise unasema time ya Sadaka kuko umezaliwa bana, lakini Mise amejitetea mapema sana, amesema anajua hii vitu mnaongea ni nini. Penya Gaka ulionyesha tu sura hapa kwa studio na ukapotea.
Yes, I saw Penya Gaka. What happened, Pen?
Aliogopa kutoa maoni yake inaonekana.
Hakuwa na makeup, so he had to leave.
Linda Lee Firstborn wa Magi. Kuna mmoja anaitwa Linda Lee Firstborn wa Magi pale. Karibu sana, ni jina ambalo nimeona mara ya kwanza. Momanyi Birika. Mise unajua Birika pia? Sijui kama unajua hili jina kila mtu akitaja.
Hapana, Mise anajua Thamos.
Unajua Birika Mise? Birika ni chombo ambacho
I'm your senior.
Yani hao watu wanatuenjoy. Ati wanajifanya unajua Birika, ati wanajifanya unajua Sadak.
Kama ujui Birika, enda kwa YouTube. Ngoja Adams,
mimi najua mpaka ile, unajua ile story ya
Adams ngoja. Kama ujui Birika, nenda ukatafute video ya William Ruto wakiongea na wakikutana na watu wa AU. Utaona ile ilikuwa mbele ya Mudavadi wakati walikuwa kwa breakfast meeting.
Mudavadi aliwekewa Birika ya chai.
Aliwekewa Birika. Uliona alikuja na shati ya ANC. Aliambiwa atakuja utakunywa chai huku. Akauliza mko na Birika. Unajua mahali Mudavadi anatoka inaitwa Maragoli. Maragoli ile kitu wanaongea ni chai peke yake. Wanapenda chai sana sana. Joseph Kitara, asante sana.
Unajua Mudavadi ni mkubwa wangu.
Asante. Wewe uko NC ama uko Azimio? Mimi nashangaa.
Lakini ambia Adam withdraw. Inaongelesha Julia ile stop ilikuwa inapambiwa hivi. Adam withdraw, that is so
Haya, babu na mjukuu Joy, asante sana Isa. Tunakuona pale na wengine wote, hatuwezi wasoma wote majina, lakini tunashukuru sana kwa kuwa nasi siku ya leo. Mungu awajalie neema tukaweze kupatana siku nyingine. Alex anasema Misi anahitaji contact, sijui ni ya nani. Mise, we need your contact. Alex, nitafute nitakupatia contact ya Mise, niko nayo. Na kama kuna mwingine anahitaji contact ya Mise anitafute. Otherwise kwa hayo sijui kama kuna lolote, ningesema tuwe na usiku mwema wale ambao wanaenda kupumzika sahihi.
Good night, good morning. PK uko good night ama
kama kuna contact mimi naweza hitaji ya Mise itakuwa ya mwisho.
Good morning, a few minutes past midnight.
Robert Julia has declared, amesema maneno yako, tomorrow she's making a super announcement, na itakuwa ni kusema kwamba kuanzia leo ni Mise
itakuwa
poleni sana. Kuna watu ambao wanauliza poll ya leo ambayo tulifanya leo ilitokea namna gani, ilikuwa namna gani, na nadhani poll ya leo Raila Odinga ameibuka mshindi kama kawaida, lakini unajua hapa ni Azimio majority, so Raila Odinga ameibuka mshindi na zaidi ya 88%.
Hebu niulize bwana Makiadi.
Yes, tafadhali.
Hiyo poll sasa inamaanisha nini na sisi wote ni Azimio? How does it tell us anything?
Hilo ni swali nzuri kabisa. Inaonekana tutauliza Bernard walifikiria namna gani kuanzisha hiyo poll, kwa sababu hapa wacha niwapatie matokeo. Wanauliza kwamba poll yenyewe ilikuwa inauliza who are you voting for as your president come August, ambapo Raila Odinga amepata 80%, 80%, Ruto 17%, Profesa Wajakoya ako na 3%, Wahiga 1%. So inaonekana pia Wajakoya ako na mafans hapa Mwalimu wako
Wajakoya can make a good president. Forget about the weed thing. He's a good guy. The best president.
Umeona vote yake ilikuwa wapi?
He's pro Baba. He supports Baba.
Who Wajakoya?
Stone PK, your question, kwa nini hiyo survey ililetwa? It is because jana at the closing remarks of Adam, he made very serious allegations kwamba there is a mole here, and he cited one person to be a mole. So whoever came up with that survey is to try and confirm whether Adams was right or wrong.
And it came out that I was right.
Okay, it's sawa. So
Adams and Mise, I think you need to shake hands before we go to sleep.
A handshake, eh?
na katika hiyo policy ya Wajakoya ninataka kuwapatia results ambazo zimetoka kwa Forbes magazine. Nasema kwamba Canada ambao mahali Misa yuko since legalizing recreational cannabis in 2018, the industry has contributed to $43.5 billion to its national GDP and created 98,000 jobs according to the Deloitte Canada report. So he might have a good idea, Mr. Wajakoya, Professor Wajakoya, labda tu timing yake ndio bado haijafika.
No, he's a good guy. He's a good guy.
Debate. We will debate.
I have
interacted
with him.
There is a lot of merit.
There's a lot of merit, yeah. I agree with you. Even the states in the US that are legalized marijuana, like which one is this? There's one that is
New Jersey.
New Jersey. There's another one. There's another one.
PK, where are you? Which city are you?
New Jersey, Clifton.
Oh, you're in Clifton. Oh, okay.
Yani PK for sure ulihama.
Ati mimi narukaruka naangalia natayarisha kwenda kupiga kura.
PK.
I thought you're running, PK. Si nilifikiria wewe ni candidate.
Nili have to withdraw.
Weka hapa hata usirudi huko. Kaa hapa. Wachana na maneno.
I pulled out because of some reasons, you know. Jubilee walinichezea. I mean walikataa nisimame the ODM, which has been my party, so and there were some complications. Then I said wacha tu.
You wanted to be a governor?
No, MCA. I did MP 2013. I did MCA 2013 with ODM.
Mr. Stone PK, I think I know you. We are with you in some group.
Yeah?
We are with you in a group. There's a group we are with you. I know you.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. Remember, just go to your WhatsApp and check the groups. One of the group, I'm the admin there. We are with you. I know you. I've seen this face.
If you find someone who is so disruptive in any group, that is Adams. But
okay.
Wanakujanga Justice City sana. I have a lot of friends.
Sawa.
Oh, yeah, Justice City. Yeah.
Wacha tumalizie hapo.
That's why you came there.
Asante Adams. Wacha tumalizie hapo. Ningependa tu kupeana Clarence Baraka anauliza polls results tushapeana ni 80% kwa Raila, William Ruto 17. And the best thing here, people who participated in these polls, like Martin Deto is asking, 1,030. So that's a good number. Our show is growing and we are glad to see that. Asanteni sana nyote. Tuna siku njema, usiku mwema, mchana mwema kwa wote. Tuonane Maulana akipenda.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Origin